Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Riley is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match. Anybody.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You've got Footway looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek holds at a main. Yep, that'll play.
Now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. Swings back on the shot next. He's on the back. Oh, man. 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things after he was the one called into...
Hello everyone and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. Week 1 was a journey. It was an adventure and I'm so excited to dive into week 2 and see what our teams have in store for us. My name is Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host today, and joining me on the analyst desk, we have Shio as well as Marks for, I believe, the first time, right? I only hear your voice well casted, and now you're joining us?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is a little weird. I've never been on camera for this long during one of these types of things. I'm completely out of my element, but I'm really excited to be here. I think we're gonna have a great time today.
Marks woke up and he's like, damn, I actually have to get ready and look presentable on camera. Oh my God. I mean, Shio, it's worth getting ready for though, because week 2 of Challengers, we got to see a lot of good stuff during week 1. I'm so excited to see where we go here for week 2.
It feels like the level of competition in week 1, everything rose to what was like the grand finals almost of the last stage. Like everybody's locked in with the meta. There's new teams, you know, left and right trying to do their most to get their names stamped up as one of the best in the region. I'm excited to see what we have for week 2, Sierra.
Especially with where we ended off week 1. Looking back at last day, of course, for myself, I'm always looking at what teams are going to be the front runners. And when you eye up these orgs like M80 and SRB, Marks, you know that they are contenders, but it was an SRB to blow us out of the water.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an interesting match, right? Like M80 kind of coming in here, you know, Caillou, Nismo stepping back into the roster. Coach Kaplan is now going to be taking the reins and getting them all organized, going up a Shopify Rebellion Black that honestly is more or less the same, minus another duelist and adding another duelist in, namely Smoke, making a huge difference. But SRB just looked like they had a handle on the match, where M80 were really trying to take their time, you know, work the stratagems, figure out the giant cool set plays. SRB were just not afraid to swing out and go for crazy moments, and of course, like some of their players like Exa just finding multi-kill after multi-kill.
Absolutely. Take a step back from that as well. When you look at all the matches across the board, I love the comps that we're rocking in with. You know, things changing after Santiago, more Vise, some KO on the side of Nismo. You get more flavor, I feel like, in depth on every single map. Plus the addition of Lotus with less spam was so much fun to watch in week 1. I feel like there were a lot of gimmick strats coming out as well, some like 1-round winners that would be a little bit better analyzed by other teams rocking into week number 2. It'll be exciting to see NBG versus ADG2 as well, Sierra. It was a fun game to watch.
It really was, especially with both of these teams coming out of the gate to be really showcasing here in week number 1. And I love being able to see the pickups from the teams. I feel like for ADG2, they're coming into this with quite a few changes. But when this 3-map banger that we had, it was going to be an AGG to take that win at the end, Marks, and really be able to solidify themselves as like, okay, we know what we're doing here. Keep an eye on us.
Yeah, like you take a look at how that match ended up, and like Son of Car was the week's MVP, and yet still Nightblood Gaming could not beat ADG. And I think that just says a lot about how that actual one played out. But ADG, like you said, they've made a couple of changes and things are really looking a lot more solid for that squad.
and it's an ADG going up against SRB next later on this week to show that they have what it takes to compete against the best. Eyeing up this bracket though, Shio, week 1 had a lot of surprises in store. What are your eyes kind of gravitating towards here?
When it comes to week 2, I'm looking at that, 2-0 matchup there all the way towards the top. Obviously not going to be on stream today. That's going to be coming up later in the week. But I want to know who's dominating the region, flying forward, going flawless up into round number 4. For today specifically, I think it's good to see if QoR can kind of not just bounce back, but show how strong they are against the Pigeons that sometimes is unpredictable overall. And then in general, when it just comes to the best storyline or my favorite storyline for this entire bracket, Shopify Rebellion Gold, coming in, another chance in Challengers. How far can they go? When is their first win on the board? They're up against SAD over here, Marks.
Yeah, it should be a really interesting matchup. And at the same time, like Rose and Invictix, I know you started talking about the very top of the bracket, but I think that the bottom of the bracket actually is the more interesting matchups, right? Like a whole bunch of people kind of fighting for their lives to stay alive in Challengers, bringing whatever they can and try to figure out what is going to work, especially given that a lot of these rosters have changed since Split 1.
I mean, you're saying that these lower matches are the one you're eyeing up, and that's where we're going to be starting. SRG going up against that, later on QoR going up against Pigeons. His very first matchup of the day, maybe not the start of Challengers that either of these two really wanted here, Shio, but an opportunity now starting off week 2 to turn around, put yourself on a new path.
Absolutely. I think for this one in general, for both these teams, it's about getting a voice on the board in terms of a win. I think when it comes to SAD, they've had louder voices so far in their overall performance with better map wins, closer maps in general across the board. But I feel like Shopify Rebellion Golden have so much more to learn from in terms of the losses and the style of losses that they've come in to kind of have. Between both these teams, I feel like it is a bit more of an even matchup as well. When it comes to map pools in general, they have kind of lapped over on some of these maps back and forth here. But it should be a fun match to watch. We got to see who gets their first dub.
It's time to see who is going to get that dub. Let's talk about SRG first, because of course SRG fought their way through that promotion relegation to earn their spot back here in Challengers, a team that for the players is unchanged, but looking at different coaching staff this time around. And Marks, it was definitely a reintroduction to Challengers, having to go up against Stage 1 Jams, QoR, kind of a tough one. Pigeons have been looking really good, but we know that there's very capable players on this team across the board that should be able to step up in today's series.
100%. Like, I love that you start with the highlight against QoR, because it's just like, all right, guys, we finally made it back in. Let's give Challengers another run. We have to face the Stage 1 champions. Oh, that's cool, I guess. I mean, obviously, QoR went through a couple of changes, but it's still pretty intimidating to kind of get yourself into. And Pigeons has been a group that has honestly really impressed me with kind of how they're playing things around. So I still think that the Shopify Rebellion Gold squad has quite a bit of room to prove themselves, especially as they get to some more of those middle round matchups,
Absolutely. I think there was like signs of life for some of these players too when they were losing. Like Noya did really well in general when it comes to that entire Pigeons matchup, even though these guys didn't have the best chance at rocking in for a win. I still think there's a lot of potential for the squad. Just need to see it translated on the actual match itself. And today against SAD, I feel like it's one of the best opportunities.
I mean, you talk about those moments of light, and let's talk about that, specifically with that example of Noya, because we love our president out here. And I feel like, too, Noya is someone, when you look at that consistency across the board, whether it is the wins or the losses, I mean, she is always there. I love being able to see the impact that she has in the server. And Shio, I think for SRG to get that win today, we'll have to see that consistency come to light once again.
Yeah, the role that Noya is playing right now, the entire pseudo sentinel on Viper, sometimes KJ, is one of the most interesting ones I feel like inside this meta and map pool as well. It receives a lot of pressure and it has to have the answers ready in almost every form of the match, whether it's a flank or a type of pseudo anchoring position. You have to be able to provide results so consistently on this role. The coolest part about her as well is, picking up the Veto a little bit in matches previous, obviously not here before. Her locking into these two agents and focusing on them more so than everyone else, I think is something that might have an advantage overall for Noya, where you see a lot of other teams, their sentinel role overall is going to be kind of lashed over to things like Veto in the meta right now, two other sentinels. She kind of has a hyper focus on the role. It ended up showing really good results in like multiple 2Ks, 3Ks, and clutches in the last match. I hope she keeps rolling forward on this one.
100%. Like you watch some of the plays that Noya's been kind of making on the map. I think it was on round 9 of Split last time, where, you know, you get the Viper Spit, get rid of the Viper Spit, and completely circle all the way around just to kind of catch your opponents by surprise. So, you know, hyper focusing on some of those Sentinel roles, but specifically the lurks, and just being really intelligent how you want to work the actual sites and confuse your opponents. I think Noya's been doing a great job at getting a lot of value for Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, you talk about confusing opponents, though, and let's talk about the opponents going into today's series and talk about the SAD Esports, because we definitely have the veterancy here that looking to maybe not get so tripped up in this. Of course, this is the SAD Esports that we got to see mostly unchanged from stage 1, but that one notable change with Jerwin getting called up and Marks Paint instead to try and get the SAD Esports roster back on the right track.
Yeah, and like Paint coming back in and stepping in onto the duelist role, played a lot of Raze in the last couple of matchups. It's been kind of fun watching Paint reintegrate into that role, but I'm still a little bit curious about how SAD are going to incorporate and build that around, because based off of the last couple of matches, it still looked just a little bit rough. But one player who has really caught my eye as well has been Welly. I think Welly has just been doing a fantastic job at being that initiator role, but never afraid to back down from a duel.
Absolutely. I feel like Welly's always bolstering that backline, and he's a very big focus for me too. In that last match, I feel like he wasn't there as much in their first overall versus D1. I want to see exactly if the win con is not just Welly having the best util, but Welly playing the best too, rising up that leaderboard a bit more and getting those kills for the entire roster as a whole on SAD. They almost operate like a symbiote that receives pressure and is able to adapt with any player to get hyper offensive on that side. Like if Paint needs to pop off in a round, he's able to have that, you know, be possible for the team. In another round, if Zaj needs to have that X factor, the X factor exists on this team, and it's going to pass around player to player, around and around. They can all have a really good potential for popping off.
And when I look at the pop-off potential, I always love when we get to see that from none other than IGL. So let's talk about Stellar for a feature going into this, especially too when we do get to see within this current meta, Stellar on a lot of this Viper. Not only is he doing the calling, but as well, Shio, being able to have those step-ups too. Again, when I talk about Noya being a backbone and needing a consistency for SRG, I look at Stellar and expect the exact same.
Absolutely. When it comes to Stellar, like, again, consistency is the name of the game. I mentioned X Factor for him as well. When it comes to holding down those sites, being that flexible, sentinel, anchoring type player, he's in the business. And counteractive to the point of Noya kind of, you know, focusing on the most, not basic, but the same type of agents over and over. He's a bit more flexible in operations when it comes to the approach to the game. Fracture, playing that Veto, locking in on multiple different types of positions as well, playing those one and done spots. He's more so in the fray, and I feel like that can leave more questions for opposing teams and have a bit more of an impact if it does result in like a good flavored ground.
Oh, the players that are deep within that fray, though, let's go to our Philips Norelco head-to-head, because we got to talk about the duelist for this series, Donut going up against Paint. Of course, when we're talking about Paint, this is a reintroduction to that duelist role, since he did switch off, and we saw a lot more flexibility within stage 1 with his time in M80. Whereas Donut, we known her from whatever roster she's been on to just be this firepower duelist. I know that it's been a little bit of a rough start for these two, considering the losses, but Marks, I'm really looking for the step up in today's series, and both are so capable.
Yeah, they definitely are. And like, okay, I'm just gonna say this now. Yoru is out. Thank goodness we get to see a lot more of these flashy plays. Obviously, people have some thoughts online about how Neon is balanced as an agent, but you expect to see a lot more Neon currently in the current meta. And I love the matchup between these two duelists, because to me, they have very similar play styles and get utilized by their squads very similarly, where it is a lot more, you know, go in there, make that distraction happen so that the rest of the squad can kind of go in there and clean things up. And, you know, you see a lot of these kind of crazy duelist plays where sure, it kind of ends with the duelist dying pretty quickly, but when it works, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, similar, but also slightly different on the fact that Dodo sometimes is truly making that space so far away from the team, even though the util is coming in at the same time. Paint attached that util just a little bit more overall. I would say like kunai with chain versus like sword overall when it comes to these two players. Still lots of damage on the field, lots of opportunities to get kills, but at the same time, a little bit different in the approach to the entire site. I'm excited to see how these two players fare against each other today. Again, maps kind of overlapped overall for both teams. I don't know where we're going to be going, Sierra, specifically, but the matchup between these two, I want to see who makes better space.
Well, Shio, I may have an answer for you with our map picks and bans on where we're going to be heading for today's series, so don't you worry, all right? Once we get into that, I think it'll be really interesting because of that conversation that we've had with the map pool of that overlap between these two teams. So getting into it, ooh, okay, this is the Haven. Yep, expected split is Deciders fun, but Shio, it's going to be SAT Esports with a bind as their very first map.
Bind, which they've won in the past as well in a very close fashion, bit of a big comeback. Or not, I guess it was back and forth in the final. The last half was a bit of a comeback for the side of SAD. It seems like it's a, Shopify Rebellion Gold must-win Haven situation. And when it comes to maps, I feel like this is a 3-map banger everybody loves to watch. Lots of different flavors on Bind being exec heavy, Haven more so about map control, and then Split. I mean, we're going to go to an OT if it's map 3. Marks, what do you think about this one?
It was really interesting. My eyes right now are onto that Haven pick because generally speaking, Shopify Rebellion Gold Haven is a very comfortable map for them, but SAD have tried to ban that more often than not. And so I think that puts a lot more pressure on that first map of Bind for SAD to be able to get that point, because then otherwise if they kind of go to Haven, it's looking a lot more dicey in my opinion, and that could really lean us towards that 2-0 potential unless we do go to Split, where we would have what I would consider SAD's better pick. I think that SAD do a better job with Split. So for me, this Bind pick is a little bit interesting.
Hey, I love a good Bind map though, all right? I think that it is the most chaotic of all the maps. And when I see a Bind and see a Donut in the server, I'm pretty excited for this series. But now that we've gotten to see the map and the layout and where we're going, before we start to really dive into what we can expect on this very first map of Bind, I don't know if this has changed or swayed your guys' minds at all when it comes to the most important part of today, of all time, of our official predictions, especially to, I mean, okay. It's me against my analyst desk, a tale as old as time. Shio, we're beefing today.
We are beefing, and to hop on what Marks is saying a little bit, yes, for Bind, a SAD must win, and Split also looks a little bit better towards their side. For me, though, if Haven's being won, we're on map 2 after a map 1 loss with Shopify Rebellion Gold. I'm checking out the vibes. If you can dominate Haven, I feel like the momentum could carry over towards Split. Marks, not sure your thoughts. I'm still confident in the gold pick. What about you?
I'm going to be so real. This is the first time I'm actually able to defend my pick because I'm actually on the analyst desk, and usually I'm just casting and people are like, this guy doesn't know anything. And I'm like, well, okay, hold on just a second. But I do really like how things are kind of laid out here. And I think that Shopify Rebellion Gold have a bit more behind them when it comes to, playing together and having just overall reps. SAD to me still feels like there is a bit more that needs to get worked on. And especially with the map picks and bans, I mean, I am all Shopify Rebellion here.
Absolutely. I think for Shopify Rebellion Gold specifically as well, just from my side in terms of analytical predictions, in watching them, it's truly just one mistake that completely devolves the entire round, and a basic one that can be fixed. SAD is already operating at such a, I feel like, a little bit of a higher level coming into this, slightly messy in the post/after the execute happens. If they both clean up their mistakes, I feel like SRG just has a higher ceiling right now. It just, again, Sierra, depends on who fixes mistakes faster.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I just look at SAD Esports and some of their matches, even when it was the Jerwin and Zaj, when you look at SAD Esports and these double duelists that they were running. And I think Paint, we got to see how much he could do on the duelist role when we're looking back at last year. And I think that him and Zaj maybe just kind of need a little bit to gel. And we've had that back in week 1, right? So when you look at that potential for, because again, we should probably be seeing that double duelist heading into our first map of Bind with Zaj going on this waylay. I think Zaj is just a powerhouse that we have not really talked about within this pre-show at all. And Welly as well was called up for being able to stand up. I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But when it really comes down to it, I just think that a couple of these key components for SAD Esports just work so well with the team that they should just be able to take this in the end. But maybe I need to hit the books. Maybe I need to do a little bit more studying. I don't know. For that reason, for tech reasons, like players not being ready. We're going to be taking a quick break. On the other side of it, get ready, guys. It's going to be SRG going up against that Esports on Bind. Be right back.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
for your patience, everyone. It's Bind, SRG going up against Sad, and Child getting into agents that look oh so familiar considering it's a familiar map.
Absolutely. Same old, I feel like on both sides. Mark, you let me know if anything's kind of changed overall, but an approach to this double duelist from Sad, we talked about the approach for Zaj and Paint being the impact spearheads here on this map. They're going to be defending first off, so I want to see some of the setups for Whaley, maybe taking those teleporters, refracting back. On the other side, Noya, Chamber, one of the most effective ways, I think, to stop Neon in combination with like buys, but no hard senti, more so hard aim up in the business for this attacking team.
Yeah, both these teams are really just sticking to their guns with what we've expected them really to pull out on their actual compositions. For me, what is going to be the most interesting is seeing how Noya is going to continue to work that chamber, because I 100% agree that that is a way for them to be able to slow down Paint. But Noya picking chamber means that we have to see those frags come through, because that would be a huge boon to make sure that Shopify Rebellion Gold have a lead in this one.
A week one for both of these teams that maybe didn't go quite how they wanted, but this is a chance to get on that new path now. Comes down to Bind to be starting off our series. Let's get to it with your casters. It's Van Silly and Roy.
Thank you so much, Noya and Noya. We're gonna start things with Noya. Talk about Noya in this here, you know. Anyways, Roy, it's super exciting to be able to cast this with you. We're already halfway going to stage number 2 of the Swiss stage, where unfortunately both of these teams between SRB and SAD have yet to find a victory. And we're starting things off on Bind, where they also haven't really had the best of results overall either. So what do you make of this compositional change? No changes going into this map. So what do you make out of this so far?
I mean, I think the first thing that comes to mind with SRG specifically is, I mean, dude, their first loss was against QoR. I'm not going to read too much into it. I feel like the macro was pretty on point for them, and I think the scoreline was a little bit misleading in terms of the results. I think it was a lot closer than it could have appeared had they secured a lot of these situations that they should have, to be honest. So I think overall SRG, it kind of makes sense why they'd let this map flow against SAD Esports, even though SAD Esports has looked so good on this map. But the first thing that comes to mind, of course, is the fact of the compositional differences, right? What we saw from SRG last time was a ton of deposits, a ton of TP abuses, and a lot of the push and pull that we often see on this map, and they were so good at executing. Now it just really comes down to how they're going to execute that game plan and how they're going to convert a lot of these late rounds.
And there's going to be a big responsibility on Noya's. I just want to keep talking about her. They have to play against a double dive. And already we're seeing some util coming out too. Great information sees at the beginning for SAD. He flashed out towards Showers, got some information, went for the dive down towards Long B, caught the lurk. And that's going to force now the hand of SRG to plant or attempt to get the A site.
I think the numbers have shown themselves as well. So SRG's kind of starting to get a little antsy with how they want to play this pulse plant. Do they want to fight backside? Do they want to equalize the situation? Because if they allow it to completely reset, things could be a little bit tough for them. So they're going to be several players from SAD Esports 4-1 from the retake here. A slow walkout though. That's going to kind of be it's going to be a little bit tricky, Vance, because they're not really going to expect this, and that contact here from Alexis will have to be on point.
Have to even continue to walk out though. This is easy for Alexis to trade things off, but flash still available for Welly. Does get contact into short A. A tap onto the spike, forcing out the util in the pulse plan from Mel. Mel trying to find that timing to come out towards that Showers, but here comes the Brimstone smoke down. A double swing here towards the Showers, another one to fall, and finally go back on the stick. There was a little bit of delay from Donuts Paint Shells, but then some sick shots coming out from Paint. Double bandit kill, and a pistol round coming out here for SAD.
Beautiful execution coming out from SAD Esports from start to finish too, because I feel like the kind of the win condition for the SAD Esports composition is they don't have the double initiator, sorry, they don't have the double info initiator, so they're going to have to contest a ton of space. And if they have reviewed SRG's VOD, they know that the deposits were happening so often for SRG, and they don't want to fall into Mel's hands of push and pulling against it. So I think the call to be aggressive, to take down one of those pieces, one of the deposits early on, removes so much of that mid round and late round pressure, and obviously retaking with a man up always makes things a little bit easier.
Launching smoke. We'll go into the second round too, and it's fairly fast for SAD to get info early. A flash spots nobody, allows now an orb to get picked up by Welly, already moving halfway to his ult. Now this is a fast tempo though for SRG, out towards short, trying to attempt another plant. No delays coming through though, and a swing up misses, and that is going to be successful for SRG. A good start, the lurk doesn't work out yet, the TP comes across, and that's now four players from SAD trying to pitch in from Showers. Here comes a wide swing from all of the crew of SRG, but yet too many bodies inside Showers for SAD, for SRG to take over with the pistols, but at least they get the plant.
Oh man, it's a smelly lobby. Everyone's trying to get in the showers there, Vans.
Yes, that stays clean though.
That they do. 5 alive. That's exactly what you want. But now this is where it gets a little bit tricky for SRGs, because all these guns are kind of going to be up. The shotguns, the SMGs, they're all going to be online here for SAD Esports. So a lot of the utility that's going to come out from Alexis will have to be super precise, because if they lose that dog, if they lose that drone early, it's going to be a little bit hard to predict and kind of guess where a lot of these shotguns and a lot of these SMG are. So if it's not precise, if it's not clean from SRG with how they're setting up the info, they could find themselves overwhelmed by these close range weapons.
Well, Sierra's being set up right now towards short A with Dodo Nut. Although it's being blocked off by smoke that allows Paint to move forward with the Judge. You anticipate this for the side of SRG. They don't really want to dog it out, but they're just waiting to see. Going to take 20 seconds, another like probably 12 seconds before it dissipates. See where Paint's going to react after this one.
And I think as soon as the second smoke comes down, this is where they get the heads up. Like something's up here. Likely a mid-round call will come out right here. Otherwise, they're just going to go through. Brute force it is. They haven't seen Paint though. That could be a huge problem, Vance.
And they're spamming on the other side too. No one can escape, but at least it's traded out. A little bit of a headshot and out in the open. A nice flash coming out though on the defensive side. SAD still holds their ground towards the A side, forcing now SRG to backpedal and try to attempt the B side. But unfortunately here, Joy, there's no map space gained by Sarah yet.
It's going to be a slow walk up. They don't want to raise any alarms. They want the defenders to be spread by the time the smokes go down on A site. There should be a small window of opportunity for SRG to take this 3v1 here on the SAD side. They know where the sky is as well. That's actually huge information for the SRG side, because they likely know there's only a single player here, and now they know exactly where Welly is.
30 seconds left.
Thing is, though, the flash on the first time was a ping onto Sarah, so that could have been a consistent lurk, but until now, Orb's getting picked up. That should now sound the alarm for SAD. Doubling 2 players. Actually, they're still worried there's some sort of a flank, maybe. Somebody has to watch towards that spawn, so that there's a gap opening for SRG to overtake this B side. Stellar now stuck towards that back. The swing out from Will. It's a 1-for-1 advantage now for SAD. But now with 5 seconds left, finally, Alexis gets it down. Has the Seekers out. Might use it right away here against Paint. Or against Pain, rather. Trying to walk out. Does get the contact, the headshot through the tin. And that's unfortunate, though, for SRG. And SAD are able to convert their bonus.
And I just absolutely love the way that SAD Esports are setting themselves up on the initial round call. It's so on point. The close range angles with the double smokes and short, the shotguns, the SMGs playing so close, trading out so well. And even just the utility that you see towards SAD Esports, the sky flash goes off and immediately they know, okay, they're pivoting towards that B site. The walls come up, the smokes come up. Like it's absolutely on point right now, the layering for SAD Esports. The bonus is in the pocket. A huge start right here. I mean, this is supposed to be, at least in theory, a bit more attack-sided here for on the bind side, at least still. So I think this is off to a really good start. The eco is going to come out right here. Maybe slump some sheriffs in hands, a couple armors. Maybe they want to get a little bit closer to some ultimates. I see Dodo is still about halfway through to the Raze ult. Same with the Astra wall. And a fast play it is towards Showers, looking for that early control.
Gangster looking to contest it, though. There is a swing out. He will have to relinquish that spot. Allow for you to get the orb up. At least on one side here from Mel. You're talking about the objectives on this eco. Nice slat out from Paint. Ooh. An easy headshot there and very hard to deal with when you only have a pistol in hand. Now they hide within the doors just in case somebody could try to crunch inside the TP from the B site. Flash. Actually, doesn't look like it was heading towards that teleporter. So it gives a chance now for them to react a little bit for SRG.
Oh, there goes the lurk. It's really just all the options are pretty much funneled now. It's A site mostly. But I'm thinking about just how scary of a team SAD Esports is. I think a lot of people started sleeping on this roster when they lost Jerwin. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jerwin was obviously a huge, he was so versatile with how, the way he opens up rounds and how good he was on the duelist and just how good of a structured player he is and how good he is with the operator. But man, Paint is an absolute animal on the rifle. And I feel like people kind of forgot that with a little bit of the stint that he had. But I think people will soon remember just how strong of a rifler Paint is.
And especially gets to join this team playing a Neon where, he coined that to be very strong in terms of the duelists that he could control here when he was playing for SRB in the past. So that does add extra firepower for the side. It's sad, but yeah, there's a little bit of damage being done, but unfortunately no plant coming through. Some, 2 kills, a little bit of armor damage onto Pain. But this is now SAD looking pretty decent now in the first half. And for me here, if I'm looking at this game, Roy, is very similar to maybe that first opening game when they played against that top seed. they still had a very good macro, still a great understanding of how they want to like work around the map. But when it came down to the actual gunfights, they were just a little bit caught off guard from, or the swings or the shots just weren't landing. You're just hoping to see that warm up a little bit more quickly for the side of the SRG team.
Yeah, I think for me, the main difference between this match and the last one is SAD Esports seems like their macro is kind of on point right now. They're having the right calls. They're allocating the right players to the right places. And I feel like their setups are pretty varied. And look at this relentless aggression coming in from both sides. Mel to punish Paint. That's huge. But there's another angle as well. Sarah punishes as well. Now you have the respect. The 5v3. Job's done for SRG. Default over. Group up and go with the Sky ult.
Like how they're isolated. And with the Seekers showing 2 towards that B side, they know it's weak towards A. Group up, fight towards that A side. Now you even isolate Welly on that point. And even if Welly tries to TP towards that A side, Mel is still waiting at that spot. So SRG, we're looking pretty good to continue to fast tempo into the A side, but somehow a little bit of hesitancy coming out from the A side execute just from a one-way smoke from Pain.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see the acceleration on the B site. Maybe they got a little bit jebaited by one of the Sky Cabbages. The slowdown can't go wrong. I mean, I think even if they get 2 on the defensive side on the take here, it should be good as long as they're clean. It's a 5v1 now. It's Pain. Players have been spotted, and it's just absolutely Pain isolated on an island here to solo defend this site completely.
Pain has always been so good playing towards the trip box, though. He doesn't want to use his orbital strike to delay, though, because there was still 30 seconds left. Couldn't get the punish until Lex is escaping, so now is an opportunity for SRG to close this out. Now we have sounded the alarm. There is alert coming very soon, a flank coming very soon, but it's a long cave flank from Welly. Mel now finally understands it, looks behind her. After those kills, maybe the Seekers could help out a little bit more. I don't think he's going to take that corner. Should be a free kill. There you go. Only 1 left to go. Stellar, as his teammate Pain has fallen towards that triple. And this is a guaranteed round now coming in for Shopfire Rebellion Gold. With the amount of rounds that we've won so far, though, for SAD, they still have enough money to buy within the next round, so wouldn't be surprised here for Stellar to continue to hunt for some exits. We like to call that the NA save. There's the 1 kill, and it's good enough.
Not bad. All right. Solid round from SRG. I like the execution. I think the fact that they won both fights simultaneously is going to be so massive for the confidence. And SRG is not a team you want to be confident because their macro is always on point. Their strategy is always on point. It's really just about whether their mechanics are converting. They, rumors are they've been crazy in scrims, Vans. They've had some insane results in the scrim lobbies. It's just a matter of finding that kind of conversion into their official performances, into the way they're playing these matches. And I think a round like that, where it's completely resolved mechanically, is going to be huge for the confidence here and for the nerves for the SRG side.
The call from Mel too, expecting some sort of aggression coming out. First time that an op comes out on defense as well, gets punished from the side of SRG. So this is great that Shopfire Rebellion were able to maintain their game plan, their composure, despite losing 4-0 in the first place. But there is a little bit of pressure coming out from SRG. Some flashes to push some players back towards this B site, forcing to rotate over from Pain to maybe drop down a smoke from the Brimstone if you're able to add a little bit more here for SRG. Perfect manipulation once again. Dodonut is holding solo here towards Hookah. This might now become a push and pull here, depending on what happens towards this A site.
And I think they're very much aware that there's no op in play, so the set play comes out. They have a deposit in Hookah side, so I'm not completely sold this is going to be a full-on A hit. They're trying to draw players, listen for the reaction, and if things go down in an unfavorable fashion, they'll likely just pivot to that deposit.
The Seekers, though, doesn't spot Dodonut, so Dodonut could get this free kill into Welly, but meanwhile, there is action towards this A site, yet the plant has gone down. Here, we're about to see that big fight. Dodonut's just watching it. Welly will never expect it. And there's that kill. He was trying to get that trip down.
Did. Oh, the trip. Yeah,
the crosshair placement. Yeah, exactly. Almost. But
yeah, that looked crazy.
If anything, that would have been an overswing and an overcompensation from Dodonut. But things are still looking pretty good here for Shopfire Rebellion Gold. Pushing Sarah off now with a snake bite on the defense. Stellar and Pain are trying to work together. Still has his orbital strike to work with. Here comes that first smoke to the tap to try to bait out some shots. They baited out a beautiful op shot right to Pain's chest. And now Stellar is solo, and he will be forced to save his weapon. And Shopfire Rebellion can now pick up 2 rounds in a row.
Those are massive rounds, man. Huge. I like the way the SRG is playing out these rounds. They're playing the deposits. They knew the op was not in play. They knew they could be very contacty, take a little bit more risk, and be a little bit more silent with the way they're approaching their default. They get the raise in a really good spot. If plan A fails, then they can easily pivot to that lurk. They can easily have their options open. That's kind of, in my opinion, how this meta on this map should be played, is you don't want to be all in on one idea on this map anymore. You want those options. You want those lurk options. And I think the way that SRG is playing, if it continues going unchecked, it's going to be a little bit of a pain point for SAD.
Well, here's another idea. 5 players grouped up now to work towards this long B side, trying to fight against the anti-eco. SAD leading towards this shotgun play out towards short, both on Paint and Zaj, and the ult at the same time. So a good read, once again, from the IGL. Mel calling now the walk tempo up behind the dog.
I do like the long control on these kind of rounds. Take away the TP option, kind of cut down a lot of the plays. It's still available to you. You have the Viper still holding space, so you know you take the raw duels with the superior weapons. If you think you have the go sign, you go. Lots of utility coming out. The
no way.
No.
Welly was insane with those 2 Sherry shots. That is now Spike forced to rotate towards the A site, and it's a Bucky waiting on the other side. Zaj, I mean, you have to tempo up here towards that backside. Beautiful by Sarah. Well done to mitigate that damage. Now the orbital strike finally comes up, and here comes the fast push out towards the showers. The off shot forced to reload, caught in the reload. Pate now comes in with the overdrive. Another tap onto the spike, but you have to get off it for the fight. They're about to get encroached here from the top of spawn at the same time. Double fight into the showers. Pate is just trying to run that clock down so that flank can come in from heaven. Finally, the plant will go down at 100%. Pate does get that frag, and it's Sarah now on that lurk that has to go in the clutch. Pate now closing in with Welly. The double swing in the front, and Sarah with the 4K and the clutch to get another round for SRG.
Whoa. Huge clutch coming out by Sarah, and man, what a B-hold coming out from Welly. The showstopper gets stopped, the show gets ended quickly, the double on B side as well. I mean, man, that was a crazy round all around. I love the way the SRG pivoted. We talked a little bit of the Viper deposit early on towards the A site, not leaving all their eggs in one basket. That's exactly how you want to be playing this map right now, and I think overall their plan B worked out kind of nicely. It is unfortunate that they've had to resort to the clutch from Sarah, but hey, that's individual talent right there. We take those where we can get them if you're SRG. Rounds reset though. We're back on the full gun. Ults are a lot more ults are in play. You definitely do not want SRG. There it is. Yep. Opener.
You don't want them to overextend on some areas, but the op is okay because you could escape if needed be. Now here comes a flash to try to push it. Mel gets to denial onto Stellar's trap play. A shorty to the chest and another one to fall. A 2-player advantage now for SRG. They're still slowing down the tempo, not committing yet to a B-side hit.
They still have so much to work with too. They don't need to really rush anything. They have the dog still. They have a lot of information to work with. They certainly have the player advantage. So they're going to go for the heal. They're going to go for the reset, and likely a nice little pop from up close so they can overrun the site against a solo Welly. A player definitely not to mess with.
Well, fully flash. Easy to deal with this time around. Will have to be Payne and Zaj probably to save these weapons. Remember, it got close in that previous round, and it was only, what, a half buy that really had for SAD because of that weapon that was saved by Stella that previous round. The other ones were working with a broken buy, almost got it converted. But this time when they had their money right, the round doesn't turn out in their favor. And SRG, they're finally starting to find their tempo here in the last couple of rounds, not needing a timeout on top of that to start capitalize on these rounds either, Roy.
The tempo and the money. I mean, they should be hunting very aggressively at this point. They can kind of get a chokehold on SAD Esports' economy if you look for the kills. We're seeing acceleration on the other side towards spawn, but I don't think anything's going to happen. But I think overall, the main takeaway for me, Vans, is SRG, they're doing such a good job getting a chokehold on the map control. They're doing a phenomenal job with allocating the op. They have the initiator on the opposite side. They're gaining space. They're constantly prying into the map control. They're getting concrete information to base their macro off of, to get people in the right spots. I mean, credit to Mel. She's a great IGL for that, no doubt. But for SAD Esports, I mean, 4 in a row, this is where, you know, the alarms are kind of going off, fans. You need to figure something out. You need to find out, okay, well, how do we solve the problem here? How do we cut down this default? They tried the aggression, the one round where they're pushing the B long, they're pushing showers simultaneously. But I think they're going to need a bit of a more of a team-based solution and less of a, let's get one person on this line, let's get one person pushing. They're going to need to start trying to, you know, plow through this default and break through one part of it for to kind of counter what SRG is doing.
Yeah. And there's one thing too, for Mel to have the right calls, but you'd also need the shooters behind it to make it work, right? This is why the responsibility of Noya to hold the shower side solo on that 1v1 in the past with the op worked out in our favor.
Yeah.
And now this time around too, you're seeing like the lurks too. So there's a lot of like, when you're doing this pack mentality between Donut the Sky and also Mel, then the other two have to like lurk around and try to find these openings whenever they can so that you could actually have a little bit more of that map to work with. They're doing an excellent job here so far on both Noya and Sarah. That said, though, utility is being utilized a little bit at the beginning here towards the hookah.
And I think right now when you see the Viper all come out so early in the round, you know there's likely only one other defender with that because you don't want to overstack where the Viper ult is. So I think they're going to deposit Dodona right here. They're likely going to go for the A fake. It's worked out so well. I love the timing on this play by SAD Esports. Had they allowed the plan to unfold completely for SRG, it would have been problematic. Now their hand is forced. They've lost one of the anchors. Noya though, looking for the equalizer. Zaj gets spots aside, and now their hand is forced. B site it is, the 3v2.
Even not needing the pit for some cover for Well, he just finds the perfect timing. One headshot. Self-sufficient with the Sky Flash for the first kill, but finally gets traded out by Alexis. And as they're trying to swarm out towards the front, though, Alexis gets off the spike and drops the second. Seekers finds the information of the last two. Of course, the first one inside the pit. The second one is coming in towards Hookah. So they know now, after the plant, they can start facing it towards that front of the site. They're trying to flip the site, and they're wasting too much time. Now the denial of the molly from Pain. Off the spike one more time, and Stellar gets that pick. Nicely done in the end, though, for the last two players. Are sad to deny so many times the plant from SRG.
Oh, that got a little dicey. The molly, though, from Pain, I mean, that sealed the deal. Perfectly placed, well-timed. Completely dismantled any hope they had right there. Of course, Welly getting those entries as well. A bit of an overextension, a bit of an overheat from him. But you know what?
Yeah.
The sins have been absolved with the round win, Vance.
Do you feel there was a little bit of an overcook, too, from that 2 versus 2 inside that 10? Because the Seekers spotted both of them. And instead of, I mean, they got off the spike. They tried to double face into the hookah to see if Paint was there. It was a question of timing in the end for SRG. The timing was not there when they were trying to read the scenario. We'll talk about that in a bit, though, because we're already starting around with a little bit of pressure towards Showers, and it almost looked like Paint really wanted to commit to the fight. Boombot pushes him away. Mel trying to move forward with Donut, trying to win this line of scrimmage at the entrance of Showers. There's that wide swing. It's a 1-for-1. It works out.
Huge. Yeah, this is a completely reversal on the default here by SRG. They've been mostly defaulting towards the B side of the map, leaving Noya by herself. I like the double up right here. They know that Paint's kind of been aggressing, sometimes by himself, sometimes with another player. So I think the double up right here, the quiet walk up with rifles, works out quite well. Now the dog's going to spot Zaj. That's the operator. They know exactly what... I mean, they pretty much have a full read on the setup now. It's really just a mid-round call here from Mel where they want to end up. Seems like they want to avoid the op completely. Sarah's starting to pressure the map control off. Kane is getting bullied off into U-Haul. And now the fight comes up. That's one. Nice trade. Now there's only a single defender here. That's Stellar.
Twice now that Mel gets a perfect trade off her teammates, and now getting the Cosmic Divide out to get the plant down. Snakebite misses, sorry. And as you're hiding on the other side too, you get to hear all of this noise behind the box. Everybody's ready for sure. Great positioning from Alexis behind the Cosmic Divide. Getting the girls ready and getting another round for SRG.
And you can just tell the momentum starting to build on the SRG side. They're starting to feel it, Vans. The way they're playing, the trades are clean. There's no hesitation in the game plan. I like it. It's precise. It's calculated. For SAD Esports, though, now they're back down to the... I mean, I want to say an eco. It's a thrifty. We'll call this a thrifty. A little light gun, some shotguns, some armor. The best 2 weapons in the game, the Judge and the Bucky.
Every time you see a shotgun coming out, it's like, yeah, it's just going to be a lore buy, pretty much. It's not really a thrifty. It's still doable.
Oh, man.
What fun times we are in Valorant 2026. But as we talk about those shotguns, where are we using them? Towards Showers, at least, to start. And another one into Hookah. So you're trying to insert some players in. Paint now rotating back to play towards the short side. Should be spotted here by the off. Okay, good. It's an outlaw instead, but still the flick had to come through from Noya. Ends up being that kill onto Paint, and it opens up the site now for SRG to take.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little awkward, though, because this smoke is sometimes a little hard to deal with. So it's either they crunch this or they try to fight through, but they don't really 100% know what's waiting on the other side. So it's just a bit of a stall out right now. I think they're waiting for Mel for the crunch here. Mel's gonna have the 1v2, maybe the 1v1 against Pain, and
and now she finds the timing. This is perfect now. Out of position now, she gets grounds, and now they're isolated a little bit here. Gives yourself an easier chance now to get that plant towards that default, especially when Donut ADS is down from the default to confirm that kill into Showers. The last 2 players, very difficult to retake. It's a Bucky and a Classic. Probably gonna die to Spike at this point, and
Just trying to, and I think it's the right call. You still have a couple of them that are pretty close to an ult into the last round of the half. I mean, that could go anywhere. If anybody from Alexis or Donut heats up, that's a huge ultimate to use in that round number 12.
I mean, dude, the Showstopper, despite Raze's pick rate going down, the Showstopper is still one of the highest converted ults in the game. I mean, you don't want to give that away to Dota. You don't want 0% chance for that to come out in one of the last rounds right here. But the lead has been officially gained, 6-5 for SRG. A huge turnaround from how this map started. I mean, it was a pistol, it was a bonus. Okay, you know what? Why not? Only an outlaw, can't be too sad.
And Willie already had the Seeker. Stella still a long ways before he's able to get his pit out. So, okay here for Noya to chase for these kills, I guess, in the end. Build that confidence up. He's doing pretty good here, getting these first blood openers with a scope versus anything towards this A site, which actually also allows SRG to get the opener to get all of these rounds so far here on their attack side.
I think the lack of smoke on the short side from SAD Esports kind of gave it away. Like, gave Noy the timing to just walk up. If things get bad, just TP out, full reset. Nice little trap bait. Nice calling from SRG's side. And SAD Esports, they're resorting back to... I mean, I think it seems like their solution is shut a little bit of the map control early, push back short A with smokes, get Brim spotting towards showers, early dog gets broken. That actually gets no information at 122 in the round, Vans. They're going to be operating mostly blind here for the remainder of this half. They do have the Sky ult that could come into play later on if they get desperate for information. But the pure walk up here for SRG, they want that Viper's Pit to go down immediately as soon as they have the sight. Whether Sarah can get there, whether she can get through Stellars is up for question. We're about to find out soon, but a nice pop here for SRG.
And that's Mel even putting the attacker side smoke so they could pop out of that smoke with the Sky Flash. Works out for an opener. But there's the crunch in from Hookah. Beautifully traded in the end from SRG. Up to the last two on a rotate, Zaj and Paint. Still lots of utility available, but now being blocked off. Vision and also health will dwindle down as they're walking inside. There's that double dash in. Information onto Noya. Misses the shot. Pain then closes in. Now Mel in a 1v1. Just couldn't get the plant down and couldn't set up for SRG. All from Zaj double dashing above that pit. And Sad is able to tie things up to end the half.
Oh my God. That is so bold, but I mean, the bold get favored. The risk reward, it always pays off for some of these players that are so mechanically insane, like Zaj just getting through, getting the immediate flick onto Noya. Noya just not quite fast enough to land the shot. And there it is, 6-6 half, considering this was a pistol loss, a bonus loss as well for SRG. I mean, I would consider this a half recovered, even Stevens now coming into the second half. Now, the difference for me in these compositions, Vans, is on the attack side, it was slow, it was defaulty. But with SAD Esports' comp, the double dive, you want to accelerate for map control quickly and then slow down from there. You don't want to play the map too slow. You don't want to give the chamber opportunities to pick you apart. But this time for SAD Esports, they've chosen the 4-1 split onto the B site. No lurks towards A.
Even the dogs pushing them back. So already Sarah has the fall back inside the B site. There's that first DP, so committed is Donut. Just trying to keep them at bay. But because of the double dash, this is very difficult to hold the force front. Nice little swing out from Alexis, though. A double kill for her as Paint gets the opener for the round, at least for Sad. Trying to flash outside of the smoke to swing out right after while we're healing at the top of that. Player's getting caught off guard here from the side of Sad. Spike is down, one more to go. Beautiful shot in the end by Donut.
My God, clean. The utility is so on point for SRG. The coming through on the contact for Alexis through the elbow smoke, and then the re-flash to bait attention away while the two players Hookah jump out. I mean, those details are so hard to coordinate in the moment. I think it takes a very vocal player like Alexis to coordinate stuff like that for it to go down. I'm especially liking how confident mechanically SRG is looking right now comparatively to their last two matches. It felt like there's a bit of a crumble in their micro. I mean, dude, you watch any SRG VOD, you see great macro, but when it comes down to it, it's always about how well the micro gets executed, and right now it's looking quite good. But I don't know, I'm not going to get too excited just yet. It is the pistol round, the anti-eco here as well. Noya gets posted up showers. Mel's there to support a little bit, should she need it.
A flash fully hit her, though, so she's forced to give up that line. So they know the outlaw's there, but that's still some great space being taken in the first place. So if you continue that second phase, and continue to push Noya out, might be able to overtake a little bit here of that A site. That said, jump spot trying to bait out that second shot from Noya. she decides to remain calm. And as she does that, though, look at the rotate from Sad. They're going to meet up with 8 for this full execute into B site.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just going for the double orbs right now. They're probably going to go fight towards long B, get the orb, and then TP back to Zaj. I think he just showed himself, so that maybe that plan is kind of down the drain. Lexus is playing the jiggle. There's a spot. They're kind of aware how the players are moving around right now. Nice timing on that smoke by Sarah. Slows things down. Ultimately, it's really just a guessing game. Information will be required here. Noya's re-walked on showers after the TP cooldowns come back up, and now the rotates are coming in for SRG.
Top of that, the jiggles you saw. Alexis seeing a body in the first place. Late TP maybe could catch Noya off guard here. She is still once again posted up in an aggressive line, but the TP should be available now. They go on the top of the box. Now, with support from Triple is Mel. Yeah, they're in a perfect spot. Beautiful spray transfer from Mel as they tag team the push from Sad outside of showers. Able to hold that line on the anti-eco.
Oh man, Noya knew she was so screwed in that corner. Like all the attention is drawn to her. She made so much noise. The stuns come out. Everyone's running her down. And just a perfect walkthrough from Mel, capitalizing it mechanically as well. That's a huge round. But that is the eco. Job well done from SAD Esports side. They got their orbs. And now we go on to the first bonus. I guess the only bonus, really, but we'll ignore that. And yeah, a bit of a difference in guns, though, from what SAD Esports brought. They were bringing in the shotguns, they were bringing in the SMGs, but here we have an Outlaw, Guardian, a Bulldog, a single Judge in the hands of Sarah towards the long B side. And Mel just playing to spot showers, looking for that aggression, looking for the kind of information from the SAD Esports side. And information she gets.
Trying to make sure they get the full armor here, especially for those locations. Trying to go for that double swing to try to punish the Outlaw, but it's Stellar that walks out of it with 10 HP remaining and a little bit of an overcommitment by spraying through the wall. It looks like Donut gets punished out of that one. Alexis now having a crossfire with Mel. They were pretty good in that previous round, but this time they have to face off against a lot of util. Fully flash is Mel. Alexis trying to save her teammate too. There's first shot. But here comes that second swing, but unfortunately they swing before the flash comes out. There's an opportunity there for Noya. She drops one of her own again.
Spike planted.
It's up to Sarah, flanking with a Judge and a Ghost.
A little less than ideal.
Guns. Thankfully, it's Pain. I was going to say Pain with low HP, but it's Pain with 4 kills in the round as he trades out with the rest of SAD pushing out towards that A site. And yeah, that's a nice little round to win towards the end, though, for SAD. Didn't lose too many bodies in the process of SRG having the right numbers on that stack.
Also pretty criminal how slept on Pain is as a player, I feel like. Yeah. He gets so little light. I think especially with Jerwin on the team, with Welly that's been popping off, with Zaj, kind of the new kid on the block as well. I feel like a lot of the spotlight has been taken away from him, but man, he's been that consistent performer for this roster. It feels like he's always on point. It's very rare to see a Pain like slow map. Feels like even when he's having a slow map, wait, hold that thought, a brute force coming out here from the side of SAD. A lot of utility, the shower crunch.
Yeah, the wall's up too, so Welly can't really help on the other side of that Viper wall. It's about to come down though, and Smoke's also dissipating. Beautiful sun out by Pain, slides in, but Donut gets the headshot. Wall bangs attempted by Welly, but Donut stays alive. And here comes Alert from behind. The backstab, but still another 1-for-1, and the orbital strike. Now forcing Donut out, and they know that Alexis plays towards his B site, so they're a fast tempo now for SAD. Grouping up Pain and Stellar to push towards the A site for a plant.
It's all a mind game now for Alexis too, because if she shows herself too early, they just dip through the teleports. She waits for the plant. Now they're committed towards the A site. She takes her timing out back site. I mean, it's a pure isolation game. It's a pure guessing game from all fronts here for SAD Esports. They don't know if she's coming from the front or the back. Flash will give it away. Now they know.
Yeah. And she knows that, I mean, they're not deep enough. So she has to go into the unknown and try to clear out that site, and that timing on that wall. Beautiful by Stellar. Trying to at least try to get it halfway, but they group up, force the wall down, and no chance there for Alexis. All those flashes didn't hit, and almost could have had Pain until Stellar has the perfect timing on that wall.
I mean, that's why the boy gets highlighted, right? Is that IGL brain, man. It's creasy, it's huge. That's why. Perfect timing on that wall completely saves Pain. It would have been a completely different round if, I mean, it'd be a little bit obvious, I think, where Stellar was at that point. The double face right here, that's so well played.
Yeah, and it was an interesting round too. On you had so many layers of backstab to backstab from both SAD and SRG, so trying to outcall each other here on positioning and potentially also understanding a little bit of the positioning and the protocols coming out from either side. But now with an early spray, you're forcing out a PP and yeah, trying to go for aggression towards showers, and they heard all of that. For Sad to group up now towards his B site. Sarah about to get hit by a flash. That's pretty much all 5 players now spotted.
Yeah, look at the call from SAD Esports as well. The flash pings, they immediately 4-player pivot towards that long. They don't want to even take a single chance that there's a shotgun in there. A nice call by SAD Esports. The site is overrun with SAD Esports players. They're positioned quite well. There's a ton of smokes, exactly where they need to be, but there's not a lot of space, fans. And it seems like elbow will be the key for them.
Yeah, too easy towards the end. I mean, you use both of the flashes from SRG to try to go for a showers crunch and also a sands crunch. They spot nobody out of that process, and as you still had everybody rotated to try to flood in from 3 side of hookah and 2 side from spawn, it was still too much util from SAD, and you saw those mollies head towards that ground, preventing SRG from really gaining any space after that. But it's okay. It was an eco round that we got, and this is where it gets important. We're finally seeing an op come out here for the defensive side here, Roy, and this also was the question going into this game, because no compositional change coming out from SRG. They have the op on the side, and they're playing against a double duelist, so they have to come up with some sort of plan here to stop this game plan from SAD.
Yeah, Stellar has been doing the long B smoke almost every single round, and it seems like it's been a bit of a pain point for SRG. So this round, they're actually positioning the op in front of that, cutting away the map control. Lexus is already on the move towards that A site. The noises are heard, the utility seen, and SRG now looking to defend. The showstopper pops off. No kills, completely blind. The SAD Esports util is absolutely on point. And now Mel, Sarah isolated from each other in a bit of a sandwich here, looking to make a play.
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. This is probably gonna be a forfeit the round already. See already Noya walking back towards that spawn with the op, and I think at that point, Roy, you have to commend Wellies on his utility so far, saving a lot of these moments with the Sky flashes.
The Sky Guild approves of those flashes for sure.
I forgot I'm asking you the question. Of course you're gonna say it's good util. Even if it's bad util, it's still good Sky util for a certain player.
No, I'm harsh. I'm harsh on the Sky util. I expect greatness from these Sky players, but no, Welly's on point with it. He's been on point with the Sky for a while now. Gotta give him respect for that. But I mean, I think the macro idea was there for SRG. They had the operator in the right spot. They've cut the map control. It really just all was about defending that A site. I mean, if Dodona is not flashed there, she gets one with the showstopper. I think that round is completely different, a little bit more to work with. But the double kill, the kill onto Dodo, the kill immediately onto Mel, or Alexis, I think it was, that was flooding through the backside. It kind of just completely cut that round through.
Yeah, especially when it comes down to not only are you flashed, but there's also the double dash from Zash right after you spot the top of the head of Donut satcheling up here like a little hedgehog. It was just a fair game. So an easy kill, and yeah, it forces out the timeout, and Googly's gonna have the conversation now with SRG. You talked about it here, Roy. The previous round, you pulled out the op to try to contest the smoke towards that long B, and they haven't really shot it yet, so maybe they still have that opportunity to go for that element of surprise, but for the rest of the round here for SRG, almost seems like they got to be a little bit better grouped up here when they want to go for these flash takes to try to prevent the floods and the takes from SAD.
Yeah, it's really just a guessing game of where the op wants to be placed and where to find value. It's really just a game of whack-a-mole at this point, right? Because you move the op to one side and they're not there. Now you think, okay, maybe they go here. You move the op towards showers or towards the A site, and then suddenly they're doing something completely different. So it's really just a guessing game. But I feel like as long as the op's positioned well and the dog gets kind of taken out of the picture, there's really not much else besides the duelist movement that could really put a wrench in Noya's plans. So you definitely don't want Noya to feel comfortable on the chamber. You want to keep the pressure up. You want to keep the kind of the momentum going here if you're the SAD Esports side. So far, the calling from Stellar has been so on point. Paint does have ult as well, so they could be a little bit more explosive this round. They're positioning as a 1-4. They're still doing the same old default. Heavy players towards the A side. Stellar still towards the B side. It looks like overall the same setup, except the Viper's been moved over towards the A site.
And he forced himself to get hit by that flash too to potentially keep those players anchored towards that B site, so the rest of them can temple fast into the A site. And it guarantees 2 kills there. 2 beautiful entries from Zaj. Even the Seekers are not going to do enough. Yeah, it's going to get information of, oh yeah, there's a lot of people on the A site, but there's no bodies to capitalize behind that. And I think that could almost be an instant other save once again.
If the Waylay and the Neon meta has shown us anything, is that no site position in the back of A is safe. Like there's nowhere you can play on the back of that A side that is completely safe from the tempo and from the explosiveness of this composition. And I think the way that SAD Esports is playing this comp is a very good display of how this comp punishes people for being more passive on the backside, because you're scared of the choke, you're scared of holding up close because you don't want to get exploded on. But the amount of space that Waylay gets in combination with how fast Neon also breaks choke points kind of gives them that extra layer where they have the Neon to brute force the first choke, but they also have the Waylay pressuring in the back as well with the dash. Guns looking to be held here by SRG. A little elbow greeting. Alexis puts an end to it. Dodonut finds hers as well. An 11-8 lead regained comfortably for SAD Esports in the second half. 5 in a row now for SAD Esports. And the ults, there's so many of them online now, Vans. The game plan is completely changed. Pain is also 1 point away. And I think for SRG, the risk needs to be amped up right here. If you sit back, if you wait for all these ults to pop off, it's going to be an extremely difficult hold. And it seems like the aggression is getting allocated towards short. That's been where SAD Esports has been doing their defaults, but Stellar, he's got a heads up. He's flipped the default once again, 1-4 towards the B site. Did a great job. Condition A, condition A, condition A. Now you stack the players towards the A site, and now it's just a 4-player hit towards this B site. The good news is they don't have to commit towards the B site yet, especially if it comes down to Stellar finding some over-aggression out towards showers. They can go for the punish and TP out. Now instead, he's going for the late lurk because the rest of the SAD now committed to push. I mean, Zash just hunting down kills. Alexis is there for the spray transfer, though, to trade it right back. Now with the judge. An overcook coming out here from SAD. And every time you're trying to disrespect a little bit of SRG, they'll take it in strides and punish you in that moment. Welly trying to go for the hero play, just peeks through the wall. ADS down onto Dodonut. Big pop flash stays behind that wall, but they're not coordinated. Push through. At least Alexis gets another flick or another kill, and she saves the round for SRG. Dude, what a round from Alexis. Beautifully played. Absolutely love the trade there. So I think it was a little bit late. Poor Sarah got sacrificed for the round gods, unfortunately. But I think the conversion from Alexis pays off. I think Sarah's pretty chill with that result. 11-9, a close round. SRG though, nice crunch and nice flood onto the site to support the hookah players. Really good micro call coming out of them. But the mind games between these two players is mounting, Vans. It seems like both IGLs kind of have a pretty good understanding of how both of the teams are playing. And it seems like it's just layers upon layers. And I think the most kind of important point for me right now is the fact that, I mean, Noya is not able to find the right value in the right place. She's moving, she's trying to find it, but it seems like Stellar is constantly flipping things around, making it difficult for her. But this time it seems like it's well allocated. Back to the A default for SAD Esports, the 4-1 that SAD Esports love. And it's going to be 3 towards showers and 2 towards short. A 3-2 split onto the A site.
Nice trying to walk down on this. Okay, now we're getting all those kills towards that back of the site, but the back of the flank, what a flick by Noya. Out with a headhunter and does just that. Headshot right between the eyes, paint falls, and almost got off down there. I mean, should I say somebody peeking around the corner, she TP's out of dodge and even gets the kill on the Stellar. That is insane. Now the dog gets the stun, Alexis with the last kill. I mean, that was a nice round from the defensive side of SRG.
Bro, that was so crazy. Wow. The shot from Noya, the TP out as soon as she was about to get cleared, the double walk up into hookah. I mean, it was just so on point for SRG from start to finish. And SAD Esports still flipping things up. Unfortunately, losing the first 2 initial fights, which were super important. The first one towards the back of the site, the second one on the lurk. Dodonut won that towards Pain, towards short there, and then immediately it was a 5v3 for a split moment. The fact that it was super close. It was crazy from SAD Esports, almost recovering the game. But the money, it's pretty much all in right here for the SAD Esports side. They do have a bit to spare. The ults still have been mostly invested. And now it's SRG with the ults. Sarah with the Viper Spit. I'm wondering what she's going to be up to. A lot of players are not quite fond of the early Viper ults anymore. Dog comes out. Utility's there. The counter util from Dodonut. And it seems like it's early A pressure for SAD Esports.
Well, Dodonut staying on the top of the APC. Dodges the flash, but it's still been a good spot to do some punishing. A big angle out towards that front of long B. Big kill by Alexis once again. Has the Seekers out and props it out right away. Trying to convert and deny as much as they can by putting the pit outside of hookah. And now it seems as though we've crossed on the other side. We're trying to flip that map. Donut gets the shorty kill, close range on the paint. Now they're trying to push and force the hand through spawn. Zash just goes for the dry swing. So does Welly. And unfortunately, a rotate out from SRG gets denied. Now Alexis is trying to find her own timing. So she gives her spot towards long aim, wraps back towards that spawn. Or now at least maybe a 1v1 trying to find that timing. Now Seekers unfortunately spots her and then confirms that Mel is also rotating from the spawn. All three of SAD now focusing towards that entrance, even delaying with the molly. Is there still another flash available, a recall smoke that it could play with as well for SRG?
I like the isolation smoke coming out from Mel. Completely taking that away. Isolated those kills on site. The double up is huge now. It's 1v2 for Pain.
Pain now at full HP. Mel now gets picked off. But that smoke now adds an extra cover for Pain to play around for. And unfortunately, that throws Alexis for a loop. Pain finds that for his own. And now SAD is at map point.
Wow. What a round. I mean, this is what you want to see from SAD Esports, is putting these players in these good positions so they can capitalize with their insane mechanics, man. I've been so impressed with Zaj specifically. I know he's not having the craziest game right now. It's kind of Pain in the spotlight, but man, Zaj has been so impressive. Even from the last play, he was so good. He was so mechanically strong. He passes the eye test almost instantly. A huge performance coming out from him in that round specifically as well. And of course, the rest of the SAD Esports players to capitalize and stop that fast side, which could have been an absolute detriment and to their money, to the rounds.
Yeah, it almost feels too from the last time out that Googly had with SRG was trying to exactly do that, punish Zaj in the space that he was able to take so many rounds previously. You think about that double dash that he gets, what happens here for SRG as they drawn out these fights and trying to stop these floods is to have players fight in the forefront to at least stop the other paint and whoever's going to be the secondary entry. But at least the other ones that are playing deep inside that site or playing far enough to punish Zaj coming down from that second dash. And if they catch him off guard, well, he gets instantly punished and get opportunities to do that. But if he stays alive, these are the things that happen. He pushes out towards that spawn, gets that pick, and yeah, look at that smoke. Even if somebody was going to go in and try to go for the defuse, so that's just an easy one to spray through the smoke.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a tough smoke thrown by Mel towards the end. And that could be pretty costly here. SRG are facing the loss of their first map of this series against SAD. Thankfully, they still have a good buy to go with. And a good kill to start.
Oh, the bait and switch. Unfortunately, Zaj, once again, that could have been a very crucial kill for Noya to get. Would have pretty much sealed the deal, the 5v3, but now it's completely equalized up by Zaj. A nice shot, nice trade by him onto Noya. It's still a 2-2 split here for the defensive side. Looks like they're taking cover into showers. This is kind of a good turtle method. You've lost control of short, and now you know it's likely just 1-2 people here max. The walk up here for SAD Esports will keep SRG guessing. It'll keep them divided. They won't really have a heads up on what they're up to until they're positioned well.
The thing is, too, for SAD, they haven't been afraid to continue to lurk towards the A site despite Donut being ready with a showstopper. So even if the flash actually doesn't even get the contact onto Mel. Flank is being watched at the same time. Now they spot the first one on rotate, which is Alexis. But here's that showstopper close. It's a 1-for-1. At least that Sky down, but a pit now covers up the spike, and 3 players all grouped up here and huddled up inside U-Haul. Pulling up the wall, bringing the fall back slowly. But SRG continues to respect the pit.
It didn't cover the spike. The spike's actually outside the pit. That could be a huge problem. They're not going to know exactly what's going on right here. Oh,
what?
Oh my god.
It comes down to a 1v1. Zaj still full HP. Oh yeah, that's a big ult.
That seals it.
And that is going to be the first map there for SAD Esports. Yeah, even though the spike wasn't really there and planted for them, the disrespect came from Sarah. There's still too much firepower out here from SAD Esports to capitalize on the first map win. Their map pick here against SRG in this series here, Roy.
And absolutely, they everything was on display here in this first map, Vans. The mechanics, the calling from both teams. I think this map has kind of set the tone. I think it's laid the bricks quite nicely for what's expected from the second map and maybe the third map if we get there. Haven's up next. A nice showing here on Bind from SAD Esports.
Yeah, some good takeaways at least, though. From a slow start from SRG, they're able to pull back. Some op shots were really working out from Noya's side. You were talking about it, Roy. Some great macro calls from Mel, but at the same time, it's still SAD Esports. It's still a team that had such a good run on that first stage going into this year, and now continuing and hoping to bring that back and be back at the top here of that Swiss stage going into the second stage. But we'll have to see now this series continue on that second map after this break, so don't go anywhere.
I'm gonna mess this up a lot.
It's Sage.
The stage. I did it wrong on the timing, but we'll take it.
Clone cover.
Clove cover. Oh, there's a lot.
Raise, Ace, Clove, Clone, Coco, Sage, Eco, Clove, Cove, Cover, Clone, Gecko, Ace, Eco.
Sage, Clove, Close enough. We'll take that.
Wow, that was hard.
How did you do? Questionable. We'll take questionable.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek O's at a main. Yep, that'll play.
3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
To start off our series, we headed to Bind. Sad Esports and SRG both looking for their first win here in Stage 2 of Challengers. A close match tied at the half, and teams keeping each other honest. But in the end, it was Sad Esports to take the lead and the win 13-10. Child, you're always cooking up something. Hit us with it. What do you got to describe this series?
Honestly, for Bind, for me, it was a playground. Both these teams on a seesaw, and I love the up and down, the back and forth, right? You had one team, Sad, with aggression at the start of the game. SRG had to tone it down a bit, you know, go down and play some passive contact angles. After that, Sad started to switch things up again. More flanks, more different timings, better. In the post flank, SRG had to get active and more aggressive after the fact. Noya on more aggressive op angles. That being solved by the side of Sad. It was such a nice question, answer, problem, solution between both these teams, and it came down towards the middle of the pack. I feel like people like Welly and Pain to lock it down for Sad and really push the match forward.
And when you talk about players like Welly and Pain, they were just doing a fantastic job of just holding things down for the rest of the team. Obviously, we were treated to a couple of shenanigans. It was getting a little dicey when Noya was starting to come a bit more online, but I just like the overall system that Sad kind of put together. I mean, Zaj, as well as Pain, had so many cool moments playing off of one another. And it honestly, towards the end there, it was really looking like Sad were just decidedly the victors.
Yeah, the teamwork on side was amazing, but the individuality and the plays on the side of SRG. Sarah, I think, on round 7 with the 4K to save the round. Noya just being a demon. And again, I talk about the back and forth. Sometimes an off angle solved Noya. The next round, she's perfectly teleporting to just get away from pressure, get back online with that operator. It was nuts. See, I think every single player almost on the side of SRG had some form of a 4K spray or a round where things just went right for them. That being said, if you're reacting all the time and adapting, the people who are actually proactive, making the rules of the fight, that being sad in this case, are gonna have that lead.
100%. I mean, it was so clear that Noya was going to be a huge impact on how this map was going to be going. And we started to see those moments where Noya just popping out there. Uh-oh, Paint, you had an operator. Never mind, you're actually dead. And Sad started to see this and counteract it. Made sure to just completely walk away from Noya. Make sure to make that chamber value kind of disappear, exactly like some of the casters said. And when we saw that start to shift, you could tell that Sad were just very firmly in the lead.
And across the board, we got to see kind of a step up from everyone, which I think was really, really nice. The fact that, again, we had that tied game at half. We got to see clutches out coming up from both teams, but I feel like pretty honest when we look at how things played out. But going into the individual player performance and how we really got to see it play out, Child, I think that's going to be the key thing. Because I know when you're looking at a couple of individuals in particular, kind of like that back and forth, is where we can see Sad kind of take that lead.
Yeah. Pain, obviously MVP for the side of Sad. I talk about back and forth, ups and downs. There's always a fulcrum, a middle, and that's Pain. If it is Paint and Zaj going in, getting that space, dying, Pain plays out that information. If a round goes well, Pain has to be active and going good on the post plant too. He's there to clutch for the team. He's there to make sure when the information is gathered, the team acts on it as well. He was a pivotal part in many plays, either sending the duelists in or supporting Stellar and Welly on that retake. And I think he played both those sides, that seesaw of their attack and defense, perfectly, Marks.
Yeah, and obviously, like, taking a look at the two duelists on the side of Sad as well. I mean, they're sitting a little bit lower than Pain, but you could tell that they were just having some key highlight moments, like stuff that you would take to clips and then just kind of toss them onto Twitter afterwards, because both Zaj and Pain, the communication that was going on between these two players felt like it was making up for a bit of a gap where Welly was not stepping up as much as we necessarily would expect them to do. And that was actually Shopify Rebellion Gold doing a fantastic job finding that opening. You saw that Willie was kind of getting picked off and out of position by SRG, and they were very quick to capitalize on that.
They really, really were. But we're gonna keep talking about the man of the hour here, guys, when we look back at that first map and talk a little bit more about Pain, because Shile, I think that you said enough things about Pain here for the amount of impact that this individual had, and for how little I feel like we talk about him during every other match when he's always been there and he's always been a step up.
Exactly. I mentioned the overall broad aspect of how he plays with his teammates, but let's actually talk about Pain here really quickly and give you the stats, show you what's up, a higher than usual headshot percentage on what the average is overall for the people coming in, and as to why that's even a thing, right? The information this team's giving him, first of all, to be able to be put into positions where he can have impact is huge. He ends up being towards the back of the back a lot of the times, but getting the proper kills in these situations as well. When there's demons operating and taking his teammates down, like Noya, like Sarah at certain times, he's able to be in those spots to actually understand the patterns of the frags, understand the movement of the enemy player, and then take them down. In clutches as well, playing things perfectly timed, even though there's teammates around him, he is the one, this is the most important thing, acting first. You will see smoke spams. You will see, even if there's a teammate beside him shooting first, him taking that first frag. And I think that's one of the reasons why Pain, in my opinion, in this bind map was the MVP.
He was such a standout. It was incredible. And with this win now, we have to look at the second map of the series and go to Haven. Of course, when we look back at mine, it was that esports pick. So taking the win here, it's not all lost. But going into the next map, SRG have to win this out. And maybe, even though we haven't seen this from Sad this stage in officials for Challengers, Marks, when we look at it, we have seen them in third party tournaments and little grassroots playing this, and they've looked really strong. So SRG, they definitely have a tall task ahead of them.
Yeah, they definitely do, but this is also one of SRG's more favored map picks. Whenever it kind of comes down to certain maps that they are comfortable with, we see Haven is one of those maps that is kind of coming up here. And so I'm really curious to see how SAD come into this one specifically. Like you said, yes, they've been playing it outside of Challengers Stage 2, but when it actually comes to, you know, coming up against some of these teams and seeing all the practice that's kind of been done, I'm still curious, and I have a couple of questions as to how this one is going to look coming from them.
I mean, the most interesting thing about this matchup, I feel like, and it must be true, the compositions are exactly the same. So in this last one, different flavors between both these teams and approach. For this one on Haven, Mark specifically, when it's mirror comps, it's all about the calls, the strats, and how the players are feeling on the day that makes a difference.
Yeah, it really is, and that's what I'm most curious about, because you made an excellent point earlier, Shao. When it came to just the overall macro, some of the set plays and all of that type of stuff, we know that Shopify Rebellion Gold tend to be one of those teams that practices a lot, does a lot of that preparation, make sure a lot of these set plays work. We see the trades happening. We know that they're extremely comfortable playing off of one another.
Absolutely, and to take an idea from Bind that I pointed out earlier as well, if SAD are making the first move all the time, Haven is that map for macro, map control, making that first move. Yes, SRG, one of the best teams at adapting, the best teams at using information. If it's all of SAD's information though, and they're making that first talk, the first voice, that's gonna be a problem for SRG.
I mean, to call back what one of the casters said during the first map, I don't know which one, they're both so smart, but talking about these two IGLs and how they're just calling up against each other. So heading into the agent select and anticipating a mirror composition, I'm going to be looking at that biggest difference maker. The glance over though? Yep, we are getting to the mirror. So now with Shopify Rebellion Gold being down a map, Shao, starting on attack, what are we looking for them here to try and get ahead?
For me, it's the two sides of the weapon here. The usual thing is spear, but I'm not sure if spears usually have two tips to them pretty much, but Noya and Dodo for me, right? Dodo on the exec when it actually happens, and then Noya for the approach on some of these slow rounds, the lurks, the Viper Wall we've seen for generations now that tears up a short, goes past into Link as well. How will they use Noya? Also not being on chamber or up this time, she has a completely different set of tools to eat with here, Marks.
Yeah, and on SAD Esports' side, I'm super curious to see how this is going to kind of play out here. Obviously, on that last map, I talked a lot about Sag and Paint kind of being that dynamic duo, the army of two. But given the fact that we've got that Viper and that Neon, they're going to be a little bit more separated. And so it's going to come down to a bit more synergies between some of the other players on SAD Esports. And if I'm being honest, I'm pretty excited to see how that one shakes out.
Oh, it's going to be a good map either way. First map was oh so close between those two. Now heading into their first map pick, it's time to see if SRG can take the map and take us to a third, or if it's going to be a SAD Esports to finally get a dub under their belt here in Challengers. Let's get to Haven and find out with your casters. Back over to Roy and Van Silly.
Thank you, Sierra, Marks, and Shao got their names right this time around, but they've set up the stage quite well here, Roy, going into the second map. It is a mirror matchup, although going to this mirror matchup, you don't really see, a chamber out for Noya anymore. So is this really the playground for Oppers going into the double controller that is usually made to block out a lot of these line of sights for the Op?
Yeah, it's so tricky on this map, especially with the double controller, especially with the Sova utility that's so well placed. And on top of that, you have the fast lane from Neon, which cuts down so many lines. And we haven't seen SAD Esports play this in VCL just yet. When we have seen SRG play this, and I think the last time for them, they're struggling a lot towards the C side of the map on their attack side. So I'm curious to see what they've swapped up and how they're going to be leveraging a lot of that top C smokes they were doing that they kept getting spammed through against QoR. So I'm kind of curious to see how they've adjusted their game plan. But I think there's a lot of pressure on Paint on this map, on the solo duelist, and this composition doesn't really have a ton of supportive util for the Neons. Like they're almost sent in dry so often. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Paint to have a good performance here on this Haven side. But of course, there's always Welly and there's always Pain. And I mean, hell, there's every single, I'm about to list every player on SAD Esports.
Yeah, exactly. I think the most important thing going into this pistol round too is the positioning of that turret, right? You're not really leaving it out in the open for it to be finding that early information for that walk up from long. So you're forcing the players from SRG to walk into this position from Paint. Even Paint has to juggle at the right moment. It's going to be off now. The execution gets that first headshot, traded instantly by Donut with the Bandit, but then Stellar also goes long range with his own Sheriff. So the buy pretty good for Sad. 2 ghosts, 2 shares, 2 kills now. But at least SRG gets the plant.
Yeah, and the Killjoy's kind of down, so they lost a lot of that control on flank. They have to push forward here. Into garage they go. The trades are there, perfect for SRG, and now it's a 2v2.
Trying to find a timing through the smoke as well. Zaj hears a little bit of footsteps as his teammate grouping up with him, so they're kind of giving their positions away. Zaj trying to find the timing, but it's still Mel with the bandit. And not too many bandits we see coming out here for challengers overall, but SRG really took advantage of that this round.
And I think Sarah's a bandit. She loves that pistol. I know she buys it a lot. But yeah, nice hold from Paint. The one and done. Of course, Stellar following up as well was huge, and SRG immediately upon losing the flank, the pressure, the guy just went down. They felt a lot of that, you know, they don't have control of shower, they don't have control of garage, excuse me, they don't have control of spawn, and they didn't have anything on flank. So the push through, the trade through in garage was so on point, so well timed, and capitalizing off it as well. Now we're on the anti-eco. Looks like a standard 1-2, I'll call it a 2-2-1. Overall, Welly solo on the defense towards the A side, does have the classic in hand, not quite the best weapon ever. Of course, SRG nice and slow. They also have the Outlaw and Neon, which will likely take contact here on this A site.
That's probably going to be the responsibility now of that single duelist on both ends, right? Paint probably with the op on the defensive side, and you're going to have Donut here with the Outlaw, so that the Viper could be a little bit more free in terms of the roams and the time that she wants to get. And this is now 2 rounds in a row here that SRG have been playing it very quietly towards the spawn, trying to see if Sad wants to act upon anything first. And they're really probably trying to count on the information from Alexis's util. And as they realize now, with 50 seconds left on the clock and nobody's really sounding the alarm that was set behind by Alexis, they might just have to go for just a standard execution into an A-side hit. But there's a stack in here, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, Zaz's position is kind of awarded them the ability to just take an educated guess, be here very heavily on the side of the map. Now SRG, they're gonna go for the full-on exec against a 4-player hold here for SAD Esports.
There's that slide on the other side too. The classics are pretty decent. They spot the one on the right side here. Noya trying to win this, but Mel not only steals the kill, but saves her teammate. And there's that easy last kill towards the end. Alexis with the Outlaw from Zaj trying to cross over. A pretty decent anti-eco for SRG.
A little scary.
Yeah, I mean, they got some plants on top and some kills, so it's not too bad in the end when they go into their bonus, especially now that they can carry over the Outlaw into this round number 3.
Thinking back on the first map as well, where a lot of the win conditions for SRG on their attack side was having those backup options, right? Having the ability to pivot into something else. You definitely do not want to get too pigeonholed on these anti-ecos. It could be a little scary. 4 players on the defense side on A could have gone very dangerously. But here we are on the bonus, all things regained. Welly once again solo on the anchor here towards the A side, just looking for the information game. And a bit of a different setup here coming out from SAD Esports, moving the Killjoy util towards that A site, allowing them to play the 2-1-2, keeping the Paint towards garage where the Neon Sun puts in so much value, and then having Zaj holding down the C and helping as well with the C splits.
Stellar went for a rifle with no armor as well, just to try to help out the crossfire with his teammate towards this A site, as Welly tried to go for a peek down towards long, almost got punished, forced to fall back. And as they spot now the Sova and hurt the KJ turret, this is now going to be Alexis trying to walk forward, does a 140 onto Pain. Unfortunately, by not capitalizing on that kill here, man advantage for SAD and SRG, they're going to have to rework the map.
I think they've gained some pretty crucial information, right? They know the Killjoy util is leading on the A side. They saw the Omen also leading towards A link, and the Sova was there early on. I think they kind of have an inkling that most of the defending players for SAD Esports are on the A side lean. They're putting in the pressure in garage. It's all the roost though. It's all to pull attention away, pull rotators off of A, and it's working perfectly, Vance.
Well, the thing is, Welly also droned towards the A long, and they tucked in towards that cubby for both the Neon and the Viper. So that forces 2 players to fall back. A weak site on the A side. That's Stellar once again with no armor. But finally, we're just throwing everybody for a loop. 18 seconds left on the clock. Alert now into B as the execute comes in towards the A side for SRG. 14 seconds left. Just around the corner. Pain just gets punished by Donut, who's running laps around the site. But here's the slide. They don't check the corner. Stellar gets the kill. Somehow with no armor, still stays alive. And they cannot get the plant down for SRG.
Oh my God. Yo, there's so many details in that round that made such a big difference, Vance. The drone towards the long A side, immediately selling the story that the C pressure was real. Obviously, we know SRG was all fake for them. But I think the information, the players showing themselves A after hiding from the drone immediately was a red flag for SAD Esports. They were like immediately like, if we just drone and saw no one, they're probably going to they're going to come back here, right? Because as soon as you clear that long A, you're going to shift players over to the other side of the map. And I think them showing themselves too early on that long A control kind of allowed SAD Esports to make their way on back. Now Zaj, very aggressive angle, looking to hold that C space, gets a little bit of information, but does not mean much, while the remainder of the SAD players, the 3 players towards A, are up close and personal vans, shutting down that A if it comes back to it.
I think the extra step too of not having people coming in from sewers to the spot Stellar then towards that short side really made it hard for SRG to get a full hit into the A site. That could have been a pretty decent round for SRG for the bonus round, but they still have a pretty decent buy going into this one too. Full rifles and a Bulldog for Mel, making a lot of noise, activating here towards Garage, and here's the countermeasures from SAD. A drone and a walk forward now being dodged out. They're looking to refight this, but Noya just got punished. We didn't really have a chance here to get the Neon set up. Donut couldn't capitalize on the stuns into that short side. Here at DP for the retreat at the same time for Pain. There's an insert. This is actually not too bad now for Mel.
Donut needs to try to get Welly off this angle, because as long as he's here, they're going to keep their stack towards B, towards C. And the wall, that creates the illusion. That creates a little bit of that extra pressure. I'm not sure how much of a factor it's going to play, but as soon as that C hit comes in, Vance, if it's well timed, that side hit, the side hit from Mel will pay absolute dividends here for them.
Oh, it did some damage. We couldn't get the kill, but thankfully we still get the opener towards that C side from Sarah, walking up here on that Garage ramp. Doubling up our 2 players from SAD, jumping outside the window. And the drone on the attack side from Sarah to try to re-clear and get info. Now we'll probably spot 3. Now 2 players guaranteed back towards that spawn, so they high-low towards that spot. Big paranoia though, trying to close that gap, walking forward. Nanoswarm pushes them away, and SRG couldn't really get the punish on the paranoia, and there's that push in from Garage. A little too late. It has to come down to Pain once again. We talked about it at the desk, Roy, on that previous map. He was the unsung hero rather as that Brimstone, but this time that was a huge flash for the team.
That's the Pain factor, man. He's always got value, whether it's mechanical, whether it's utility. Sure, the comms are probably on point as well to coordinate that 3v3 retake. So on point. And once again, I think SAD Esports is kind of starting to get a bit of a heads up on the counter to SRG's sort of style, right? Where they like to play the deposits, where they like to have a lot of options in the round. And I think SAD Esports playing up close, playing, shutting down the A control completely. And as soon as that C pressure, that, the Garage pressure comes out as well, that's their trigger to push forward, look for fights, dismantle the defaults. Dismantle they did.
Well, off angle here from Paint on the other end. Crossfire being set up, and also the sewers being watched, and they're trying to go for the 5-player hit from SRG with util to overtake the A site. And instantly got stomped. They got the timing to fight and get through, the smoke from Pain at the bottom of the sewers, but they couldn't really understand that there was somebody still tucked in on our right side of long.
Yeah, Welly's been playing solo by himself a lot towards the A side, so seeing him just kind of jiggling was a perfect bait for the Neon to just be hiding on that side of the map. So I think overall it's a pretty long time setup, long time conditioning. Now it's just Zaj on the hold. Nice trade by Mel. There's still one more here though. That's Stellar.
Spike down, C.
Looks like there was going to be a good clear by Mel, but then switches weapons at the last second as Stellar stayed tucked in. As we had a pretty decent start though from SRG once the money started to go right for the side of SAD Esports. SRG have been having a hard time trying to find their footing here at the beginning of these rounds.
Nice bait switch. I'm a big fan of that actually. Hold here as well.
A recon on top of that.
Super good. I think those fundamental setups are actually just so underrated in this game. I know a lot of people are kind of shying away playing a lot more of these meta setups, but man, I still think these like old school FPS tactic setups work just extremely well in this game. Now a triple hold here for SAD Esports, a little bit more low key though, just tucking in the Neon, playing bait and switch for them. The Omen baiting, the Sova's there as well, but it seems like SRG's eyeing out that C side of the map. They have the Sova ult here as well, so it'll likely end up into a set piece here by SRG on the C side.
It's a dart now going into the Garage 2 just to try to find the information, and They go right into the alarm bot, so they probably think that the turret's on this B site. Probably still here now as he tuck Alexis into the wall. Now splitting into C. Zaj is trying to play the hero inside his teammate Smokes. And here comes the ultimate on the attack side. They're trying to flood back in, but Stellar still gets the first blood into the round. Yeah, it still trades back, but you have to cancel it here. Here comes the pinch from behind. Drone out from 2 players from SAD Esports trying to encroach into Garage. Ends up being a trade-off. And just so many layers once again.
Yeah, SRG was hunting for that kill. Yeah, instant. They're looking for that kill, though, but it's very heads up by Willie to just fall off, because if he dies right there, that gives up the entire right half of the map. It becomes a situation reset. SAD Esports does end up on top, though, the 3v2. They have a ton of space to work with as well towards the long C side, and both players here converging on the B side, trying to hold. It's all down to timing right here, and Pain, once again, great awareness, great conversion, and now it's the 1v3 for Mel with no time left on the clock, Vance.
Yeah, throws a smoke hero one way towards that B site, but then realizing that as they lost control of that C site, it's going to be hard for her to move in and try to get the plant down. So choosing to save her weapon into the next. And I got to once again just commend SAD in that previous round. Once they started hitting towards that C site for SRG and SAD was going for that flank from behind, SRG saw that coming, right? So they gave up towards that long C site to try to help out the 2 players into Garage. But then SAD somehow found their own timings that they wanted to be aggressive inside the Garage and fight back in that area, not giving a chance for that pedal back from that long C to really get any help or give any help to the 2 players stuck inside Garage.
And I think both teams are just moving so well in these scenarios, right? These high pressure scenarios, you want to be precise. You want to make sure that we're fighting at the right timings. We're fighting with the right util. And even just Noya jumping in to save her teammate instantly, to save Alexis from the stun, to save her from the util, was a really heads-up play by her. She instantly gets traded, and then it just becomes an absolute brawl across the map. But I think the one thing that I'm liking from SAD right here, and it's probably a big winning contention point for them, is the fact that they're so proactive around the map on all fronts and all phases of the round, right? It's very easy to allocate your aggression in the freeze time. Like, okay, we want to go be aggressive A, or we want to be aggressive mid. Like, anyone could do that. But I think for me, the kind of the really point of comfort right here, and kind of where the game plan's coming in, is the fact that SAD Esports has those layers on every phase of the round. They have their early ideas of how they want to bait or how they want to aggress, but they also are able to do it in the late rounds where they need space and they need to leverage the fact that there's no information, or there's a lot of pressure coming in from different points. The fact that they're able to move around and kind of set themselves up in favorable situations and move their numbers around in low number situations is a huge strong point right now for SAD Esports.
So what I'm getting here too is that SAD Esports is a step, maybe 2 ahead of SRG, when this is also one of the strongest maps that you currently have in the pool for Shopify Rebellion Gold. So that means that Mel has to probably be thinking on her toes continuously throughout this matchup. They're looking to maybe pop out of this smoke. It's a walk instead. Almost finding the timing here, but here comes a peek on the top of logs to slide towards the back. Will they know that Pain's there? They do, and they double swing into it to catch them both off guard. But Zash still alive, then Mel comes in for the trade. Beautifully done in the end. From a timeout, decides to walk up towards Long C, and they capitalize into the plant.
Yeah, that is the one thing that QoR kept punishing them. They kept spraying that smoke, but the walk up right here was so bold by SRG. Worked out perfectly, catching the timing, getting the jump on Pain, and now the walk out here for SAD Esports, 2v4. It's a huge guessing game. The shocks alleviates a little bit of the pressure from the nano bots, but Welly still has to confront players.
Too hard in the end. Came down to a tap onto the spike, and you're hoping to win your 1 into the cubby, but both of them losing their own battles as he had to double swing down towards that bottom long C in the end. So works out very well for SRG, as I think because of that element of surprise, Roy, on that previous round, you also didn't really give a chance for SAD to set up the flood retake at the right moments. You have to go for such a long rotate from over the A site. So you lose all the timing, you lose all the areas where your opponents could be at. You have to waste the clock down, waste the time on your side to try to read through these corners before you finally understand where the players are being positioned. Now you're being pressed by time.
Now look at the ults here for SAD Esports. There's so many at play. The contact here, the aggression from SRG is quite warranted. If they can kill anyone on the team, it's worth it. Whether they kill somebody with an ult, and if they kill the person that doesn't have an ult, well, you killed one of the controllers. That's still gigantic value. So I think the raw contact aggression here from SRG makes sense. They are 1 point away from the Killjoy ult, though, so I do wonder if that will come in play at some point. but just straight up raw contact coming out here from SRG, looking to find a pick before they make their move.
You got a handful of ults on the side of Sad, though. Look at the positioning from Welly. As there was pressure coming out from the very beginning, he's already holding back towards that spawn, trying to counteract with the Hunter's Fury. And there it is with the flash. And closing that gap, Pain, though, runs into Mel and drops that spike. The thing is, there's no counter ults coming out here, but at least a kill from Sarah on to Paint. It evens up the tally and trying to lurk forward now. This is actually perfect from Sarah. She dodges both the nano swarms. You're going to wait out at least on the Killjoy lockdown. And look how everybody's able to set up here in this after the lockdown. Removes itself here on the defensive side. They're watching every lane.
Yeah, the timing is going to be so important right here. They have the deposit, they have the backstab on the C-Link side. And of course, they're getting the heads up on the lurk from the Noya. She hasn't really shown herself on the Viper, so they kind of have a heads up on it. The crossfire is set up right here. Noya finds the first kill. That's a huge point. Now the pressure's coming out from Garage, Vans.
And they double swing into that one too, but now not being 2 versus 1 on that swing because of time once again. Because you're forcing that plant down, the numbers dwindle as they take over that B site for SRG. And then it just became 2-on-1s for the side of Sad after that, unfortunately. Everything started off so well for that take, that backstab. You saw the 2 players in front of that site trying to create a diversion in the first place so that the lurk from Noya could actually get that pick onto that A-Link. But everything after that, because again of time being the essence, it just couldn't work out in tandem here to try to get this plant down or isolate the site.
I think the mind games in the macro are starting to really come into play. I mean, we kind of saw it happening in the, towards the end of the second map, but right now it's really on full display, like moving around the map, clawing themselves into unusual positions, unusual situations, and just a raw mastery of the timing and awareness on every player in the server right now is insane. Once again, SRG, they're eyeing out the B side of the map. I think they want to force the Viper ult down. They want to force the Snake Pit, and if they can get it down, it should be a nice, comfortable pulse plant on this B site.
Playing it very safe too. Right into Bunny, the plant down. Welly's down at 26 HP as well. Trying to get the wall bang with the Odin. Unfortunately, cannot get it and also loses space and his life. Did his best, did his darn best, but this is now site open, plant coming in, Pit out too, and trying to flood forward. Is Paint now with the overdrive, spraying it across, and Spike has been planted at least, but the Pit does fall down. Thankfully, though, nobody getting caught off guard as the Pit falls down for SRG to bring pulse plant outside of the B site. One smoke in the front side on the defense, another smoke being thrown on the attack. Mel just waiting around the corner here with this judge. Now here's that tap, walking on to the snake bite. She gets the easy kill with Zaj. Traded out by Paint though, and nobody's still yet onto that spike. Here's that second tap. Now here's the spray across, a TP on the top, double swing potentially. There's that 1-for-1. But things are looking pretty good now for SRG to hold that pulse plant and close that gap by 1 as it's still trailing 5-4.
And now you know why SAD Esports, they were so fast on the last round when the B retake to deny it, because they know that once SRG gets grip on that B side, it's so hard to claw them out of it. The amount of utility that they have, the way that they play these situations has been so successful for them in the past. Makes sense to why SAD Esports wants to get the heads up on the retake on the B side. They want to be quick. But I think the spans from SRG that round were so on point. And despite Noya falling, it still was a decently comfortable finish here for SRG as the game becomes even more close, fans. 5-4, couldn't be any closer. And Dodo Nut with the opener with the Outlaw towards A.
Yeah, especially now that they're able to break that economy of SAD Esports. Now also a player advantage, and Pain is also low HP. This is a great start for SRG to tie up the game once more. Look at how safe we are playing once again. So much respect given here to SAD Esports. Staying back towards that spawn, understanding that we could potentially be walking forward and taking line and aggression for the side of SAD. And finally, it's for them to make the move, walking up, breaking this alarm bot, and trying to go for the plant.
Oh? Stellar's maneuvered this quite nicely. Are they going to brute force? Nah, they're walking off. Unnecessary risk. They're pivoting towards the C side, it looks like.
Zash can maybe get one. Mel's walking with knife out. All right, that's good enough. Nice little jiggle, baits out the shots. Doesn't even need her teammates to help her out. Here's the low HP player being Pain. That's a nice little first shot. And how do you take down an Neon that jumps around like that? You cannot.
Yeah, it's so hard. Now I think Pain wants to try his luck now with the Bucky. Dodo Nut on the hold. Nice counter. He's getting very close though. That's the kill. 3v2 now, picks up the rifle, situation recovered, and Stellar with his own flying Bucky, and it's now down to the 1v2 for Stellar.
As the Odin being picked up, the tap sprays down Mel in the first place, but thankfully Mel did go for the ultra wide swing, which gives a chance now for Alexis to reset her aim and for SRG to tie up this round, or tie up this map rather. But that looked very close and very doable here with some players that were not in good buys in the first place on that previous round.
Got a little too dangerous. The Buckies, man. Riot. Do something, Riot.
Rioting at Riot.
But I'm having deja vu right now because I swear we've seen this exact round happen before, where the Omen ult's up for Mel, the Hunter's Fury's up for Sarah, and versus Pain's Omen ult as well. And it's starting off with some early A control. Saddest Esports has been doing a pretty good job at hiding their numbers. Typically, teams allocate aggression towards one part of the map, and they make it quite obvious on the defensive side where they want to end. Wait, but Mel's absolutely sticking it. She's already on the B side with Spike Fence.
Oh, they baited out a lot of that util in the first place, and they're forced to rotate, now allowing Noya to walk into the A site. So everybody rotates back out. This has to become a big fight here. It's Paint with the off, walking out, or now pushes him away. That's beautiful. Very well utilized by Noya in the end.
And now they have so much to work with, and so much of the utility for the Sad Esports side got invested on that B hold. Smoke comes out, missed shot from Paint. That was an opportunity to regain some kind of advantage. Because the Hunter Fury's still up, Vans. That is still a win condition if the pulse plant goes long enough.
And on top of that, Donut against the plant, and she'll have the overdrive too. So yeah, we're in an excellent spot now for SRG in the pulse plant. Util still there to stall. You still have the relay bolt flashes at the same time, and so far, a little bit of utility baited out by Sad Esports, and they're looking to flood here to fight towards the graffiti. There's that Hunter's Fury to force everybody up from the spawn. There's the overdrive as well from Donut. They go for the tag team with the ults, and only one remaining is Welly at 7 HP and will have to fall back. Again, great macro.
What a round. It's beautiful, man. It's actually so beautiful. Baiting out so much of that utility, and even in the pulse plant right there, in the retake when it came down to it, Sad Esports had nothing to work with, Vans. The paranoia was gone. The nanos are all gone. Everything's pretty much down. Even a lot of the Sova utility was down as well. They had almost nothing to work with. It's almost a full dry retake against the full util, the Viper orb on the choke as well towards spawn. I mean, there's really no breathing room at all for Sad Esports there.
And I wonder if you were mentioning before too, when Payne had the ult, they were actually having a lot of players stack up for the A site to fight for the long A control. So moving in towards B, force the players to fall back, not only to open up the space on the A side, but just as you mentioned before, waste all of that util. No recon for the retake either. Great call here by Mel. Last round though for the half, Payne with no armor. Having to buy a rifle for one of his teammates, but Donut just was trying to find some space here behind the recon dart, and the off-angle play by Stellar catches her off guard. Early player advantage and Paint playing on the top of the boxes.
What do you expect this? I feel like they have not played up here at all. Now, you don't really expect Neon to be up here, to be honest. There it is. He finds his timing. He's going full aggression for it. He's diving, and he gets the one. He gets the two, and Alexis trading up. Welly gets punished, and it's back down to the 3v2. A player advantage here for Sad as they scramble. And look at the map, fans. They're immediately on the move. This is what Sad Esports has been doing almost relentlessly, putting that pressure on the map, moving around constantly, trying to regain natural advantages where they can.
And Payne even fake TP'd to think that he was going out towards that spawn. So that will force SRG to continue to keep walking forward and clearing corners, and allowing now Sad to stay as a three-man group to walk back towards the A site. You're forcing them to stay towards the A site and not guaranteed to push towards that spawn because of that ult being used here by Payne. And now as you walk out, unfortunately, Alexis gets caught off guard, starts trying to rotate back towards the other side, and yeah, becomes a nice retake towards the end. And another one of those games here where we tie up the half, 6-6.
6-6. Can't get any closer, Vance, literally. I can do math on broadcast. What do you guys think? Let's go.
Dude, you have everything it takes to be a caster now.
No, I love the kind of the mind games, and I think SAD Esports is doing a lot of like the meta mind games is kind of how I like to categorize it, where they're putting people in kind of unconventional positions, right? Because normally you see a Killjoy towards A, you're thinking, oh, they could be retake, or sometimes you see only the Sova, but there's also 2 players hiding on site still. That kind of baits players in, and I think there's a lot of those kind of mind games that were happening from SAD Esports on the defensive side that, you know, really threw off a lot of the SRG game plan. You saw it right there with Pain being on top of the box. I mean, you think Neon, you're not thinking top of that short box. Like, you almost never will have that in mind. It's Omen, if anything. The fact that Neon's up there is quite sick. But now SRG's on the defensive side. SAD Esports is on the attack side. Stellar is not an IGL fans that you want to have too much control over the macro. You want to have the contention points happening here for SRG. But right now, it's dedicated towards the C side of the map.
It was dangerous there for Sarah to go for that recon in case somebody slid through that smoke. But as it gets shot right away, there's not really any fast rotates yet here because we haven't found any information from SRG across the map yet. So all that space of the unknown allows now SAD Esports to just brute force their way in towards this A site and forcing now SRG to play for the retake.
They haven't invested anything. All the utils pretty much still up. They have the paranoia. They have the smokes if required. The Viper wall will come up on demand, and the paranoia will go. And after that, it's an absolute brawl.
Same smoke here as SAD did, so they're looking to flood back and fight towards Graffiti. Jump spots yet, still trying to find the right timing to get Mel off that smoke, or off the flash, and it's probably going to be as soon as the smoke is about to dissipate here towards that spawn. But time is of the essence one more time. Paranoia comes through, but they are playing way too close to the paranoia. Nothing that it could really do for the side of SRG to try to flood out outside of that orb. And SAD Esports, I mean, that is a clean pulse plant, losing only 1 player in the process.
Yeah, I mean, once the Vipers get on that A site and they have the orb down on spawn, it gets so tricky with the smoke cycling. Takes away your HP, takes away your sightlines. You have the nano swarm on there as well. I mean, it forces the hand, really. And look at that, just the really good crossfires, really good double peaks happening all across the board here for SAD Esports. Kind of what you expect from this roster. And once again, Vance, Pain is 16 and 8, 9 assists on the board. Absolute beast, man.
Agreed. And I think for SRG, after trying to find a timing off the Omen smoke, they got met up by the Viper orb. So SAD Esports doing a great job cycling these smokes too to continue to block the vision from SRG, but they couldn't retake into the site. That recon was already being used for info down towards long A, so they met the same scenario as you talked about in the previous round there for SAD, where they couldn't retake the A site as well. Here comes a high-low. No surprise. They're trying to move forward to try to pick up that gun, so Zaj was just waiting and Mel gets punished, and that's the early player advantage already gone. They really want this outlaw. And in the process, Zaj is doing so much damage. It allows the plant to go down, and okay, but now we're overextending. Now we're overextending. Advantage back here for SRG. Ain't trying to flick the map.
She's playing this so well. They know that SAD Esports is losing the flank. The drone's putting a ton of pressure on them. They want to move forward. They can expect the Killjoy to be here. They're not exactly sure where. Alexis tucked in fully. An important fight, but it is a classic. Pain to win that as well.
I wonder if she was looking at minimap too, because Pain is still full HP. Alexis should have had first shot, but at least now first shot for Sarah, right to the dome of Welly. And then Donut flicks in for the kill. A big check and then the real check to answer right back onto Pain. That was looking to be a round converted back for the side of SAD Esports with the way they were positioned here on the pulse plan, but SRG manages to get that thrifty in their favor.
First name Sarah, last name Frags, Vance.
True.
The Marshall, just such an important fight right there, won by Sarah, and the double up right after as well. I mean, I kind of like that double high-low they had going on close long, right? That's typically where the snipers are looking to find their pick. They're looking to find a little bit of ground. It's comfortable, and not nearly as many angles to clear as you do when you have to come up short. Makes sense to why they're allocated there. And the full-on brawl, the full-on pressure coming in on flank was a huge play here by SRG, stealing away the round. And now it's 7-7, Vans. We continue the streak, the back and forth. Mel on top of the site, looking to fight back, gets a ton of information as well as the opening pick and the counter util, and the players are all here for SRG.
They're still going to try to go for this. As soon as this wall is about to come down, you'll see them flood through the TP on the top. Up high, low, we go. Noya getting the 2 kills, but we're still trying to push forward, and now stopped by the snake bite. Sliding through, and Donut goes for the 180 slide. Outlaw bullet to the chest. Zash falls down, and this is now SRG holding down their line in the front of that B side and denying this half buy from Sad, trying to go for this B side hit.
And I'm digging the confidence, fans. Just the raw brawling. You know you have better guns. You know you have the superior weaponry. Just take that early fight, force the punish early on, get that information. It's typically how you know when teams say like, oh, we're scrimmers, or oh, we're good at, you know, we suck in scrims but we're good in matches. Typically teams that are good in scrims are the ones who are facing. They get so much info from just facing angles, and now we're seeing it come out from SRG. They're looking to, you know, translate those scrim results, and Donut with the opening pick immediately in the round onto Welly.
Playing a lot of confidence, with a lot of confidence and a little bit more disrespect, and it catches Sad off guard. Early bird advantage, and that is a big piece of util out of the picture. With Welly falling down, that's no drone for Garage, that's no recon dart, that's no shock darts to break KJ util. So right now for SRG, they could really start leaning more towards this A side, Roy.
I think they already are. They kind of get the heads up on that. Look at that. Even the Omen shifting. The Viper starting to move as well. They have the Viper, the Killjoy util blocking off C, blocking off Garage as well. And they're starting to position themselves behind this Viper wall. And it's about to be a 4v3 on this A site.
Yeah. So Paranoia ready, and that's Donut trying to spray after you go for contact from Mel. And here is that call, here is that play. The wall, though, allowing some players to scale in on the attack side, but there's still too many players in the back. Donut swiping down 2 kills, and Payne is now walking up solo. The slide, the lights up 2 players. Unfortunate timing, and with that kill also has a TP, but with a knife out, and Alex is already on the flank. They will stop the bleeding, and SRG looking good on the defense.
You definitely don't want to sleep on Payne, but the 1v5 might be a little bit too much even for him. And man, these comps, they already have so little util for the Neon when you think about it. And the fact that Welly was already dead off the get-go, that really just leaves the Paranoia to set up Payne to try to kind of go on a hero mission on that A exec. And obviously SRG's positioned extremely well, not feeling a lot of pressure. The decay's coming out. They're in such good spots. They're double holding these angles. I mean, it was all in SRG's favor from the get-go.
Yeah.
Now the timeout comes out. Sad Esports. And I'm not even sure how much you even have to go off of, to be honest. You got thrifted, and it's been really just the consequences of that. The last round obviously was probably the most telling round into, you know, kind of getting insight into how SRG wants to play. So I am curious to know what the conversation is like here for Sad Esports. I wish I could be a fly on the wall, but as of right now, I think the push and pull is going to be the key here for Sad Esports. Just figuring out where the Neon's allocated, figuring out what setups being run at A. Those will be key here for Sad Esports.
Yeah, because I almost feel like for SRG, they're running very similar tells than Sad did on the defensive side, right? You were talking about how Sad was really good at facing on different angles towards long A, towards the front of the B side, really not giving a chance here for the attack side to really set up on how they want to default across the map. Now SRG is doing very similar things. And now you come out from a timeout, though, and you're actually playing a little bit more safe this time around, too. So that now forces Sad Esports to say, well, if we're going to have to play slow into SRG's aggression, then time is of the essence once again, where we might falter into trying to rush forward into a site. But now they drone towards us, the right area, rather, at the beginning of this round. As Donut spots 2 players towards the front. Overdrive out, spotting some players too. Noya there for the support into the garage. That's already 2 players down now for Sad Esports, and that is a denial of the attempt to just flood into the C site to get the plant down on the lower buy.
I mean, it's as clean as it can get. There it is. Noya gets 1. The Viper's overlooked those. Aja's here. He could put in a little bit of work. Mel's walking in as well. Is she going to check? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's the IGL. And there it is. Just absolutely clean.
A lot of these ranked games, sometimes that position allows for the round to be 1-2 for that sneaky position inside, because one corner being unchecked results to 2 players being punished.
I think also the player peeking from garage is like, he's, you know, the player peeks, they see nothing, they kill 1 person, they say, oh, you know, it's good, you know, garage clear. And then it gets easily overlooked. But this is so clean right here, just like perfect detail coming out, really well timed. I like the ult pop there from Donut as well. Obviously it would have been good on the you know, in this gun round, but I think securing these rounds clean, getting that economy going on the defensive side is going to set them up a little bit better. And just like peep the money, man. It's absolutely insane right now for SRG. It's been so clean since they took that thrifty.
You even see it, Roy. She went for an outlaw with the overdrive and now still has money but goes back to the rifle. So they're really buying into what they want to ante against Sad's buys so far. And they realize here that maybe op is not really what's needed. They want to fight toe-to-toe. They want to flood retake as a group. They want to swing together. as they are trying to do here towards this long A side. A high-low to try to take down Saj. Well, take down anybody. They don't really have the information of where Sad is currently being positioned. Now after that jump spot, though, that gives Saj an opening. Donut stays alive, though, and that actually is pretty good for them to continue to lock down towards the A side. So it now comes down to Sad, try to have to rework the map towards Garage and B here, Roy.
Yeah, but look at that. The Neon's already repositioned towards long. They have the crossfire set up. If SAD Esports wants to try to retake this, they're gonna get completely Omen paranoid. The double fight will happen almost instantly. And right now, SRG is still in a pretty good spot, forcing SAD's hand to go towards that B site. But SRG is aware.
Well, the buddy hop is perfect, and even the recon to follow behind. Sarah's so hyper-focused to try to take down the Neon in the first place, and now she just gets spammed as she gets pinged out by the dart. As they try to re-clear towards that spawn, they should know that Saj is still waiting towards that spawn, but unfortunately not picking together. And now advantage back for Sad. Trying to go for their own 3-2-1 swing back towards the front. Mel gets punished, and things are looking pretty good for Sad to close out this round. Not really trying to hunt down for kills.
One enemy remaining.
Trying to force the hand of SRG. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you still see them moving forward here for the side of SRG. You know that the money's quite low on the opposite side, but all of them getting caught in different timings. They do no damage at all. And that's a huge round for SAD, not only to win, but to build their economy.
Absolutely. And I think the way that whole round opened up as well is just the punishing Sarah being completely isolated on that side. No one breaking dart. She gets scanned. She gets spammed. And immediately, look at every single choke point. The garage held double with turret, with player, flank, double held with 2 players. Like almost everything that SRG could have used or utilized in that round, SAD Esports had already accounted for perfectly. Just absolute macro masterclass coming out from SAD Esports, not taking the bait into the A refight, immediately pivoting towards the B site. And now it's looking like a potential C split is upon us here as SAD Esports. They get their players up close long, and some players towards mid and garage.
Mel feeling that she could play this one and done because she could always TP out to safety as she has the from the shadows. Drone's gonna spot her though, and that is the element of surprise gone. You see the Viper Orb being thrown all the way back from the bottom C side, so SRG knows this pressure down towards that long side. Here's that Hunter's Fury, the wall bang from Pain on top of that. Great recons once again from Welly. So much value coming out. But Noya's trying to anchor inside the C site. The split is still attempted. She catches one off guard, couldn't get the kill, knows that Welly's towards the back. Now finally falls back to safety, but they have to forfeit the C site. Advantage is still out for SAD as they want to cut noise and slow down the tempo into the round. They want to force SRG to over-rotate here.
Yeah, they wanted nothing to do with Noya towards that C side. Now they're pivoting towards B, but I mean, Dodonuts here with the operator. Yeah. The plant has been denied. The Viper's Pit might be a little bit awkward to maneuver. That could have been a kill, but I think with that things get a little bit awkward, but they need to clear this Omen backside immediately.
Yeah, and even Pain is playing outside of that pit. Even gets a stun. Noya still gets the hit, but it still ends up being a 3 versus 1. The round will come in here for SAD, and that's just unfortunate. I think this is another one of those moments, Roy, where they looked at minimap at the last second and just couldn't get their shot out. That was a free kill out towards Gong onto Pain. Unfortunately, with that missed timing, is everything for SAD to convert that round.
Yeah, just a really unfortunate timing. And SAD Esports, they're really eyeing out this B site now. And I think the adjustment here for SRG will be to deny that. They do not want that to continue being a losing condition for them. They're going to have to adjust to it. And from there, it'll open up Stellar to start shifting his calls as well. Start shifting more towards A, go back towards that C pressure that he's been doing. And that's slowly but surely how the IGLs get grip on this map, Vance.
Yeah. So big round coming up.
Nice crunch.
Yeah. This might be potentially because of them losing the op, and also this is 2 rounds in a row. They're getting pinged out by a recon dart here from Sarah. This has to be some sort of conversation here to make sure that you iron out how you want to hold out the defensive lines. Because as much as Blind was for the double dive to get a lot of value for SAD Esports, this is now Initiator Util that has opened up the rounds for SAD Esports on the attack.
Vance. Set plays coming in right here with the Hunter's Fury. The Neon's about to run it down mid. We've seen this before from SRG. It's clinical. I wonder if SAD has accounted for it.
Ooh. Too many oversteps. We're dancing around the dance floor way too much, and we overcook on the moves. Still an advantage out here for SAD Esports. The walk-in punished, and we're going to take that freebie any day. Now the last 2 players of SAD Esports grouped up together and stomping into the A grounds for the plant. But look how isolated we are. Alexis actually pushed on all the way on towards long C. I'm pretty sure she got the ult by grabbing that orb. I'm pretty sure that's what she was trying to do. And that gives them a huge win con for the retake now. 4-shot by 1 billion gold.
Oh, absolutely. The drone here to push back players if they even attempt to make the play. I think Sarah knows there was no real timing where they could have gone heaven as well. Now that the lockdown comes down, it's really just whether they can survive in this corner. That's it. That's all they have to work with. Does Sarah shock this? Imagine.
That would be so sick. Because if that lands directly, that's like 2 HP, 5 HP left for the last 2 players. But no, doesn't have the lineups. The recon comes out instead. And everybody's getting pinged. It now comes down to not only Legolas arrows, but also the shots. The timing in favor of SAD, not even halfway. And Welly now ties up the game for SAD Esports.
The cross, man, the cross right there from that player was so crucial. I think it was Zaj that risked it to get across. Had both players been on the same side, it would have been extremely dangerous. But to take that risk to get across, to set up that, you know, at least a double peak from both sides and a little bit of more angular pressure. The two ends was so well played by SAD Esports right there. And despite the lockdown, it is SAD Esports to take the round, to tie things up. Fans, the money for SRG is still good. They still have a lot of options to work with right here, despite the lockdown getting invested. They do have the Viper's Pit. They do have the judge on Noya. I'm assuming the Viper's Pit will come out probably towards B, where SAD Esports has found a ton of success. And from there, it's whether they find Donut in time before they get punished by the op.
Yeah. And imagine, though, you had those lineups, Roy. Because that lands right at their feet, and that's like 150. I think it's 75 each, right? Maximum damage, 0 to 5 meters. That was both of them guaranteed down. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case. And we're now going into dangerous waters. The 10-10 scoreline, a timeout being called by SRG. We have nothing left now for SRG unless they're able to capitalize on these rounds. That would give a chance here for Googly to talk to his team once again if it forces out the timeout from SAD. What do you do with this? You still have that pit up here from Noya.
Yeah, I think that's going to be invested either C or B. Let's find out. I'm hoping it's B because it's been such a contention point for SAD Esports. They've gone there so many times, but it seems like she's setting up for the C side. They have the Uto there. I think the Omen and the Neon are both playing towards the B side of the map, so they're not too worried about it. That leaves Sarah solo on the A defenses. SAD Esports. At least, I think they're eyeing out the garage part of the map. They're looking for that C split potentially.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to get one of those out, right? We got to complete
Welcome to casting,
the bingo.
Roy.
Yep.
Welcome to casting.
Yep. I love it.
At least if I'm still looking at the state of the game as we're about to start this round here, round 21, is not only with the alarm bot to try to help out Noya with the pit, but you have to look at what's available here for SAD Esports. If they hear this pit come out, they could be like, wait, this is potentially like a free orb for us to take towards this long seaside. And if they take a Raj because of that, that ult is fully going to nullify Noya's position and it could really close into the C site. I think if you're looking at it too, if it's simple like that, then potentially if you have a pit towards the C site, then naturally, if you have money for the op, they got to be posting that towards the A site and towards that B site. So I think this is a nice little plan that you can really try to draft out here on the attack side for SAD to really overpower the pits and the ults that are set down by SRG in this upcoming round.
Yeah, we didn't really get full view of where Dodona was going to put the op, but I think it looked like it was towards the A-Link area. So I'm assuming it's either going to be front B to kind of deny the walk up, deny the sort of the B pops that SAD Esports has been doing. And they're going to have the fast flood with Sarah, with Mel, with Dodona towards that A side if it's required.
Yeah. It would probably be the safest place to go, right? Because you're looking at the comp that you have here with this RG. You're playing a Sova where a recon dart maybe is not going to give you the best value if you're playing a Viper wall up on that regular, sewers to A-Link wall. So maybe a front B pick or a garage pick is probably going to be something you want to do for Donut with the op if you're looking to be aggro at the very beginning of these rounds and try to get value, because trying to get down the line of sewers is very difficult playing against the Viper comp.
Yeah, it's so awkward. I feel like it's very expected as well. Like, you know what, when the Neon's coming through that wall, you know exactly where to have your crosshair, which makes it a very tricky shot.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm curious. I am curious.
Yeah.
But I think one thing's for certain is, I mean, Dodona is having a huge step up game overall in this series. I think this map right here, 18 and 16 for her is sick. I think the first series that she had against QoR was a little bit tough. I mean, that was, we got to give them a bit of a break. I mean, that's against the split one winners. I mean, losing to QoR is, that's not even that big deal, you know? It's just like, that's the best team, or at least last split. But yeah,
speaking of core, that's the next matchup coming up here on the broadcast, and it'll be nice to see their look too. And even then, even if they were the #1 seed going into stage 2, and they lost some heavy firepower with Smoke going to SRB, I still think that they're looking pretty decent now with the changes that came on their side and what they added to the table here with Derek joining the roster.
Yeah, I think I think what's commendable is the fact that they're able to pivot identity so easily and still look so good. Like different player, different different style, different agent pools. Like, it's kind of it's pretty sick.
I think you have to probably then give the laurels to big IGLs that have great experiences, right? So you're looking at this matchup right here. It'll have to be stellar. But then if you look at the other end, Flya has been doing an excellent job just understanding the game so well that if he has to change identity in the last second and play double initiator, for example, in some cases, then it'll revert back to the meta of what it was last year or 2 years ago, and they'll be able to just call it like it was yesterday. You know what I mean? So it's very nice to see the evolution of what we currently have going into the second stage of the VCL in 2026, but focusing in now back into this game. So for those of you just joining us, this is still a one map in favor of SAD Esports. Blind looked pretty decent to a slow start that we had here for SRG. But in the end, they were able to fight back, tie up the series 6-6 at the halftime. But then the double duelist was maybe a little too much to deal with Zaj as that Whaley. This time he's being, crushed a little bit more because he has to play a little bit more stalls and util for the team so that somebody like Pink could activate a little bit more. But they are doing an excellent job here for the side of SRG to keep the games very close from that first map to the second map. It shows really here, Roy, that, despite the team not getting any victories in the VCL when he first joined for SRG and getting relegated, the second coming now of SRG has been looking much better than it has in the past.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the amount of work that they put in, the work ethic is just absolutely astounding. And I think the crazy thing for me is, I mean, their Shrimp results are crazy. I see it on my timeline all the time when I open up Valorant. They're having such good results against some really good teams, like Tier 1 teams, VCT teams. Like, it's certainly not a skill factor. That's for sure. I think them adjusting to Tier 2, them adjusting to the pressure, and obviously all the things that come with competing is always a bit of a hill to climb. But overall, man, I think we should, I'm having a random thought of just, we need to have like a holiday or like a remembrance day for IGLs, like an IGL appreciation day or something. The amount of hoops they've had to jump through to adjust to the crazy meta that we're in right now and still look so good with varied compositions, with varied styles, with so many different players and managing so many different factors is so impressive. But yeah, as we predicted, Vance, it's the op towards the B side. They don't want to continue giving this up. They want to challenge it this time around. And should SAD Esports contact this?
And look at this, Roy. While this happens here, I'm looking at the minimap. Stellar did throw the alarm bot into the pit, sees that nobody's pushing in that corner, picks up the ult orb, and now has the lockdown to work with. So they are gradually moving their way here towards that garage in the first place, but now deciding otherwise. After seeing the op down towards that B site, eyeing sewers for the ult at that spot seems very, very enticing for SAD.
And I think when that alarm bot goes down, Noi's going to kind of get a heads up on this. So I think the story is getting sold even more that this is an A hit. So I think SRG is so comfortable just holding this triple hold again. We've seen it decimate SAD Esports last time. This time around, they do have a little bit more to work with. They do also have the lockdown, which I'm assuming is going to be attempted to be put down. Mel holding it down, smoking deep sewers, trying to deny that control as much as possible.
30 seconds left.
Just trying to fight it too. Paranoia's out. There's that lockdown. Relay bowled onto the ground too. Chaos about to ensue. Mel getting the headshot to the first smoke, but then gets denied. Ult is still up and ground is being taken. Oh, shot by Donut, who's trying to stay alive, tries to slide to save the Stellar trying to chase her down.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, she stays alive. Alexis is just around the corner as well too, but the plat has gone down for SAD Esports. A 3 versus 3, and all 3 players have to play inside the site now, with the exception now with Stellar walking away, anticipating some sort of lurk. So a window is now open for SRG to flood into this A site. Paranoia to try to delay here from Paint at the bottom of hell. Wall comes up. There's a jump spot. Alexis catches one off guard. Here comes the shorty. No kills though. Oh, unfortunately, all 3 gets mowed down by Paint and Stellar. What turned out to be such a nice element of surprise at the very beginning has been negated by the last few players of SAD in this post plant of the A site.
And man, an unfortunate set of weapons for SRG. The Judge, the Operator, those are not the best weapons for the retake scenario that they ended in. Bell trying to do her best here to deny that. Unable to find the spam, unable to find the kills, into the crossfire. And of course here, the lack of weaponry for SRG shows in that retake. So awkward to retake with those guns. A short range weapon, a sniper, and then having to pull out the shorty. But 11 to 10 for SAD Esports. The economy's in shambles for SRG as SAD Esports look to make their way up to match and series point here in this series that has been back and forth non-stop since the beginning, Vans. Yeah. And a slow round here coming out for SAD Esports. They're probing towards the C site. Noya gets information, loses a bit of health. Not a big deal, but it's very obvious now that it's a default.
Yeah, and Mel even threw the low smoke to try to creep under it and try to see if anybody's going to go for the walk out towards sewers. Now they smoke towards the main choke. They might get the backstab onto Saj and Paint. The timing on this one. Sarah gets the first opener though. That's spiked down. Paranoia now pushes them away. This is another bait. It's on the top of the box. Will they clear this corner now? Mel is at the top. Sees the gun of the first one. Sees the second player. There's a headshot. Gets a dig on the second one, but couldn't get the kill. Pain still stays alive at 22 HP. Meanwhile, though, we have gained space towards the A-Link. We have also went for the execution towards this A site. It has to come down now to Noya, while Alexis has to hold the spawn. There's a long-range shot, 50 HP left on Stellar. Rifle picked up, but Pain catches Noya off guard. And SAD Esports are now at series point.
A dicey round, Vans. A dicey round on that A side. That was so sick by Sarah and Mel. Just the unfortunate timing of Welly coming through, foiling their plans completely, having to pivot into a brawl. Mel almost finding the double here as well with the bandit, if you will. That's one. Gets the dink onto the other. An important fight here by Stellar. One, and then Paint cleaning up on the flank. Nice awareness, nice play, but overall by SAD Esports. And now, Vans, they're on match and series point. Two opportunities for SRG right here to claw their way into overtime. Otherwise, they'll find themselves at 0-3 and potentially on the face of elimination from VCL Stage 2.
Look at how dangerous this is, though. The creep is coming in from the back of the spawn. Hunter's Fury on the attack side, too. No, watching that spawn. Spots him, but cannot get the kill. Gets punished on top of that. Noya also dies down at the bottom of C. This might be it right here, Roy. Only 3 players left alive. Make that even 2. Welly watching the rotate as Alexis falls down. No bodies left. There's a drone left, but that gives your position away, so they have to go for the fight. Waiting desperately for the smoke to dissipate, and even you lose Sarah before it dissipates. Now all 4 crunching in towards the spawn. That is going to be it. SAD Esports converting that second map. Another 13-10. And they take over the series against SRG. And you just mentioned it here, Roy. Another loss now. Heartbreaking for Shopfire Bell and Gold. And they're now at 0-3. One more loss, and they are out of this stage.
I mean, SAD Esports is debating us. They're 0-2. People are kind of starting to sleep on them again. But, dude, you look at this roster. You look at the talent. You look at last split. I mean, dude, the results were there. They've looked so good overall. I mean, we got to see everything on display here in this series between both of these teams. We got to see the macro. We got to see the micro. We got to see the individual plays coming out. We also got to see the mind games between the both teams as he looks for every edge they could possibly get to push themselves over that finish line. A sick series right here between both of these teams. And that was fun. That was great. Haven and Bind always deliver between both of these teams. SAD Esports, they're beginning to turn the ship around, Vans. The first win on the board, 1-2 now, buying themselves more time to develop as they make their way through into VCL Stage 2.
I also think the biggest takeaway we can get out of this this SAD game is that Stellar's IGLing is so good too that I think it also alleviates a lot of that pressure from Paint being a solo duelist from certain maps. When you look at Paint, his responsibilities that he had to do as a duelist for other teams in the past, it almost feels like he had to do all the space. He had to do so much here for the team. When you have somebody that's so smart in the game that allows other players to activate, you don't have too much pressure now from Paint to get all of these openers because you have somebody like Pain, you have somebody like Welly that can really pull up numbers here for the team and make sure that this is a team effort now for SAD Esports, who finally put up the first point in the record for them, being 1-2 going into the Stage 2. But now it's time for a break. When we come back, we have a winner's interview with SAD Esports and then QoR versus the Pigeons.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Rally is just gonna kill the. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek pulls at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Another close map between SAD Esports and SRG as we had our sights set on Haven. But close wasn't good enough, unfortunately, for SRG, dropping the map as SAD Esports take down the win 13-10 to 0. I mean, that's a tough one, Marks, whatever way this was going to shape up for these teams, because SRG won away from facing that promotion relegation. But for SAD Esports, you know they got to be hyped about this turnaround they got.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at how some of those rounds were going, especially towards that end there, Shopify Rebellion Gold, I gotta say, I was really liking how they were playing the map, just being very in control of all the space and making sure that they had SAD kind of playing exactly how they want to. But then when it came down to the actual executions and the gunfights, that's unfortunately where SAD is just gonna come out on top, because a lot of their players are just looking so damn sharp.
That's exactly what I wanted to say in a perfect breakdown of the match, Marks. SRG in approach would pick their site, get there in the neutral game, but yeah, once you finally ended up fighting in the corner, one SAD player was worth 2-3 SRG players at times in terms of the value they were putting on the board. See, right? It was kind of insane to see how good SRG were doing and how fast SAD stopped them down.
I mean, again, when we talked about these two teams at the top of day, Kind of surprised to see both at this point, but specifically the SAD Esports roster. I know that they're missing Jerwin, and Jerwin was a really key part of this team.
Yeah.
But you look at a lot of the consistency across the board with these other players. Feller's calling. You get to see Welly and like just, I mean, the stuff up as well from Bane within this series. And then of course Zaj and how Paint is integrating into this roster. I feel like there is a lot of strength here, even if they were maybe not winning out the way that we maybe thought they would in their first couple of weeks there, Shio. I feel like they're maybe discounted, and I feel like as they get more comfortable with this new piece of this roster, that we should see some more wins under their belt.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you look at just the way you mentioned it, actually, Sarah, at the very beginning. It was all about getting used to the roster change, getting used to how this new team feels like. What is their weapon? Who's getting sent in first? Where is their consistency? We've seen it now, right? Paint is much better at playing with the team, more refined than week one. Pain up in the business, being the best glue possible for the rest of the teammates. I mentioned Welly leveling up a bit more, and he did, I feel like, Marks, in the series.
Yeah, Welly, honestly, like, this is what we expected from the guy, right? Like, Welly, if you watch anything that SAD has been doing, it felt like Welly was kind of just absolutely deadlifting the team some of the rounds there. But as more time is going on, and I mean, even the casters kind of commented on it too, Paint is just in a really good system amongst so many people who can all heat up the map. And that's why it's going to be SAD Esports coming out on top of this, 13-10. It just felt destined to be.
I mean, you look a string of wins there at the end when what was such a close game before. And that's something I really want to touch on as well, is how close this was. Even if it is an SRG 0-2 loss, I don't feel like that necessarily speaks the full picture as to what was going on, right? We got to see that these two teams played exceptionally well. It was just that esports at the end of it being able to get that little bit of a better read, Shio, in being able to close out a couple of those really pivotal rounds.
Yeah, better reactions, I would say. The read, the book, still goes to SRG. If you look at some of their week one matches as well, this is a very big level up on both maps for the team. If things went business as usual, if we got to the bottom of the page and made the right Goosebumps decision, this team would have won out on Haven at least. Mine, I feel like, was still sad-sided, but they had the right approach, which is the toughest thing to find on a map like Haven. I think some of the things that might have gone wrong is sometimes Dodo being a bit too far from the rest of her squad mates. Past that as well, in execution sometimes, a little bit of hindrance, hesitation in getting onto that site versus SAD, who were gung-ho all in on their decisions as well. Still, a very good showing, a much better showing than before, Marks, of how SRG has looked.
And like, you talk about the style of SRG, and if you've seen SRG, you expect things to be nice and calm and nice and patient, you know, take a little meditation break, because we got plenty of time to play with the clock, and then suddenly, oh no, we've only got 10 seconds to get onto the site. What are we doing? And to be fair, like, with SRG currently going through these matches, I was really impressed to see that they had sped up a lot of their paces. And some of the rounds that looked so decisive was when we got to see Shopify Rebellion Gold go fast, hit that pedal to the metal, and SAD were the ones who were confused. But to go back to a point that you made a lot earlier, Shio, it still felt like SAD were the ones who were in control of how the pacing was going overall. If Shopify Rebellion Gold did not pick up the reins there, then SAD were more than happy to kind of play their own game and win out these rounds.
We just got to talk about the elephant in the room, the elephant on the scoreboard here. And that, again, is Pain's performance. We saw it in map 1. We got to see it again in map 2. I mean, Shio, this kid was just unleashed throughout this entire series. It was all already phenomenal on Bind, and we one-upped that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I talked about seesaws on Bind. We talked about the setting, the where we are. Now I want to talk about style for this one. I want to talk about doors, opening and closing them. For Bind, Pain was really good at opening some of these doors with his team on both sides of things. So I would say, you know, the opposite even, closing these things when you're on these sites in the post with who's alive, with the information you have. Let's look at the opposite of that, opening these doors on Haven. When it came to Haven, first bloods for the team, I think this guy was leading them overall. 5 kills with Omen on top on that Haven side. Every single round on post point that you saw him having effectiveness on Bind, on the Haven side, he was doing so much more without that information. Ironic too, because I feel like Omen is one of those players that sometimes are the agents that can stay alive for a little bit longer, play with the info the duelist kind of makes up with. Him having that secondary duelist archetype is what Pain lead into for this one. I talked about, and Mark's talked about, you know, SRG moving these sites first. He was the first face that SRG saw, and he would get value every single time. It was the dominant performance, the complete opposite from what we saw on Bind, and one of the major reasons as to why this team was able to have advantage on some of these rounds and lock it down, Marks.
It made total sense to me. Like, if you just look at how this Omen was zipping around, just navigating in all of these tight corners and completely just surprising Shopify Rebellion Gold, compared to how Bind was, where it's like, we're just going to play with the team and be nice and safe and anchor and be that backbone to everything going on. It felt so different and unique, but it just absolutely shined because they just couldn't get a read on where this guy was going to be.
I mean, Pain shined, this team shined, and it's a team that gets this win under their belt. And for our Phillips Norelco interview, we have Pain on the line now to chat a little bit more about all of it. Pain, congratulations here on the win. I feel overdue. This team has looked so strong, but week one wasn't necessarily a strong point. So how did you approach going into this week to make sure you could finally get that well-deserved win?
So for our first two matches, we're just like making like these like small micro mistakes. I think it's because of like we weren't getting enough match reps with our new player Paint. So over the weekend we played a tournament and just like patch up those mistakes, and we felt a lot better coming into this game.
I'm glad to hear, and I want to talk about your performance too, because you were just on one today. What was that key in today's series for you to be able to put in such an impact? Was it the work over the weekend? Was it just getting confident more with like everything else? Was the team setting you up? Like, this was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was over the weekend, and it was like just like the small like mini off season that we had. I just worked on myself and try to improve individually every day. So yeah.
Hey, I mean, it's working. You say improve a little bit day by day, but we got to see a big impact today. Now, you feel better going into this week. How are you looking at the next upcoming weeks? Do you feel like a tournament, like you've gotten to learn the mistakes and fix it? Like, do you feel just super confident going on forward? There's still a little bit more to learn with the squad.
We're looking a lot better. There is definitely some things that we do need to improve on, but I'm very confident heading into our next match.
I'm glad to hear it, Pain. Congrats on this series. Thank you for the chat, and have a good rest of your night.
You too, you too.
Thank you so much. And with that, it's going to be NA Esports to get that win, feeling confident, pushing on forward. We have another match on the day, though. Don't go too far. After this short break, it's going to be QoR going up against Pigeons. Stay tuned. And welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. QoR going up against Pigeons, both at a 1-1 record, to see who can start getting into those positive records. Child, this one's going to be quite interesting because we have Pigeons, a team that's been relatively untalked about, going up against QoR, which was, I mean, the talk of the town considering their stage 1 performance.
Yeah, I think when it comes to these two, it's Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby, 47 Jet Cruise Missiles versus Janitor. In terms of expectations, that being said, there's still a chance between both teams. Listen, I'm on the side of the Baby. I'm on the side of the Janitor, cleaning up the residue of the missiles and still winning in the long-term game here for me, Marks.
Listen, you can have all the fancy missiles that are going to cost you millions of dollars, but the honest janitors are always showing up to work and doing what they need to do for many, 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 many years, okay? Let's not write off Pigeons just quite yet here, but they still have their work cut out for them. Obviously, QoR kind of going through a little bit of a change given the fact that they lose Smoke and instead are picking up Derek. But now that all of the players are kind of meshing a little bit better together, it is starting to look like they're coming back into this with that stage 1 finalists energy that we kind of got from them previously.
I mean, taking a look at this core roster, maybe they're losing a player, but with Derek's addition, I mean, it's just so nice to see, especially too looking at the names of the people on this team that really supplements it all. You got a lot of the veterans see with Moose and Flya. You've gotten to see Umi and Note, the step ups that have been able to been had here. Jayo, this team, like, we've gotten to see what they're capable of in the past, and yeah, surely can keep that going on forward, even if they have suffered a loss early on in this stage.
Yeah, I mean, that suffered loss, I think, was a very well-earned one from the side of Energy Academy. Really close games on maps I feel like both Core and Energy Academy are very comfortable on. At the same times, when things are expected for them to win, when they're playing with a little bit of a tier gap in placements on people coming in from promo relegations on the side of Shop of Rebellion Gold and them winning the grand finals of the last stage, they did show up and completely just, dominate those Bind and Haven matches respectively. That being said, in approach to things, VOD being a bit more, getting used to players overall from week one, there were still mistakes in that Energy Academy game. It could have gone Core's way. This time marks, I feel like things are going to be locked in. Power players on all sides on your screen right now. I think that, half of which have played in the VCT, the other half you want to get promoted up into there. They have a scary roster.
Yeah, they honestly really do. And of course, bringing Derek into the roster is a little bit of a buff, in my opinion. Obviously, losing Smoke, who kind of was that secondary duelist and just kind of bragging out of his mind, it's a little bit of a loss. But Derek showed extreme consistency in the last stage, kind of coming in onto M80. Always playing initiator, of course it's Derek, but still Derek does a really good job of holding his own. And amongst all of these other veterans on Core, like, I still expect that once the gears start working all in tandem, it's gonna look fantastic from these guys.
Well, especially too before it has looked fantastic. Like, let's not overshadow this fact that this roster works so well, and each piece contributes so well to the puzzle. But I want to talk a little bit more about Note and this controller extraordinaire Shile, because in the server, I mean, his util usage is just fantastic. Still the best Astra that I've seen out there, and I mean, always being able to get his one, if not more.
Ironically, Astra is the thing we still have yet to him to play in this meta so far inside this stage, right? I think things have sped up just a little bit or need hard stoppage a bit more than post-plant powers. So Brim has been a big talk of the town. Bind is up in this situation, which is why this agent is just played so much more often. His Omen, though, is no joke. And sometimes putting players onto this agent when they do play a lot of Astra is a test. Can you be a bit more dynamic and fluent in fighting a bit more, making use of your movement and your skills in aggression? Note definitely can. That practice comes from playing things like Viper and the Anchor on maps like Breeze Marks. This guy is an all-around god tier player.
And that's such a good point that you're making, especially with that Omen play, because when you watch how Note was going around things, always playing safe, always playing with the team, making sure to play the life, making sure the smokes are being deployed in the proper area, and then going onto that Omen and being that person who has to kind of thread the needle behind the enemy lines, teleport into fun positions, and catch people off guard or make the plays with the paranoia is not a very easy task to kind of step into. But Note has been really impressing me with just how good this Omen has been looking.
And we've got to talk about the team that's been impressing me and talk about Pigeons going into the series. Before we talk about roster, does anyone want to try and one up Vansilli's Pigeon noise? Yes, no?
I could do it, but I was going to save it for later.
Mars?
Go first. Hit yours first, and then mine when we talk about the team.
All right, we got Pigeons up here. It's going to be a...
I can't beat that. I actually can't beat that.
That's actually,
that is the right bird.
Yep. Round of applause. Amazing. All right, let's go.
Okay, so Pigeons. Let's talk about Pigeons, I guess. No, but these guys have been such a treat to watch because they're a little bit more chaotic. They're a little bit more just, they look like they're really just playing for fun. And I think that this has just been such a fun play style to watch these guys kind of go through. Obviously, you look at them, you're like, oh, I'm recognizing some names here, but they've been doing a really good job, all things considered, with some of their performances up against M80. Obviously dropping 2 maps, but they still were able to take one, and of course their win over SRG.
I think for me, though, it's a little bit opposite of silly. I would say they're making things very simple for themselves and being serious about the game plans they have and approach to things, right? On Bind, or not on Bind, on Split, locking in with Deadlock with Cuz a little bit. And he was a very impactful player with both his utility / the gimmick thrown in for other teams to figure out what they're doing. Deadlock, though, very simple win cons in terms of how much bolstered, or how much more bolstered your defense can be, and some of the options you have on attack in the post plan. Past that as well, an approach to Fracture, which I think has been a repeat map for them. I'll double check that really quickly, but on that map, playing the classic Breach, Brim, Cypher type of composition with Sky not having that refresh flash, they're also not really, broadening the envelope. These guys are being very serious into old-time styles of play, keeping things locked in every round, having some agency on defense, pushing extremities and not staying too complacent. They're not really waiting for other teams to do things and being silly in that aspect. They're having fun, being aggressive, and taking this game by storm.
And on top of that, I like that you mentioned the Fracture thing, because this is like the team that just always just wants to go to Fracture, and you don't expect Fracture in today's day and age for Valorant. But Pigeons have been so good at that map, and I think that just kind of leans into how they've been playing together for a decent amount of time now and just really understand some of the stuff of metas of past,
Hey, I'm always down for some Fracture, so I'd be okay to see the team here. But you talked a little bit about Guz here, Shyle, and I want to go back to that conversation, especially too with this meta and the map pool that they have. We get to see Guz on a couple of different roles, but being able to step up in any of them.
Oh, genuinely, like, he's locked in with that Sky that looks so good on Fracture in general. He doubled back to that pick again, the pocket one of Deadlock for the Split looks so good versus the M80. He's locking in again with similar types of situations, actually slightly different ones, where he's playing double duelists for the team on Frac. So they look different and past in the attack, where again, he can frag out past everybody on his team, make that space for them to be able to win. So it's very interesting when you have somebody playing both Initiator, Slow Sentinel, but then also jumping on the duelist from time to time. It kind of makes these guys unpredictable in their approach to the game.
You can just like see the confidence in some of these plays from Cuz. Like, it's always just, you know what? I think I'm just gonna walk out there and, find a couple of kills and call it a day. It's just so aggressive in all of these different roles, which is what makes it so impressive for Cuz to really have that step up. We're always seeing, I believe the map I watched was with Deadlock, just kind of walking out, looking for those opportunities and consistently finding value. So, you swap them onto a bunch of different types of roles, different types of jobs to do, different util, but is still consistently finding those kills.
Yeah, it's a really cool pattern in Challengers, right? You have Shondex, you have Zaj that we just watched, and then you got someone like Cousin who plays all these duelists, likes to dive, then jumps back up on the Viper, jumps back up on something like Deadlock or Sky. You understand what your duelists then need because you played them before. You understand how duelists will hit a site because you've been that raised the double blast backs onto those sites. It's such a unique perspective that I feel like is starting to become a pattern here inside Challengers.
It makes it fun and interesting, though, which I am super down for. And I'm looking at the biggest impact that we can see in this series today, which, going to our Philips Norelco head-to-head, is going to be the two main duelists of the team, especially the different approach that they have, because right away, my eyes are drawn to the most play. Within Challengers so far this stage, Marks, we've only seen them just run the same duelist down with Waylay for Kumi and then Neon for Zamal.
It's so funny because Kumi obviously being a little bit more of that aggressive style duelist, waiting to just move in there, take a bunch of space, and then find a couple of kills. We're very familiar with that play style, especially when Kumi is locking Waylay every single time. On the flip side, though, Zamal is someone who really likes to stick with the team. Unless they're holding a shotgun. If there's a shotgun, then that Neon is flying all over the map and looking for kills everywhere. But generally speaking, these two playstyles are extremely different. But I have to say, I like how Pigeons are starting to utilize Zamal just a little bit more to really go for more of those team play engagements to make sure that that Neon is getting maximum value, whereas Kumi will occasionally be on that island alone, forced out from the rest of core to try and find those kills, which usually Kumi's going to be good for, but every now and then you see the cracks start to form in that playstyle.
I mean, I just love to see that we get a different main duelist for like a main character for both of our duelists going into the series. I think that's a lot of fun, and I'll be intrigued to see if it changes up a little bit with our current maps and what we're going to see ahead of today's series, because we've only seen a week of play in Challengers from them both so far. So heading into our map picks and bans, let's speculate. We're not going to get some fractures. Core instantly banned that one out. I know, so sad. But instead here, Marks, Core are going to take us to Lotus to start us off.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the bans first, this makes so much more sense to me. I mean, Core, obviously, you've just watched Pigeons play Fracture a bunch, and you're like, actually, I think we're just not going to go there. What if we just took that out completely? And then on the flip side, of course, Pigeons looking at Core, understanding that they are a very big bind team. Let's just take that one off first. So a lot of these bans are really targeted at taking away your enemy's strengths. I am super curious how Lotus is going to go. I don't believe there is as much information on the current iterations of both these rosters on how they want to run their Lotus compositions, but I feel like that is just going to make for even more interesting Valorant.
I do have the rundown on Lotus for both these teams, and I understand why Core picked into them. I feel like, I believe Pigeons split into M80, got 13-3'd on this map, tried their deadlock stuff, had that solo neon coming in. But I think the reason Core is rocking into it is M80 plays the exact same comp that Core plays on this map as well. So they're rocking in business as usual, know where the pain points are for Pigeons. It's one of the maps that, you know, Core actually won against Energy Academy in their matchup where they got 1-2'd. So it is a confident map. I wish we saw Lotus to Fracture back-to-back to see these guys at like full flexing strength, but unfortunately Lotus on one side. Excited to see if he goes Breeze, but for this one I'm kind of leaning towards Core just based on maps.
I'll give a little hope though for the Pigeons fans out there, because even if M80 didn't go so well, when you look at more grassroots result, Lotus does seem to be a lot stronger. So maybe an off one, maybe not. We'll have to see it going into this. But the predictions, we got to get into that before we head into the map and see exactly where we all thought this series was going to go.
Marks.
And it's Marks against the world. Marks.
All right, Cuckoo Gang, where are you at right now? We know Pigeons ride or die. We gotta see this one through. Can I get a in chat over here? Come on. I've just been watching Pigeons, and I just really enjoy watching them play Valorant. And yes, of course, you know, if you want to be all analytical about this and you want to read all the statistics and be like, oh yes, Core, the ones who won the last stage, then sure, it's easy to pick Core here. But I just really want Pigeons to walk away with this win. There's nothing more beyond it, just for myself. I just want to see them win.
Brother said he's watching Pigeons. How about you stop looking at your window, at the windowsill, at the birds flying in, watch your screen, Marks, because yeah, it's Core Gaming. Not only did they win before, but even in loss, these guys look strong, and you have to be scared of a good losing team, Sierra. You're with me. Dap me up right now.
I
got what I'm talking about.
I got you. Hey, I mean, I respect you, Marks, as someone who, you know, has on more than one occasion decided to fight everyone to be the odd one out in the predictions. I respect it. Whether it's because you think we're going to see some fun Valorant, whether you want to be so quirky, pick the opposite, whether you just wanted another excuse to make your really spot on Pigeon sound, whatever it is. But you know what? You got it, Marks. You got it.
You know, hey, our wings are backed into a corner on this one, but I still believe that the Pigeons are going to be coming out swinging here. They're up against the Titan of Core. This is the time that you step up and show them what you are made of. You birds got this one.
And while you go get some bird seed for your birds and all those pigeons sitting out on your windowsill, quick, be right back from us. We're just waiting for all of our players to get in the lobby, but be tuned. It'll be quick, guys. It's going to be Core versus Pigeons after the short break.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Oh, wow. Yes, thank you so much, Pigeon. Welcome, everybody. This has been an absolute delight. I'm glad production put an end to the yappage that was happening on the desk, fans, and now it's just us to yap in people's ears. So there's that going on. Love that. We got Lotus going live here shortly. The agent select is about to run through. I think we're going to go right into freeze time, if I'm not mistaken, and it's going to be just straight to the action, fans. So I'm ready.
Exactly. We'll get a chance to see the agent select here, and as I was mentioning, mix before, not for fun, because we do have a compositional change coming out here from the side of the Pigeons. So you are playing double smokes, but double bubble with the neon and the sky. So this, to me, especially as it's starting on an attack, Roy, I could see rush, 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 fight, fight, fight.
Rush, rush, rush. But I think the only thing for me is he had the vice on the core side, so figuring out where the vines are, where the wall is, could be extremely problematic for KOO. And I think that will be the name of the game here. The slow start here towards the A side for KOO, just walking through their smokes, and those double smokes, fans, they're 20 seconds long. Those fakes are going to be absolutely lethal, and from A into B they go, a B crunch.
Laser trying to fight towards this space in the B main, rather, and KOO falls down first. Kobe then does the 180 to drop a second one, too. Nothing they can really do here as it pinch back towards the mini door into the B site, and after the brawl, it's a 1v1. Moose has always been stellar on the 1v1s, and he definitely has the read of Anderson moving into the C side for the plant.
There's no smokes left here as well, so he's gonna Moose is gonna have eyes on the cross, and it's a straight battle here between both of these players.
Jiggling around the corner. Anderson's just trying to find the timing. And Moose, though, is just better on the reaction. The headshot there onto Anderson, but it really had to come down to that double fight into that B main that looked perfect there for QoR.
Just so good on that. As soon as that pressure comes in on the mini door, they're instantly on the move, fans. That's exactly what you want to see. And I know it's been only one round, but I am very curious to see if KOO's actually cooked up some crazy stuff with their composition, because I feel like there's a lot of room for expression, and there's a lot of room to have this like upbeat, super fast tempo gameplay with the double stims that are coming out from Brim, the stims that are coming out from Mix as well, and having the extra team heals from both Sky and Mix is going to keep everybody healthy constantly. A lot of healing, a lot of speed, fans. And right now, it's just an eco round here for KOO. And it looks like they're eyeing out the B side fast.
That speed to move into the B side for the plan. Actually, they're walking for the contact. They're almost trying to see, too, that the comp coming out from QoR seems to be quite good, though. Because as much as you want to try to move quickly with the neon, with the stim, and you're trying to run through, man, these razor vines are going to do a lot of damage. And speaking of damage, at least we get an opener from Cuz with the shorty. A dive in to take down Derek, but there's still two players on the top. Big Saturate coming out to flood back into the B site. Nonet coming through, trying to find some space through the bubbles. And as it dissipates here, finds the last one of the Cuz as well. So as much as you're trying to block vision, try to entry onto the site, with the amount of smokes that you could throw, QoR is still good enough to deny the plan.
And I think it's also super easy to overlook the amount of utility that QoR also has to work with when it comes down to the defensive side, right? You have the walls from Viper, you have the smokes from Omen, you have the paranoia, you have the tether from Fade as well. That's also another piece of stopping tool that, you know, a lot of the other initiators don't really have anything as strong as the tether, especially when it's well timed. And I think for, like I was saying before, for me, KOO's really gonna have to figure out a way to deal with the razor vines with the vice wall, because it could be so problematic for their confidence, not well timed. And now it's just straight up A brawl.
And I think that is also the reason of this composition, too, to try to break that timing to get into the rubble control a lot faster. And as fast as you went, you fell down as quickly. There was so much stall once again with, you were just mentioning before here, Rory. You had, what, Seizes being thrown on one end? Actually, Derek still has his. But they had the Saturate. They still had so much that didn't allow here for Pigeons to really move forward.
And even when you try to react, if you're Pigeons right here, you still have to go through the vines on the C side as well. So if you're obvious, if the timing is clear for Moose, he's going to pop those. He's going to stall it out as well. He still has the wall up on the C side. Map control's already taken from Kumi, and now it's a brawl in front of B.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Couldn't get any space at all whatsoever, despite the speed that you had for the rotations for the Pigeons. Not necessarily overcooked yet, because you're still trying to see how this applies into the actual state of the game when you're playing an official match. I think at this point here too, Roy, you're going to have to look at how you could maybe eliminate some of that vice utility at the very beginning, because if not, that's not going to allow for you to really fast tempo. Actually, I'm not even only talking about razor vines, but even snake bites. So many players are going to get vulnerable and try to run through.
Oh, yeah.
So you really have to try to bait that out, probably your first layer, if you're not going to try to, you know, pump these hits as soon as the barrier comes up every single round.
And I actually think the counter to a lot of these like timing-based agents like Vice and Viper is actually the attack off, right? Because you kind of have to jiggle, you kind of have to face for that trigger to pop your utility. But I'm not so sure that we're going to be seeing that with the Neon on the attack side. And right here, elevation for Core. They're looking to brawl. Foot still on the gas, fans. They're not letting Ku get anything going, not letting them breathe. And the aggression here from Core off rip is so relentless in these first 4 rounds. Absolutely beautiful display of map control coming out. Just so seamless with their decisions. Instantly punishing map control. Instantly getting on the move when the information is played out and the intent for Ku is shown.
The only thing I could critique from Core, despite having a flawless round going into that previous one, is the flank from Moose, right? Because now they identified, okay, well, they know that we're not playing with a Sentinel, so they might try to start these lurks and these backstabs. And already you've shown that in the anti-eco. This is a little bit of good information that the Pigeons could utilize into the further rounds. But now you're starting to see here a little bit of a change of tempo where you are trying to sell some sort of fake potentially towards this A site and try to insert your controllers from these extremities. Here is that dash at the beginning. No recall. Finally, there it is. It was close. It was close.
Yeah, it's clinical is what it is from Core. Just everything's on point. The movement. Now the play here for Anderson gets one, gets done, but it's only loss of the single controller. They still have mix to work with, not a huge loss. And overall, it cuts the information for Core, has the defense all spread out. But Ku still has all of that Vice util to get through. And I think, fans, this is going to be the key for them. They're going to have to figure out where the Vice is. They're going to have to pop a lot of this util and then play the round out from there as early as possible.
Tough part is that you're forcing your bodies to go through to break the walls. And Moose, that spray was good enough there. The last few bullets from Zamal actually finally takes him down. Plant attempted coming up here from the attack side. Snakebite misses, and they couldn't deny that plant. Here comes that second smoke denial here with the stuns. Poof still holding, trying to get the spray. Convergence pass being thrown. Beautiful here by Cuz. That gets a double, and even the assist from the heels. I love that little feature from the UI. And that finally is Pigeons putting the first one on the board.
And a lot invested there for Core. Convergent path is no more, unfortunately. All sort of played out for Core. Now Ku has some to work with themselves, Vans, and they can get also the Sky Ult if things turn out that way. But I think this headbutting on this A control is going to be a problem for Ku eventually. This round, Core is opting away from fighting on the A side, but should they continue being a 4 players, like just head-on battle here for Core, I think they're very happy with the way that they're doing their set takes here on this A control. Now, once again, Pigeons, they're looking to go fast. They changed up a little bit of their pathing. They got the waylay going across and Neon jumping up forward this time. And into the op they go, and Cuz finding the first opening kill.
It was beautiful too, because the Prowler was actually spawning a different player. So I think we're still hyper-focused on trying to figure out where the Prowler was going. That swinging out of the smoke was Cuz and catches the player off guard. So that Scooby that falls down. Now Convergence pass on the attack side, and that's an opener from Zamal. Assisted out from Cuz. Noted is trying to jiggle as much as he can. Delaying as much as he could. Orbital Strike flushes him out. Almost got that second kill, but no trade. Moose just couldn't connect on that second swing. And that's the punish. That's probably good enough here for Pigeons to take the round until this happens, and finally the reposition from Core. Kohlberg is able to take down the Core player on the other end. And that's 2 unanswered rounds, and the tempo is actually pretty good. It almost felt like, even if the read was there, Roy, that they fell to the demise of their own util that previous round for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of details with the Ku comp that are just so easy to miss. Like, when's the last time you saw Brimall go off back A side on this map? I bet you can't even think of that. Right? So like it's so easy to miss those details because you have so many reps playing against these meta comps and a lot of very similar comps to what you're seeing with Core, and now all of a sudden you're getting Brim ulted backside, and it's such an easy detail to miss out. But I think, you know, slowly they're going to adjust, but it can still cheese up a lot of rounds here early on in this half.
And they already noted that one, no pun intended, spraying through the smoke as they heard the TP. And yeah, now you're trying to fight toe-to-toe, and the util was not good enough. That huge flash that came out from Kohlberg just at the corner of mini door really didn't allow for Core to set up behind that forward TP from Note.
Spike planted.
A huge win for Pigeons. Now Core has to double think this A control that they've been doing. It's worked out well for them so far in the beginning of this half, but now get punished once, get punished twice. you're starting to rethink that. You're probably not going to run that again, and you're gonna have to find different answers, moving the Vice towards A, playing more passive on that side of the map, moving the aggression towards C side. An adjustment here for COR will have to be made. They can't just keep butting heads if they're not winning out the scenarios. And there it is. The hunt is successful. Pigeons, they're clawing their way back into this Vans. 3 in a row now for QoO. Looking solid.
Especially for COR, they're going to be forced on an eco or some sort of a broken buy with a shotgun potentially. Fly is going for the Sheriff instead. But yeah, perfect opportunity now for Pigeons to tie things up on a 4-4 scoreline. But that said, I think over in the past too, we could definitely see a map like Lotus being kind of attack-sided, very similar to like Lotus, to Haven, if you could work the, like the 3 sites. But they're not really trying to work the map to like a default style. They are just going to fight as much as they can. If it's not going to be with util, it's going to be with bodies. Look at how they flash through this wall, saturate on the other side, trying to answer back are the defensive line. But dude, the mixed ult comes out at the same time, stuns even the single last player towards slant.
For that heal, everyone back to full.
And I think you're just thinking as you go, round per round here for COR, because I don't think you practice against this comp at all. So you're just like, okay, well, what if we try this way? What if we try this way? And there is still no answer as soon as the economy really rolled in favor of the Pigeons.
I think this round is a fine gamble, but eventually they're going to have to start rethinking this A approach, because they cannot just keep running into it, especially when QoO continues to win it so easily into the round. I mean, you're not even testing QoO's ability to mid round at all. Like the rounds are just getting resolved so early on. And I feel like if you're Flya and you're IGLing this, you really don't want that, right? Because you know you have an XP diff between all these IGLs in this league, so you want these rounds to be drawn out. You want the experience from you, from Moose to kind of come through, from Derek as well. Like you want these rounds to be as long as possible to kind of experience diff your way into these rounds. Eventually they're going to have to rethink it. I think they already are with just Whaley and Omen this time around. They're playing towards that, you know, close box. They're not really looking to bump heads again here.
Yeah, but it's the conditioning from Pigeons. The Nightfall is baited out, but everybody's walking back towards the B main pop. So now Derek might get caught off guard. He at least gets the first blood, and the second one there onto Coop. That's beautiful, but then finally Kohlberg trades it out. 2 players already walked in towards blue. Baby Door about to swing up through the smoke. No, did. Yo, notes down the kills. As he catches 3 players off guard, they never expected to walk out through the smoke. And as much as they did perfect conditioning on that A site and baited that util from COR, it came down to just disrespecting your opponents and catching them off guard with a walk through smoke.
And I think if there's a next up player in VCL that we've never seen in VCT before, it's got Noah is like one of the first names that comes to my mind. Like, bro, he's such a good controller, and I think the ratio of like providing valuable utility to getting active with your weapon and just being so clean mechanically, like he's got to be up there with the best players in VCL. He's just always so clean. And another A brawl coming out right here from COR. They're not quite satisfied with their defeats here. They're looking to run it back, fans.
And TP's out to safety with the player advantage to the fight. Beautifully done here to deny that push. That a door gets open now, it gets smoked up here, and now it forces the attackers to stall for a bit and cut noise. And that's one thing we have to remember as well too. From that previous round, actually, we'll hold that thought. It seems as though we still want to keep tempoing forward. The dog went through the door and inserted Goof with this Odin. But that is, again, the longest weapon that we have in the game outside of like the operator or like even the chamber ult.
Yeah.
So if Note keeps walking forward, he might get an opportunity to re-clear that corner.
Bit of a misplay there from Flya. I think they're too quiet. There's not a lot of pressure on the site. Now COR is forced to make their moves. Note once again finding his value on site, looking to lock it down, and QoO's starting to rethink their positioning here, Vance.
And they're fine to lose Flya and stay on the side. No looking for the ace at the same time. Because look at it, even if they tried to pivot back towards that C side, the wall's still up. They can play the retake. Now Kohlberg is facing a scenario where he has to clutch a 1 versus 3. Plant Elise safe, and he's able to move because he's not affected by the vines. The jump up gives his position away, and now the flash affects for 1. Isolates a second kill, but it's Note that comes in with the 5-pack, the ace for COR, and a 6-4 scoreline for the defense.
I mean, what is there more to say? He's just such a beast, man. His situational awareness, the way he puts himself, the way he plays around, his smokes is just so on point for this team. And I mean, he's gotten his flowers. I'm not going to say he has not gotten his flowers, but it's always still so impressive to see him at work. Like, just perfect isolations, always seemingly in the right time. And just his mechanics are just always so on point. Good patience, good movement overall. Just a phenomenal player. 16-5 already, Vans, in 11, and I mean 10 rounds. Now we're on the 11th.
He's
and
also spraying with a Vandal. He's in the smoke, he sprays with Vandals, then he fights with it. That's insane.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's a fake TP, though, this time around and try to bait out utility. So that is the call now on how they want to react against the conditioning that Pigeons kept doing towards this A side.
There.
Slow round. Nice and chill. Viper's pick comes out towards the C side. Ku's happy to just wait here. Mix is making his way up. I imagine if they're not happy with the results here, they could turn this into a B crunch. But as of right now, they're not getting past C, fans. There's the wall, there's the vines. It's got to be either a B, it's got to be an A hit here. The A to B pressure is starting to be real here. They're starting to feel it. Oh, that's a little premature.
Yeah. And on top of that, the dive in to get the shorty kill onto Note, who's been so good so far in the game. Opt to trade it out, but again, we talk about the ults that are available from Pigeons in this post plant. Seekers, the stall 2 with the conversions pass. And that Seekers might allow for him to just try to push forward. There it is, activated off the Seekers. Here comes that push forward. Everybody's holding shorties around the corner. Flyer watching it long range. Gets picked off and they forfeit the position, but they take the space. Here comes the counterattack. A trade-off, but still out of bullets. Traded up by Derek. Now in a 1 versus 2, 5 bullets left in the mag. Picks up a bunch of guns at no bullet at all. And he has the one-shot 2 players. Big flash timing too. There's that first headshot. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Still time to work with, but Koof decides not to peek off it. So now time still in a favor of of Pigeons. There's a halfway mark. The reposition off the tap, and the kill from Koof to allow Pigeons to finally convert here. Man, these are intense rounds that we're currently seeing here, Roy.
Intense is one word for sure. That's one word. I mean, I don't even know what is happening at this point. Pinch my nose. What sound does it make? I have no idea. It's just absolute madness. But I think that's part of the identity for Pigeons, right? Is it's a self-identified thing. This made me laugh so hard. The self flash into the fake, into the really bad jump shot right here by Coop. Like, that's so funny.
I mean, in those moments of chaos, you'll see those moments where it's just like, okay, well, we're not really able to play to our fundamentals that we want to, right? That's
down the pivot's happening right here, Vans. They're going towards the C side, but once again, the walls here, the vines are here, but they're gonna go right over with Cuz.
You still got 2 players here to help out, though. They have double stalls. Now they keep one isolated inside. It's the Neon. Stopped by the wall, stopped by Razor Vines, and a player advantage out here for QoR in the beginning, but the lurk and the insert from Goof. Utilizing the mix like a lurk, because you are playing double smokes, and now we're not really re-clearing corners. The advantage comes back here for QoR. This is continuing to be quite crazy as a scenario. Timing, Derek misses it, gets wall banged by Koof one more time. Kept himself isolated pretty much and out in the open, and now we finally get the plant and 1 away from the ult after the plant for Anderson.
Koof in the headshot angle, Vans. Ooh, sat down.
He's the one headshotted. And now we have to play hero for the 2 players on site. Made that Cuz solo at 20 HP. Easily picked off here by Moose and QoR. I mean, at this point, 7 rounds where it looked like it was, you had to think on your toes every single one of these rounds. They did a pretty decent job.
I think so as well, and I think this will probably be the harder half for them, right? Because now on the defensive side, they can allocate their aggression how they want. They can allocate their smokes how they want and kind of play this map into their own pace, into their own style. And I think what bodes well for me is, despite that round being a round lost for KOO, they still kind of had the mid-round options. They had the wherewithal to pivot the map, to push and pull, find the lurks. And although Colbert kind of overextended his position a little bit, he still had the timing. He heard the noise, he heard the runoff, and he thought that was the Viper. But Moose, I think it was, or Fly was still holding the angle. So, I mean, good signs here from KOO despite the 7-5 half. But for QoR, they're happy with that. It could have been a little bit better for them. But now they're on the attack side. This is where that experience, this is where that long, drawn-out rounds where QoR always end up on top. This is where it's going to be shining, Vance.
Yeah. And especially when you're forcing out a defense to do the first move every single time, this is perfect for Flya to really insert his players in the right spots and really work that map in their favor. Now with a 20-second smoke out from the Brimstone, they are making a little bit of an audible by picking up that orb, but at the same time, not really committed yet. They're going to do so with the Haunt now. Actually, a nice read coming through in the end. I think it was thanks to the push from the A side first. I got all the information of that util being thrown.
Yeah, just a really nice brute force. They recognize though if the site is clear, something's up. As soon as that wall triggers on flank fans, that's going to give them confirmation that it's going to be a crunch from all sides. Those players in spawn likely will get aggressive, and now the crunch is coming out right here from Ku. They're looking for that C-mound kill onto Moose.
Bear's trying to bait himself too, but at the same time, he got caught off guard, so that now puts Moose in a predicament. He gets dropped at the same time. Util's too good. One more player remaining. It's Note now, low HP.
It's clean.
Easily, yeah. I mean, towards the end, the bait and switch never worked out for QoR because Pigeons, they just know how to clear their corners.
Wise Pigeons. You ever seen a dumb pigeon? I don't think I have.
Oh, man, they're all spies for the government, no?
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Yes, let's bring that into the broadcast. That's what
Actually, you know what? Let's not, because
I'm
I'm still trying to make it to LA for the VCTs. I think Pigeons are real.
I mean, we're seeing them play Valorant. That's quite an evolution in their lifespans.
That's true. That's true.
Oh man, that's good.
But then, despite the scoreline of 7-6, look at how much Note has been deadlifting here for the team of QoR.
Oh yeah.
That said, now on the attack side too. Again, it's another one of those moments where maybe the pulse plan just didn't really work out in their favor, but at least the read into the macro of what Pigeons are trying to do in the fifth round, they should still put you in a comfortable position to understand how you want to work the map here in your later rounds where you have the money to work with.
And I think this is for me, Vince, is what's kind of differentiating this composition from the Viper is a lot of these smokes that Ku is doing can't really be done with the other comp. It's very expensive. A bit of a messy round, a bit of a brawly round, but still an anti-thrifty nonetheless here for Ku. 7-7. It's all tied up. But yeah, just like the smokes towards deep A, the smokes towards long C, the one way, and they're also smoking front B simultaneously. I mean, it's hard for them to get a read on as to what they're up to. And look at this. They're able to hold the C mount. They're able to fight the beat crunch from both sides, especially with the long C smoke. And I think that's something that can only really be done with double orb controllers. So I think I'm kind of liking the identity here for Pigeons. I think it's quite unique. And I'm liking what they're cooking up right now, Vance.
Yeah. I mean, there's also going into the meta currently of everybody's talking about the double dive being so good with like a Whaley Neon or Yura in the past before the debuffs. That now you're just going to try to continue with aggression with, even though it's a double dive, you're adding even speed on top of that. So you're just, it's basically the double dive on crack.
Yeah.
Double stims here from the mix and also from the Brimstone as they're seeing QoR trying to go for the eco plant in the A site. Works out for Note for 1 kill. The Maul just playing between 2 smokes, but everything is pretty good so far for QoR to trade.
It's the brawl now. A flood from the back site. Moose on the flank gets 1. That's the 2v2 now. Things are a little bit awkward though. Both players are on site and it's going to be a crossfire here. Oh, giving up.
Gets a Dink long range shoot and the kill on top of that, dude. Moose is insane. The Dink double body shot for that frag, and now Anderson only has a Stinger to work with. So this is a lot of space and time now in favor of QoR to set up in the pulse plan as a group. I think Anderson's trying to find a weapon here. Couldn't find any towards that spawn.
He's also only got 40 HP and he's got to trigger the wall. I mean, this is all pointing against him, to be honest. I think this is going to be a bit of a tough one. As soon as that wall goes off, you're going to see the reposition right here. Nah, it's it got a little close though. Yeah, and I think it's pretty much cooked from here. He does not get past the judge, I don't believe.
30 HP?
Oh, 30. Actually, 30.
I was going to say, there's a small mistakes that are going through there in that 2 versus 1. First off, when the wall got proc, Derek took a long time to re-up before he went back to the C site. And 2, should give that the one with higher HP with that judge around that corner and swing off here with the rifle on the other side. But that said, Moose, you're around coming out here from the side of QoR. All thanks to this gentleman right here.
A thrifty, huge round 15, 8-7 now. QoR regains the lead. No ults in play still for either side. Anderson's getting pretty close, and I imagine we'll try to see an attempt for it here towards the long C if he can get it for free. And see those smokes, the long C smoke, the one way's already happened, the deep A smoke as well, simultaneously pressuring both lanes. That kind of keeps QoR guessing a little bit. They don't know where to allocate their fade util. They only have the single info initiator. And it's hard to dedicate it. Do you want to waste a lot of that util retaking A, or do we want to retake C with it now? It kind of forces a lot of the resources from QoR to be kind of expended early. Digging that. I'm digging the style here from Pigeons. There's rifles to back it up. Cuz playing up close and personal with the Bucky in a really good spot. I don't think this will get easily snuffed out, but we'll see, I guess.
Right. Why it looks like he's about to walk into this Trying to bait out the shots too to see if there's going to be an overswing from Cuz, and there it is. It works out for one. Second one's low HP to saturate. Does a miss bounce. Almost sold himself pretty much at that point. But you're starting to see how they're working the map here from core, is what we were mentioning before. As yeah, these smokes are coming down too, but they're still trying to take their time. As they're pushing towards the C site, they realize here that they gave up and forfeited that C site despite the one-way smokes. Now Anderson is being pushed out by that utility in the end from Derek, and he has to give up and forfeit that C site. He's playing from the waterfall, has support this time around, at least from Zamal, so he did a good enough job to delay playing close range with these smokes in the first place, but the plant still comes down. They lose Derek in the process, though. Moose trades it out with the wall bang of his own. A 2 versus 2, but an opportunity to swing out and get a pick. Catching one off guard with a weapon. Note now solo in a 1 versus 2. Here is the thunder footing out from the Neon as well. Both of them rotated across. Now back to 1v1, isolated by Note. Zamal still holds his ground at the same spot. Trickle peeks out, runs out of bullets, reloads on time. Now here comes that smoke. You're trying to play the time into your favor. Note now with 8 HP, jumping across the boxes, parkouring across, but it's the pistol from Zamal that wins it in the end.
Fans, the details in this round were so crazy, and if you're Moose, you got to be a little bit frustrated getting caught out with the flash out. And Note not swinging to hit to help him immediately. A bit of a bait happening here from Note. And he almost clutches it up, but very well read by Zamal towards the end. And also, dude, it couldn't have been any closer. It's actually insane. And now they're going to probably end up in an A brawl right here. At least they're looking for that early A control. They've been going for it a lot. They're looking to reestablish it again. And once again, they're sticking to the style, right? They have the brim smokes conditioning long C control, slowing down the pace for core. I see pings on the ground right here, so I imagine they're just starting to realize, okay, a lot of this C pressure is fake. Let's try to get through as early as possible and see if we can open up a lurk towards that A side of the map.
That's exactly it. Played a standard smoke on that ground. You can prowler out of that. You can flash out of that as well and double swing. Exactly what they're doing right now to scale out. And they actually even catch Anderson. Look how far back he has to fall off. And now he's able to move forward. Seekers are being preemptively thrown out by Kohlberg at the same time. He'll take that small dub here for core as you're on an eco here. Here, we'll get the plant. We'll have the Nightfall on top of it. Double swing towards that spawn, but there's 3 bodies on the CT side. Trying to brute force their way back in. Outlaw is good from the waterfall. Man, you're forcing out 2 ults on the eco.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Any day.
Oh yeah, it's a round loss, but I think they've kind of starting to get a read. Obviously, Zamal getting a 4K right here, heating up is not ideal, but I mean, you got the investment out and you're starting to get a pretty concrete read into what the defenses look like. I'm curious to see if we're going to see an adjustment coming out here from Pigeons fans, because at this point, it's starting to get a little bit predictable. Flya is not the type of IGL that you want to be playing these games with. You need to throw them off. You need to have different tells and different fakes, I think. But man, that when's the last time you saw Brimall on the retake on this map?
True. And I think it also looks like it's kind of like Inti with Flyer walking outside of the A site and getting picked off like that. But this is an eco, right? He's trying to find information for himself on how he could call things in a positioning that Pigeons are overtaking when they're throwing this mass amount of util towards rubble. And I think understanding that, look at that, Core really wants to counter fight that. But they're jumping on top. They got the snake bite on top of that too. So Zamal can't even get across. But he gets traded out though. Outlaw out from Cuz. A 1-for-1. Goes for a safety in the back of the site. Prowler pushes them all the way back towards that spawn. Big fight happening towards the C side, maybe, as Anderson decides to forfeit it instead. Conversion's path available though for the A site the whole, but looks like Core does the perfect pivot into B.
Nice and slow now.
Yeah, that conversion path I think is going to be a huge issue. Moose is ready to crunch either the C player or the, yep, there it is, the C player looking like they're crunching him. Anderson's getting pressure from all directions. Moose is there to collapse, and now they know the C side's completely wide open, Vans. They're pivoting once again.
And then they kept Note inserted. That's 2 kills there, and they know the last one's on the A side with the Outlaw. Exactly what you were just mentioning before we started this round. You cannot let somebody like Flya and give him some room so he can understand where everybody's playing every single time. And it's just like, well, I'm going to work that map. All the pieces of the puzzle match, and I have the perfect picture. And then he calls a beautiful round there.
One enemy remaining.
And if you're Fly, like the calling needs to be this precise, because I think you don't want to really get stalled behind all of the lanes, right? Like you want to brute force one part of it as early as possible. You want to push back these A players, or you want to push back the C players. You want that early pressure, because as long as these, I mean, they're the 2 longest orb smokes in the game, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think the only one that might be longer than the mixed smoke is the Harbor util, but
yeah, Harbor and Brim are the same.
Yeah, Harbor and Brim, yeah. Now it's another A brawl coming out right here. This time it seems like Pigeons are coming out on top, fans.
Yeah, great denial here too, and look at the amount of ults. I was just about to mention what's on the board. They went convergence pass, then went for the mix ult, and then somehow Moose, though, is spraying 2 players through that? Wait, now it almost feels like the mix ult is not useful. What are you doing now? You gave your position away towards Rubble.
And there's so much pressure. They don't know if the lurkers have gone through. They're not really entirely sure what's happened, right? The lack of gadgets. Now the triple face is going to be come out. Koof is going to have to be on point. QoR, though, the spacing does look like it could open up an opportunity for a potential individual fights here.
Dude, they are so isolated on that. That is not good. Saturates out, gets stunned into the smoke. I mean, what could you do? You just called it. When they had one on the rubble, one on the ground, and the other one on the other side, there's no triple high-low. There's nothing to punish that rubble spot.
Andy Anderson had to do so much dirty work that round. He had to re-clear all of B, all the lurkers, and still made it on time, Vance, to get to that fight in the crossfire with Koof. Look at that, the 1 kill into the 1-2, and then boom, the P comes out at the end as well. I mean, just beautifully played by Pigeons. And I imagine if you're Fly, you're starting to get a little frustrated because, I mean, ideally, you don't want these rounds to play out this way, right? Like, you know they're fighting A a lot. Maybe start brute forcing it on the C side of the map and then flush the map back and do your set retake on A. But they continue to bump heads, no finding the opening kill.
Yeah, and I think it's because they don't really have a clean take towards the A side Robo yet that they could feel that they could sell fakes. And if you're going to give up that spot, it's already a tell here for the other guys to get ready, and they can still flood retake with so much util available left for the Pigeons. That said, though, you have a Vice ult towards that B site, because getting caught in the line of that ult. Who's stuck in the Razor Vines trying to not make any noise. There's that second one. And finally he forfeits, but Note is already ready to punish him.
Anderson with a shutdown, but I think it's all futile here. Coburg with 10 HP. Anderson in the 2v3. Actually, wait, there's...
I don't know, he's got a
they've given him... He's got a smoke here as well. This actually could be a problem.
That'll be hilarious. 20-second smoke and he gets the defuse. There's that first kill, though. Goes back into it for a second tap. Remember, there's so much time on that clock for the smoke. Isolates a second. Here's Derek jumping inside and gets the judge kill. Of course, out of all the hype, it has to be a judge in a smoke.
Oh man, I mean, how do you even expect that? You go. Anderson's playing it absolutely perfectly, tapping, isolating one side, tapping, going for the other side as well. Like, I mean, he could not have played that 1v3 any better. And then boom, you had to face the judge in the smoke. That's tough, man. That is tough. And the money's in absolute shambles here for the Pigeons side. Round 21, QoR looking to take the lead towards the end of this first map. And has been a back and forth. Just so much, just absolute headbutting, brawling early between both of these teams. QoR doing a bit of a set take, immediately taking space away from them and brute forcing through that C lane.
I gotta say, I feel so deflated out of that one. It was such a cool round from Anderson, and he just get dropped by a judge.
Can you imagine how he feels?
Yeah, true. Oh, well, we still get the openers. There's a hero rifle for Coburg with the Vandal here as well, and Prowler misses, but nobody's taking the space behind that Prowler, so it's not going to be as an important position here for Zamal. I think the understanding here for the win cons is try not to give your ults away. Anderson's already one away from his. Coburg's getting really close to his as well, so you want to try to play it as speed as possible. But that allows space to be taken on the defensive side. But the crossfire is just beautiful in the end by all of QoR. Super high lows and crossfires on the left and right. And even with the amount of smokes that are being dropped on site, there was no value from the flashes.
It's tough. I think that's the one con of Sky that I'll never get over, is the lack of like having a player always needing to look upwards, right? Like the vertical crosshair placement. When there's no fade, when there's no Sova in play, it's everyone. The only thing you have to do is really anti-flash, right? It's like the only thing you really need to worry about. And it can be kind of tough to brute force through stuff unless you're super good with the flash timing. Nonetheless, so it is the 11-10 as expected. No, though, having an absolute heater, 27-14, man.
Yeah.
It's much higher than 1 kill per round. Playa looking to keep the pressure up on the A side, keeping the players here, but loses his life in the process. That is a huge find for Pigeons.
And that's a huge sell too. The paranoia was what was needed to force out the orbital strike and for the rest to stay towards this A side. So Koof has to stay alone here on C. Saturate hits him right at the pillar, but you still have another one inside the smoke, ready to flood out for the waterfall to help him out. Koof is low on HP, so is Anderson. Gets wall banged, headshotted by Moose. No chance now for the Sky to rotate across to get the heal up. And that is a window, an opportunity to get the plant down. But here comes that door being opened up. And all of QoR, once again, stuck inside just the waterfall. We haven't even gotten the plant yet. As we overextend, trying to peek out on the 1v1, Cuz plays the off angle, tucks into the corner, and gets that pick onto Kumi. Numbers slowly dwindling. Smoke's also fading. And here comes that opportunity for Ku to start pushing forward, but Note continues to be on fire. Another one-way smoke being thrown, and now we're forcing players to just walk forward every single time. Pre-fired shots, double swing in the end. It's traded back by Cuz, and it's a 2v2. Now Noted is also on low HP. 30 seconds left, still a lot of Valorant to work with within this round. The jump spot though, oh no! Trying to give him the spike away, but it's another one-on-one. Now Moose gets the spike pan down. Flash is not for him. He's low on HP, and now the gap is already there, taken up ahead by Cuz. He walks in towards that waterfall. Now finally spotted, and Cuz was so patient within the whole round, and no chance here for QoR to really knock him down.
He genuinely played that round to pure perfection, I think. There's not a single move that Cuz made that round that I could have made, even thought of how to do better than he did, to be honest. Like, he played that so perfectly, the absolute suffocation on site, and then forcing QoR to have to decide, oh, do we want to move forward and play into the triple crossfire top site between Mound, between Link, between Heaven, and or you know what I mean, or like, do we, and then what's the other move? What's the other move for QoR? Do we go backwards into the one-way smoke? Like, it's just absolute suffocation coming out, and the fact that this even came down to a 2v2 is surprising to me, because it felt like Ku just had them completely corralled on site, funneled into that spot, nowhere for them to play, nowhere for them to move. Every move felt dangerous. Now the A control here, once again, for Ku. They want to establish dominance on the side of the map, Vans. They want to make it very clear that A early is not an option.
I think they're also realizing, too, that despite them showing this hand towards the A side and they forfeit it, even if they get to a point where they're getting to the C side, man, is that rotate so quick from a Neon, from a Whaley, from boosts coming in from Anderson, and from Koof if he's close on range to help out the team. Look at that, already at the minute mark, everybody's over-rotating back towards that C site. They're almost understanding here that QoR is staying as a wolf pack. They're really not trying to play inserts until Moose tries to go for a peek. It's a high-low swing out towards that front B site. Nightfall has no contact, but the Paranoia does, though. Still out towards that pillar. Finally, Derek trades it out. 3 players towards the waterfall. Flash about to come out. Fully flashes Kumi. Trying to find safe haven, but it's Samal swinging out. Now it's back to Derek. Trying to roll back the years on a 1 versus 3. 7 HP onto Kumi. There's that first shot. 10 bullets left. 40 seconds left on the clock. Tries to walk back in. Isolates the second one. There's a double. It's a 4K for Derek, but once again, it's Cuz that saves the day and puts Pigeons at map point.
Match point.
And I never thought I'd believe it, but QoR's actually getting out macroed. They're getting played, Vans. The A control early for Ku's paying off so well for them. It's affording them the ability to go early, cheat the rotates over to B, cheat the rotates over to C, and the double orb controllers are such a problem right now for QoR to get through. It's so hard. You're trying to brute force to the brimstone molly, the mix utility, the stuns, the well-timed waylay util. There's just so much for them to work with. Yeah. Now it's the final round right here for QoR, looking to either take us into OT, or it could very well be a Pigeons first map.
You definitely feel like they have to fight this. Here comes the close range Bucky right onto Zamal, the first big opener. Prowler now spots one inside breakable door, but there's also an attacker side smoke in. No information behind that smoke, where you currently have 2 players of the Pigeons with the crossfire setup. Door now gets opened up. Trying to move in as a group. That's a beautiful dink that pushes Obert away. Here it comes now, the convergence path on the defense. Stalls him towards that tree, but that's okay. Everybody's still in safety. 4 players inside the tree room.
I mean, this has got to be a pivot, right? They're just completely stuck. Oh, actually, the Viper Spike could turn things around, but the double fight through switch, I mean, that pretty much seals the deal. You're going to pivot off that. You know a lot of the players are here. The wall's on flank, so there's no pressure in that regard. And now it's a full-on pivot towards the B side. Lurker is still enabled on the A side, and Fly is already on the move. This looks...
An opener. Who's moving forward? Kumi just catches them at the last second. And now they confirm here the Nightfall, seeing nobody towards Heaven, seeing nobody towards the spawn. They know the rotates coming in towards that same spot where Koof just came from. It should be a guaranteed. Oh, wait, maybe not a guarantee anymore, but it's still a 5 versus 1, right? There's no way he's doing this. Still
it's
has
a little bit more doable. Okay, maybe.
Well, no.
All right,
Second time he does that,
lost.
yeah. Pseudo team. But nonetheless, Kohlberg at least made a valiant effort. And I gotta say though, they had to realize here, Roy, that they had to brute force their way to fight back towards that A-side roll, because giving up that space, they realized how it's so difficult for them to hold the post plant when there's still 5 players alive on the side of the Pigeons, and they worked that to perfection this time around with the right util from a Bucky dash out from their waylay right over here.
So dirty. What a dirty play. Just send the waylay in, get that one pump shot off, immediately TP out, no risk, super high reward. Now the triple here from look at that, just perfectly played by all 3 of those players. A bit of a troll in the first 2, but hey, you know, heat up, why not? I think Noah's close to a 30 bomb.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Let No get his 30 bomb. I approve.
Yeah.
Now this is where things should get very interesting, Vans, right? Because we saw the pretty much the full formula for both teams, right? It's been the A control for both teams early on. It's whether Core still wants to go head on into it. This time they only have the 3 players. They have the Fade Eye as well to support them from the B site, and immediately the hands are shown. Both players want A, but Pigeons are the ones to establish it.
Yeah, and at least though for Core, they're not as aggro as they were in the previous rounds. They just forced Pigeons to really hold their grounds, but look at what's still available. Still 4 smokes available for Anderson and Koof all together. Still the heal flashes. They could do some sort of fake if they want to, and it seems to be the case. They already have the dog out from Holbrook here, who's trying to drone out towards this A side, and everybody's walking towards C. But this is the issue that I wanted to point out before here, Roy. The util that they have, what do they really have to clear out Razor Vines? Nothing. So when Leon's going to try to slide in, he's half HP going through.
Yeah, it's literally the waylay just needs to be so precise with the way it's getting executed. Vines immediately popped. Wall pop now. A forced pivot. Boberg, though, on the lurk, awaiting the hands of Core for them to get over aggressive. Derek, though, looking to fight through. Just raw, mechanically resolving the round, and it turns back into the 3v3, Vans.
Dude, I almost feel like we were just listening for sound for Cuz. It gets the spray through the walls on the C side, and it continues to go back and forth. Now the last 2 players isolated inside the B site. Anderson off the plant, though, will get the orbital strike. No, couldn't get the kill, got saturated, slowed down his shooting. And now Moose has to give his position away. Look at the reposition for Cuz at the same time. At least there's no orbital strike. The shot is missed. He's forced to recall. Now Moose has the upper hand. Full HP still. He didn't even get damaged. Now taps onto the spike, trying to get it halfway. Here comes Cuz trying to go for that dash in. The double through. It's halfway though. Back onto the tap. Immediately goes off it. Tries to go for this wide swing, and he finally gets it for Moose. What a clutch player for Core.
He is such a beast, man. He's such a valuable player. It's actually insane how slept on he is, considering the resume that this player has and the consistency of value he's had in almost every iteration of rosters that he's been on, whether it's tier 2, whether it's tier 1. Just look at the bulldog energy coming out of him as well on that immediate 1v2. Opens the door, runs it down, bro. No fear. Insane. You gotta love that. And as soon as it comes down to the 1v1, I mean, Moose is just so experienced in those situations. He plays it out almost perfecally. Cuz doing his best.
Now, Roy? Trying to make Pigeons cuckoo and make Derek bark? What are you trying to make me do here?
we got the entire zoo in here now. Let's go.
A little bit of a change of pace though if you're looking at this OT. There is 0 aggression coming out from Pigeons this time around, and I was like looking at that minimap, I was like, there's a double dash in from Kumba, but he refracts. So I'm not sure if he got the full information on what was really happening towards that A site. But they wasted a lot of util so far, while Pigeons still has a lot to work with for the Flood retake.
I like the silent walk up B though, because it doesn't really trigger any alarms. And if they find a good fight against this player right here, Cuz versus Fly on the lurk, Cuz comes out on top. A huge opener here for Pigeons. That relieves a lot of the A pressure, and it's going to keep these 3 players towards B because they have the fast rotate if it ends up being a C hit.
Yeah, and they have to start tempoing up a little bit more because they lost all that space towards that A side. Flash confirms now with the door being open that it wasn't a fake to open the door and to re-hit towards that B site. So now they're working with a buddy system between Kohlberg and Anderson towards the C site, but not really on the high-low. They're trying to play trades off each other here. Saturate comes out. Beautiful shot by Kohlberg first. Haunt, though, gets a little bit of information. A TP inside the site. There's that first kill finally for Core on their side. A 3 versus 4 with 20 seconds left. One is forced to plant, so there are dwindling numbers, at least before this plant comes down. Now it's up to Note. A hero so far from QoR, having to win a 1 versus 4 this time around. There's that first kill, but there's not enough bullets. Nice little flick onto Koof. But Pigeons are able to get the defuse, and we will go extra innings one more time.
Pigeons, man, they flock together. 4v1, overwhelmed completely on the side, no chance for him to fight back, and you just gotta love the layering of kind of the macro and the pacing that's coming out from them, because this is exactly what they need, right? They don't have the gadgets, they only have Sky for info initiating. It's a lot of this walk-ups when the soft takes is what I call them, right? Having one person just test the waters, limit test the space. If it's free, take it. He does. He catches a very fortunate timing versus Flya, completely relieves the macro pressure off the map, allows the team to be in the right places at the right time, and from there it's just Anderson holding down the C side until his teammates can roll up and help him. Now we find ourselves in second OT events, and the formula is still the same.
Not that much the same, though. We have an up on the attack side for Cuz. So they're trying to go for the op into the C side, but that's an interesting thing, though. We haven't really seen too much peaks coming out from QoR onto the C side. So maybe they're just trying to force players out in the open as soon as they start baiting this wall or whatnot. But an interesting start to put Cuz on that C line.
I dig it. It's a really good way to punish. Get the wall out early. Now they're forced to jiggle for information, and that's where the op can shine. I do wonder where they're going to allocate it. Yeah, towards B, it looks like. I mean, this is just a straight, slow work the picks. It doesn't seem like they're eyeing out the A side whatsoever, though, because they've given up. They've fallen off the space. It's either going to be a B hit or a C hit. Cuz is looking for that pick. A pick against Derek right here would force one of the players potentially off of C. That's the pick. Omen might go to pick it up. And yeah, it's going to remain a double hold here for QoR at C side.
That's because the hot miss at the same time, too. But great anchoring once again from the util on the ground. But the spray cannot come through from Fly to trade off with Moose. So Kuz still has an opening inside the C site, getting met up by the op.
30 seconds left.
Now they open the door to try to fake it. They're keeping 2 players at bay towards the spawn. And really Fly on an island. Here comes that double dash soon here from the opener of Cuz. Fly with 5 bullets left, forced to give the site, and they're gonna have to play the flood retake as a team. Weapon now picked up by Cuz. Vandal out. Swings right into the crosshair of Flya. Tap onto the spike for the first kill. Gets the second one at the turnaround. Now forces Sick the spike, but no TP'd in. And gets the kill there to put QoR back in the lead. And dude, these are going to be rounds that continues to be chaotic, one after the other in this OT, Roy.
And this game continues to deliver, Vans. The absolute chaos and identity I mean, it's self-titled today. That's how they're chaos incarnate. Those are Kohlberg's words. And it seems to be playing off right here as well. The just absolute overwhelm of util, the sick mechanical skill ceiling on everyone in this lobby is just so crazy right now. It feels like players are popping off and things are just happening across the board on so many fronts, fans, and so many layers. And right now, for QoR, they're teetering on the potential edge of finishing this map once and for all.
Definitely comes down to the nano decisions pretty much here. Just how do you trade off each other, finding the right positions more than like the macro than anything else. Gun shoot, try to land those shots as they're trying to do so with some A side control, but the door does get opened up, and QoR have now invested 3 players inside tree. There's also 4 players from Pigeons just on the other side of the wall, and that wall funnels them towards the 2 players trying to face check into the site. But here comes a re-aggression now from the A main. How is this happening from both sides? Prowler, though, does get information. He gets instantly traded out once again. Anderson on a 1 versus 2. And now we're going to get a plant, and also with the plant, you'll get the convergence pass. So here's the recall, and now you just have to play the tap.
And that failed re-clear on Derek, and Tree's going to haunt them forever if this is a round loss. Anderson, though, he knows where they are. He has an idea. Smokes the spike. It's going to force the peaks out, Vans. A 1v2.
He avoids it, though, at least. Now they have to spam it, too, and force themselves into the smoke. He swings on the outside. Oh, couldn't get that kill. Moose, who was the hero for a couple of these OT rounds, is also the one that closes the round and closes the map for QoR as they take this first map, Lotus, against the Pigeons.
What a back and forth, too. Just keeping us completely on the edges of our seats. I mean, at some point, I was genuinely at a loss. I had no idea who was going to win. It felt like Pigeons were playing so well. And it feels like they've really leveled up this way, despite this being a map loss. And of course, QoR, I mean, this is kind of what I was expecting, at least. I mean, QoR did win last play. They're a phenomenal team. They've looked so good. And I feel like they're playing so well into this meta as well. We saw the layers of adaptation that happen in real time against a composition that they've never played against, never seen before. And I mean, just being able to problem solve in a game like Valorant, where it's so easy to get overwhelmed with the amount of details, is commendable for the core side. Pigeons, NT by them, and now we go into the second map of the series. It should be an absolute banger, Vince.
Yeah, especially now looking at this new comp that came out from Pigeons too. I like the fact that they're not afraid to try out new things. They almost made it really work here against QoR. They pushed the envelope pretty much at that point too, where it almost felt like QoR was ready to fight against, like, for example, a deadlock composition too, when that was a composition that was used in the past, by the Pigeons. But they come out with such a new composition, and fun to see that we have some mix coming out here into VCL as well. But unfortunately, it wasn't a map that goes into the favor of the novelty of the Pigeons. But they have a chance to migrate to the second map, which is going to be on Haven after this break.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Rally is just gonna kill the. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You got looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Who would win, our stage 1 champions or a bunch of birds? That was the question heading into the very first map of the series, and boy, was it close. 2 rounds of OT, but in the end, QoR to take the win on the very first map, 15-13. what a crazy series. I mean, Shio, going into that, it was shenanigans from the start, even starting with the composition we saw coming out from Pigeons, and that did not stop as we headed into the map.
Genuinely, that match was probably the best when it comes to challengers in North America. You want a level of chaos you've never seen before. You want grand finals players and teams challenged by what would be underdogs looking so good on the day marks.
So 100%, like, hey, I said that it would be really fun to watch Pigeons, and boy, did they deliver. Obviously, bringing the mix into the composition of the different ages that they were coming through, they were not afraid to take fights right away. And it took QoR a little bit of time to wrap their head around the fact that Pigeons were always going to be hungry to try and take that one-on-one brawl.
And they, not only would they take the brawl, but they would deliver on it. I mean, going into this match and this being QoR's map pick, I kind of thought it would be a little bit more one-sided, but there was just a chaos to it, Shio. And the way that Pigeons were able to push QoR, I mean, it definitely had QoR kind of trying to think on their feet to try and figure out what can be done.
Yeah, Note was like such a good player at handling a lot of that chaos, understanding that as messy as round gets when Pigeons are in control, you can find the flow through that mess, be at God spots, and thwart a lot of what these guys have set up. You might be looking at Note and saying, like, how is he finding so many 3Ks, 4Ks, aces back to back? There are gaps when people start to play fast, and he found perfect ones. That being said, in the business with Mix, with double duelist diving, there are so many active ultimates that actually, you know, get to space, have kill potential, are actionable from the side of Pigeons, that almost every single round in planning was a threat from the team marks, and that is very scary to deal with.
And I find it really interesting that we talk about the ults and the util usage, honestly, from Pigeons, because while, yeah, you know, they're going to be going fast, they're not afraid to take that fight, they want that chaos to happen, it still felt like there were a couple of gaps in how they wanted to use the ultimates or some of their utility to support themselves. We did see quite a few ultimates kind of get utilized, like some orbital strikes, that didn't find any value whatsoever, just simply because QoR were doing an excellent job at the overall macro style of gameplay. I think that QoR were just really understanding what was going on from the side of Pigeons and then making sure to adapt them and kind of outsmart them in some of those initial engagements just to make sure that they could edge this map out.
I mean, and they had to try and outsmart going on later into the round when you look at the first kills and how skewed it was into the side of Pigeons. 18-10 in terms of the openers of the round. So QoR kind of having to make that bounce back. But even just looking at the timeline of this map, you can see, Shio, just how back and forth a lot of this was. Like, neither team was allowed to really gain too much momentum
at all. And QoR started off really well in terms of like, I thought that Pigeons would be in here with this comp having lots of questions unanswered, and that's what it looked like for the start. Suddenly they start tossing like algebraic equations over to QoR, and they can't really handle it. It's getting crazy. And their defense, Marks and I were talking about it, is so hyperactive on this map on Lotus. Defense is almost like attack, like on Fracture, where you have to be proactive, go for the attack. They did with Cousin Toe, and Marks, he looks so good.
But 100%, you take a look at the minimap at any of the defensive rounds, you can see that A space that was always being taken over by Pigeons, not afraid to take that space, especially on their defense. And that proved to be so important to make sure that they had an idea on where QoR was going. It took a little bit of time for QoR, once again, to figure out how they could counter out that A initial fight, because every single time, I mean, you saw it on the last graphic, it seemed like Pigeons were able to find that first kill. But of course, on the QoR side, you had people like Note, who was just in the right place at the right time so often, and just lining up all of these multi-kills consistently when it seemed like Pigeons should just be running away with the round. And it's those little moments that really just highlighted the gaps that existed in how Pigeons were running their composition.
And to find those moments too, I think is really good, especially too when we've spoken a lot about the chaos, Shio, and there was a round that you pulled up as well to really kind of dive a bit more into kind of how this played out and the whole theme of the match.
It's good for both sides. So I want to talk a bit about how Pigeons like to make the round a little bit messy, and then after that, how QoR likes to clean it up at the other side of things. But one of the things Pigeons was doing really well is finding where this Vise is and conditioning these guys to attack the Vise. So you can immediately see a lot of QoR rolling over to C once they see that up. It kind of makes their overall defensive position a little bit haphazard. Suddenly, people are in the weird spots and aren't sure if they should rotate. And in that chaos, you have stims, you have dogs, you have a tag here on Note with the op as well. The mess has been created. You understand there might be a weak omen on this site. After one more round cut, they get the stims active. They add some chaos again towards the B door, but you see the Waylay dive into what should be an advantageous spot on note here on site. Cuz comes in, one shorty shot because you know you got that tag. And after this, it's about cleaning up even more of the mess. Ultimate scaling. Mark said it was a little bit messy at times. When it went well, it went really well. You'll see the Seekers come out here from Sky. And then after that, off of Cobra's Seekers, you have the conversion paths popped in because you know exactly that no one's over at stairs. You have free fights, and this is another mess created by Pigeons again after they clean things up. You go close range, you get scrappy with it. Suddenly, though, the multiple messes start to get freaky for the side of Pigeons. QoR starts to gain a little bit of temperance in that round. Derek is there to be able to get that 1v2 situation almost in an advantage. It does turn out that, you know, time was a bit of a problem in that round, and Pigeons still end up winning, but it's a 13-11 or whatever in the OT for 15-13, apologies from me, because QoR is able to clean up a lot of the mess after the fact. You know, it works once or twice for Pigeons. It gets to the OT, but, you know, every single time afterwards inside OT, I think QoR finally understood the pattern. Roy said it really well on cast. Yes, things could be going well for Pigeons, but they have to switch things up even when they're winning, or QoR will adapt, and they definitely did. But I love the ult scaling, I love the chaos, and I love the way they clean up that chaos in those rounds.
I mean, you still talk about that adaptation coming out from QoR, and it still was a 15-13 to score line for QoR to win that out. It was so close. And now heading into the second map series, have to see how this plays out, because reminder, Lotus was QoR's pick. That was the one they felt confident picking into for the series, and it took that double overtime to close it out. So Shio, what do we expect then kind of going into Haven after that?
If we're keeping themes similar, it doesn't have to be the comp. I just showed you guys how these guys have to make a mess and clean it up. Haven's one of the best maps for that at the start. Marks, you know the A main fight gets messy, you clean things up, the retake gets messy, and then you clean it up for the post plant. And do you think that this is where the Pigeons thrive? I don't know what Pigeons do, but you're the expert.
Hey, Pigeons fly. All I'm saying, they got wings, they can do it, they're birds, they fly around, and admittedly a little bit annoyingly. But look at this composition here. You want to talk about mess? Well, it seems like Pigeons are really going to be leaning into that one, bringing out a Phoenix here, Shio.
Yeah, you look at PRX, you look at KC as well. Two different versions of making a mess mid-map and on-site. Phoenix is so good at dropping into this map, making things chaotic on C when it comes to overheating past your own walls, and some very good default stuff on defense as well at challenging A main, challenging middle as well with these flashes. If you want chaos, Sierra, you got Pigeons up in tow again.
Oh, love the chaos, Marks. We got so much of it. Like, is it going to be enough, though, up against this team of QoR?
See, this is where I get a little bit worried, right? Because you saw exactly how that last map went. Pigeons, they were getting their little points there, but it really came down to QoR being able to counter them.
Well, we're ready. Let's send to it. Chaos, go with your casters.
Go into chaos right away then, Roy. We're going straight into the action with already a first blood available for QoR. Now we have the hit coming out for the Pigeons, as well as Derek's trying to hold an anchor to sight in the back. That's 2 ghost kills, and the lurk is also being canceled out by Moose. And that just leaves Cobra alone in 1v5, where barely anybody got damaged but Derek, who did a superb job at anchoring that A site.
Yeah, defending that was absolute insanity with the tempo that they were going at. Shout out to him. That's a huge play. I think this is cleaned up. I think for me, the interesting thing with QoR's evolution is that this actually was one of their permas, and they only recently swapped to this with the pickup of Derek, and now it's a map that, I mean, I think Derek's addition has completely changed their perspective on this map, and I think I kind of understand it, right? Because you have that solo A player who's so experienced, and A is such a high contention point on this map, and it feels like the teams that can operate with intuition on the side of the map are the ones usually coming out on top. And I think with the addition of Derek, it kind of makes sense to why this is a map that they want to play now. It absolutely makes sense. And now we're going into the second round. Nothing really too crazy, but I think, you know, while this round is unfolding, we could probably talk about the win conditions for QoR, right? It's the fact that they want this C orb as much as possible, right? Because Phoenix ult is still one of the cheapest in the game. It's a very effective ult, and farming it as much as often as possible on this map is going to be a huge win condition and note to open up this thrifty.
Oh, and actually, they are opening up another kill into Garage, despite picking up the orb too. So that's 2 little checks that they cross out as they're making their way into the seaside. A plant will be huge. Flash not good enough. Moose able to spray down 2 players here to slide across. Yes, it's good. And that might be that Window of opportunity. Enough time now for the Cypher to get the plant down. Moose low in HP, doesn't really want to give up his life here because that would give up a Spectre, and that's dangerous in the hands of these two players. But there comes that timing, perfect in the end. And now I also want to think about the compositional change too. You talked about, you know, a map that's on the side of Pigeons, I mean, on the side of Core that they always banded out, but with Derek, they bring this out, this double controller that's almost basic with the exception of Derek playing a Sova instead of, no, actually, it's pretty basic.
It's pretty standard, yeah.
Yeah, it's just on the other end too, you're looking at Pigeons. They've tried like the PRX comp even in the offseason when you had the Phoenix and the Yoru, but now with the nerfs that you have from the Yoru, they still want to bring speeds off the rotates by putting Zamal on his Neon. And what do you make out of this one too? Is it good enough to try to fight against this double controller, and especially with the Viper on defense?
Yeah, I think both the Neon and the Phoenix kind of pair well into the composition that Core's opting into. I think it pairs really well into the, I'll call it the cookie cutter composition, okay? Because it seems like a lot of teams are running it. But I think the fact that you have the Neon that can contest the A space quickly on the defensive side, and you also have the ability to brute force chokes, and you also have the flashes to enable that brute forcing. So I think overall the flashes pair well into double controllers. In this round, it seems like once again, QoO wants to bully away the C lane. They don't want the information to be found in that part of the map. And patience here for the Pigeon side as they look to reaggress, and Kumi finds an unconventional pick on an unconventional spot against Anderson to open up this bonus for his team.
Yeah, one jiggle too many out from Anderson, and half of his body was already showing out when he was trying to find that line to try to punish the op. Almost feels like he was trying to time that with a swing from Goof, but not as coordinated. They now have to face the music with one less player to try to take over one of these sites. Although the insert has to come down to Goof if he can get this pick. And with that second one there, and that's, yep, no more rotate back towards the A site. Let's try to go for the surprise factor into C. There's a judge just on the other end of the smoke.
Yeah, man, they're not getting past this, right? Surely?
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Works well enough. It works well enough.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, he's cooked. He's absolutely... Oh! Hey, yo!
30 seconds left.
There we go. The final, and then the seventh piece of Veto comes out.
Still gets it. No! He has ulti. He has ulti. And he's healing up. Dude, this is insane. He's still got 20 seconds and finally there. Moose takes him. Dude, this is the type of series we're going to get, man. We've already felt it on that Lotus game where any small gap, they're going to be like kittens where they could just slide through everything and just compress their body, elongate their body enough to just be able to slide through and find some sort of opening here for Pigeons.
And the versatility.
You have cats?
I have cats. I have one sleeping on right in front of me, actually. That was blocking half my screen throughout half of the last map. So there's that.
So knowledgeable.
Yeah, I know.
So
he's
you couldn't
quite
even see
educated.
the screen, yet you could still call everything. That's perfect.
Yeah, I'm like peeking over him like he's like an object in the way. But man, I'm just thinking about the versatility on the core side. Just there's so many win conditions, like the lurking, the anchoring, the IGL, the brains. Like it feels like everything is there for this roster. And then there was questions about, like, you know, the firepower trade-off that was coming in from, you know, between Derek and Smoke, because obviously Smoke had, like, I mean, he was, let's be real, he was one of the best duelists in the league last play. I mean, still is. He's still here. I'm not saying
that's
like
why SRB is picking him up so they can try to get the champs as soon as possible, right? So hopefully get the chance to get the champs. Yep.
Yep. But here we go. A fast take from Pigeons onto this A site.
We get a little bit of space, some flashes coming out too, and Anderson though gets a nice little opening there to trade off with his teammates. Now with this plant coming down, they could pick up a couple of weapons back towards Graffiti at the same time too. Ult available. These is looking pretty good here for the Pulse plan. They have 2 rifles picked up. Because has been heard still at default, and they have to retake with a knock for the side of Core.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Okay, that little ult scares him. He waste time down for the side of Pigeons. Get information at least on the Odin towards the spawn. Here finally is that slide out. Kuman gets the op kill. Still towards that default box. There's that Odin trying to spray transfer onto the second one. He knows and has him pinned. Goof not able to answer back against the spraying Odin. The crap block from Fire. And 4 is now 4 unanswered rounds into this map of Haven.
Ooh, what a close one though from Pigeons. I really like the way they played that. The walk up on towards A, the instant pop, punishing the weak defenses for Core. Only 2 players there, and that's kind of the power of the flashes, right, that we talked about. Is it enables that brute forcing. It enables those pops to happen. And with Omen, with Neon, able to just gain so much space so quickly, it's so easy to get overrun on sites. But nonetheless, a 3v3 is successful. Nice clutch coming out here from Fly, the IGL of the squad with the Odin.
Dude,
And now we
there's
go on to
double
our
Odins.
5th round. Oh, there's triple Odins.
Yeah, but analyze me the double Odin on attack.
It's a straight fest. Look at this. That's what it is.
Oh my god, dude.
I mean,
this is.
Yo, they'll actually almost work too. That's the crazy part.
If I see this at the VCTs and they're like, yeah, I got this from the Pigeons in the VCL. This is perfect play.
At this point in the meta, I would not be too surprised.
But Derek holds a nice angle towards that long A side, so Zamal just walks right into it. And it makes sense. You made so much noise towards this garage side. You didn't show any presence towards the A side first. You're trying to walk contact and trying to surprise up an opponent. But Derek, once again, has been very good as the first layer of anchoring for QoR on this A side.
I think it's so easy to overlook just how mechanically strong Derek is as well as a player. Yeah. He's always in the clutches, and you see it a lot in display in those instances. But I think on this roster, he's going to have a lot of room to kind of express himself without having to compromise too much on how he wants to play the game. And he really is such a strong mechanical player, able to play the ass-pass angle like that, instant punish. Oh, sir? Sir? Below you? Oh, there it is. Okay.
I want to see your ID, please. Yeah, you can't cross it to the same side. Sorry. Yep, turn around. At least now 3 players alive. Blake not available there. Anderson gets the punish on the fly, but Fly was only at 8 HP anyways. Yeah. They're going to save the Odin towards the end, and I think that will allow Moose to even move back into the garage and salvage the op too.
Okay. Job well done. I mean, this is so far it's looking like quite a chokehold by Cole right now. Able to present themselves with so many win conditions on so many fronts, right? Like the unconventional off angles. I mean, you don't really expect to see people playing the ass-pass angle too much as a Sova, and him doing it and looking so clean, getting that opening pick and instantly punishing the Cypher walk up as well on C. I mean, that just takes away almost every possible plan for Pigeons at that point. Maybe there was some hope if players were closer after the Anderson kill, but it seemed like they were already decided on the save. Now a timeout comes out. Re-examine of the game plan moving forward, and I think if I'm not mistaken, they recently added a coach for this play. If I'm not, A Ruby's the former TSM Academy coach from a long time ago. That's a bit of a throwback. But I think he will bring a little bit more consistency is maybe the word I'm looking for. Like, obviously they're a very chaotic team, they're a very in the moment type of team, but having like set pieces, set plans to fall into when things aren't going well, it's easy for comms to shut down. And when you run a system that is, you know, a vocal democracy is what I call it, where everyone's pitching in ideas, everyone's pitching in plays, whenever you're down in these kind of rounds and things start to feel a little bit tough, people tend to shut down, and you need these set pieces, you need these set ideas to fall back on when things aren't flowing, to try to get around. And this, obviously, they don't have the craziest ult this round with the Omen ult, so it's really just going to end up being like some kind of solution to the issues at hand, because they know the operator's online, they know that Sova's been playing towards the A site, and they know that Viper and Killjoy are playing towards the C side. So it's how they want to push and pull. And from where I'm standing at the moment, it feels like the solution is somewhere along the lines of take that A control away from them as early as possible and have people ready to pivot into something that feels manageable for you. It's either that or punish the B side.
And there's so many options for them to do that at the same time too, right? But at first, I think it's also trying to figure out if the op is going to be posted on that A line going into the next round for QoR, so that Pigeons could react off that. But I think you said that even if it's a weak ult for the side of Anderson, I think it's like one of the most powerful ults you could actually have on a Haven as well. If he TPs up towards that spawn and that pulls a little bit back to try to clear that line, that's already some extra space that it could overtake here for the side of the Pigeons. But I think what's missing for them as well when we're looking at the last couple of rounds too is trying to see Pigeons utilize and break a little bit of this KJ util from Garage, B side, C side. They really haven't had an opportunity to do that yet. We haven't even seen Goldberg throw, you know, shock dart lineups from spawn right into the front of the B site, because as they tried to pressure in the front of the B site, I think 1 or 2 rounds ago, they got stopped by a snake bite from Flya, but that alarm bot was still always up. So QoR is always in a great position where they could be like, okay, well, we could cheat a body to try to go for like the off angles and still try to play it safe, because they're not really forcing us to overpeak or cover some lines that are being now taken down by taking down some of our utility.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to that as well, I mean, the Phoenix utility also breaks gadgets, so they have several things to work with in that regard. I'd like to see a little bit more garage pressure. I know the Odin's probably scared them off that part of the map, to be honest, because trying to get through that tiny choke point when there's an Odin threat is a little bit terrifying. But I mean, if they pick up that there's no Odin in play, I feel like being able to pressure garage with the Phoenix util, the Flash, the Sova Dart combo is so easy to take with those 2 agents. and just being able to pressure towards B, pressure towards garage will certainly open up a lot of the pathways available to them on this attack side and hopefully give them some options.
Yeah, I do like, even though it looked kind of trolly at the very beginning, though, that they almost did get that punish with a double Odin spray into the garage. Yeah. So despite them not really getting full control in the last couple of rounds, but they still show that they're okay of fact checking to see if somebody's there and not afraid to fight against that. I think that also adds a little bit of urgency for QoR to say, like, okay, well, we can't just leave the garage open on our side because they are trying to contest it from different ways. Yeah. So that is another way for them to like try to, at least for Pigeons to say, okay, well, at least we know that from adding that presence from Odin, that some players would probably still want to try to find some util or some players in that spot that we could punish and overtake.
Yeah, that's a good point. When I saw this composition by Pigeons, I really thought it would be a lot more C-sided. Like, go start C, bully the C players off the lines, get the Phoenix ult, like farm up the ult as much as possible, right? Because if you get it at least half the rounds, I mean, that's already basically a free ult and a half, plus the kills, plus the deaths, plus the plants. I mean, that's, you're looking at 2 to 3 ults and a half easily. And I think that seems like the win condition and the philosophy of playing a Phoenix on this map, but we're not really seeing it too much from Pigeons at the moment. But they have pivoted fans. I think they're kind of going for it. They're utilizing the Sova Dart. They're utilizing the Odin spray to bully off that garage control. That's certainly going to put a lot of pressure on those C players. But immediately, no hesitation, fans. Fly is already on the move to counter, and so are the A players.
Yeah, so is Gumi walking up with the op. So they're just trying to break down this alarm bot, but it's Derek pulling out the Hunter's Fury. Now they're flooding the players potentially towards the op, potentially towards the long C side. Now Fly has full control of that spot. Now, also at the same time, though, they've done what they wanted for the Pigeons. They've broken also the alarm bot in front of that B side, unless Moose has recalled it at the same time and wants to utilize it later, because they did get pushed away a little bit by the Hunter's Fury. Oh, the timing on that one, dude.
He saw him.
Did he? Because I don't... Yeah, there is a ping. There is a ping. So it's pinged out for Derek to run down. There's that kill, and he gets information on that second one at the top. Slid down. Derek tries to stay alive, now getting hit and saved by Gumi.
Huge cover.
But there's that insert on the top. Look at that. If we get this kill on that C site, that's the TP from the Omen. Now they pivot towards C, breaking ankles on their side, and they have the Odin and also good post-plants utility for the attack site to play.
The mid-round options available for them as well. I mean, that's what we want to see from them, right? The deposits towards garage, opening up those options for them. Now it's a scramble on core to regain a ton of ground. Kolberg with the spam through the smoke, takes away Kumi as well, and now it's the 3v2. Omen's already on the re-flank for Anderson. It's going to be a little bit hard to expect, and QoR is going to have to resort to a straight-up contact.
Infinite Odin, you're not winning this round. Moose, as much as you've been amazing in these clutch scenarios, trying to walk into a crossfire setup and a Hunter's Fury on top of that, yeah, you're gonna try to save the op into the next round. But it almost feels here, Roy, definitely a different tempo coming out from the timeout for the Pigeons, because they went from brute forcing away from Lotus into like, hey, we've done probably the most methodical round of Valorant we've seen so far from Pigeons in what, 37 rounds of Valorant in this series so far.
Yeah, I mean, towards the end of Lotus on their defense, they were trying to, but this is, I feel like that's kind of one of the hidden like value of the double duelist, right? Is being able to deposit to open up your options. If the duelist lurker dies, or if the duelist entry dies, like it's not really a detriment to the ideas, right? And I think we're starting to see that a little bit coming out from them right here, where they're getting that garage control, they're getting the lurk deposited, finding those isolated kind of wraparounds on the C anchor on a timing. That's what you want to see from Coop. That's the kind of macro that you want. And we're seeing a similar idea here once again, except this time they're smoking towards tunnel, denying the information from the Killjoy turret on the C site. And that puts a lot of pressure on Note as well. You can see he's starting to look towards it, because now there's a huge gap in the garage and window side of the map.
Yeah, the only saving grace they have so far is Fire once again deciding to push down that long C line, and he gets all of that information. Trying to go for wall bangs, and this is exactly what we're talking about here. We're trying to spam into the wall, trying to see if a third instead of break it. We shock dart towards their front. We waste that util. That's already another smoke coming down from Note. What does he have left now to cover into other areas? 0. So that allows now Pigeons to activate into the garage, trying to see if they can play more insert once again. Breaking this turret could be another pain point right now that will force rotates out from QoR.
Huge opener. That is a massive find. Now Fly is completely isolated. Oh, it's going to come down to timing. They're aware of it.
Oh my gosh. Only stayed towards that front side though. That would have been spiked down too on top of the Cypher, but he didn't know. There's no way he could have known. Now you're trying to go for the hero play. Beautiful recon dart though, that stalls for a little bit. That forced now the player to run outside of the C line. Cuz trying to hold his ground with the Odin as much as he could. Anderson gaining that space on the top of B. Here's to rotate back towards that spawn. He says this is easy for us to plant towards this B site now. Now running in. Coop gets the camera up on top of that. The retake will continue to be quite difficult here because Kumi's low on HP. Does have the overdrive at least, but because Derek already used his dart, they won't really have anything to play that retake. So they have to play the contact, and they're hoping that they can catch one.
I think this postman's a little bit weird though, because it's not really planted for Omen. If Cypher goes down early, it's a little cooked. And there it is. That's the Cypher. Now they're isolated. They don't have the smoke, so that one way is going to be a huge problem for them. And the Hunter's Fury is still available for Kohlberg. That's certainly going to help the situation. But look at Kumi. He's running it down.
One enemy remaining.
Nah, no time. It's done.
Nah, no time.
Well done.
Hunter's Fury was good enough though, at least, and it forced now Derek to get caught by Anderson. So it was an expensive, well, not necessarily an expensive round. It was a much needed round for Pigeons. So using that ult to try to guarantee a round and try to come back to this game, I take that for sure. And that allows that bait for Anderson to move in from that C-Link. So again, another one of those rounds here, Roy, where we have great inserts, but also the heavy focus was towards that garage at that mid-round. Core has to find an answer to this now.
Yeah, the push and pull, that's really going to start forcing the hand of Core, I think. It's going to be the reason why they start to take a lot more risk than they should. I think a lot of it is also getting enabled by the Cypher util towards that A site because they keep putting the op in that part of the map, but Kumi's not really able to find comfortable lines. Now they're starting to kind of get pressure towards this garage side of the map. They're going to have to allocate resources towards it. And the walk up here from Pigeons on towards the A site could catch these two players isolated.
Yeah, Derek had a 6th sense too, falls back and goes for the drone already spots too. That's going to keep the two players alerted right now towards this A site. And also beautiful drone coming out to counter onto Pigeons, now spotting where their op is. So now they know it's not towards that A line. That might be a window of an opportunity now for Pigeons to start splitting into this A site.
I would have liked to see the drone from Kohlberg towards mid as well be a little bit delayed because it feels like it's a lot more easily read now. There's no timing where they could have made it, and now it's a straight up defense. Kumi walking down with the op into a contact.
Tries to escape too. Here comes the Phoenix ult from Cuz. Go down towards the long A side. He gets canceled out by Note. Here's the Paranoia on the other end. To slide through the walls, the TP on the other end. He's breaking ankles, but no, they open it up on the side here. Up in Pigeons. Samar with 2 kills with the Phantom. Now they go for the full plant right into the A site. Moose does have a lockdown to work with, and Quiet does have a pit. Only with the Judge though, so this lockdown should be important, but they are also backpedaling. Realizing now that there's 4 players alive for Pigeons, and they don't want to fight for that. They don't want any of that smoke. The only smoke that they wanted, unfortunately, went to a different team.
They really wanted that smoke. That's tough, man. That's tough. Boy, I really like the way that Pigeons are starting to set up their rounds, though, right? Utilizing the Phoenix ult, push, doing the exact things that we talked about, just the push, pull, keep the defenses spread, group up. Some of the details could be a little bit better, improved timing of the drones. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
That knee, that darn knee.
Yep.
But you're right. But the fact that you're finding a lot of value from Cuz with this Phoenix ult without really trying to go for the continuous farms over on that C line is still quite interesting how they're still able to find some openings here for the side of Pigeons. But I think that's just a slow tempo that they started to bring out a little bit more since this timeout.
Yeah, and now they're staring down the barrel of a potentially, I don't want to say free because nothing is free in Valorant or in VCL, but I mean, a round that should be in their favor right here. A potential 5-4 coming up. They have the superior weapons. I doubt we'll see any of the ults from core side get invested into this round unless they find themselves in a situation that feels winnable. Well, certainly that's not how we'd like the round to start.
You spoke into existence, rather. Now a rifle being picked up too. That's now Moose saving one in the previous round. Note picks one up as well, and you know how hot Note has been on that first map. They still have big ults to work with here on the side of Core. I will hear the information. Gets stunned out too, but he's just trying to stay alive towards that back, and Moose is doing an excellent job to cancel out the stun from how he's spraying with the Phantom, but cannot get the surprise kill! Sabal turns in to get the kill. Here comes the shock darts right into the site. The drone 2 to try to spot the 2 opponents. No TPs out available for Anderson. A drop down. The missed shot. Now Derek.
Rare.
Yeah. Picks up a phantom here. Here is the spike getting planted.
Spike planted.
He's trying to find his timing. They flip the map on the other side. They're not double swinging into this though. And then couldn't transfer on to the last as Zamal picks up the ace for the round.
What a messy round. Wow. The ace for Zamal comes out. A huge round that could have been so dangerous. I mean, Fly even getting 1 kill right there would have completely turned things around.
That would have been Zamal.
Yeah, that actually would have been Zamal. Yeah, you're right. That is tough, man. That is tough. You've got to be beating yourself up for that one. But at the end of the day, you just say good eco and move on. I mean, what else can you say at that point?
Definitely.
Not the best round for mechanical expression, that's for sure, from both sides. I think maybe Zamal, but we'll give him that little ace. But yeah, we're starting to see the push and pull factor, the slow pace here for Pigeons, really putting a wrench in things for QoR, making them feel uncomfortable. But there still are a lot of ults to be answered for, Vans. The lockdown, but I mean, yeah, this is just. Yeah, I mean, this is a clear
through
pivot.
that after the dart. I mean, they expect that, right? We talked about that 1 minute mark where they're trying to find pressure into the garage. Now they double face it on a high low, and as the turret stays up on that long C side, because it's never been contested by Pigeons as an opener on their defaults. So they're just now able to congregate a lot more players into garage, lead more towards this A side, where again, Derek has been really good as his main anchor on that site. The big win con right now for QoR to put themselves at 6.
Spike down A.
Paranoia,
This is cleaned up, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the spike open down out in the open. Maybe Cobra gets lucky here when the wall comes down. Nope. We're just.
One enemy remaining.
Nope.
Okay. Yep to nope to nope to yep. Very quick. Koof smoked out, suffocated. Flank coming in as well. Oh. Pause. 25 seconds. Is it possible? The double face?
At this point, let's just cast like Pigeons as well. Or Finding Nemo here.
We're almost there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my lord.
Still around in the end for QoR though. Again, despite it looking quite odd in terms of these duels that are going back and forth, it then still comes down to that high-low pressure into the garage that was held back here from the set of QoR. So they always had one extra body no matter what the trade-off towards this A site.
And they're not even playing for the ults, it feels like.
No.
They're just playing a standard setup, and it's working. And they're reading Coup quite well. I think the pivot to have Viper and the Killjoy shifting over towards Garage right here is so huge. You have the double layers of presence, right? You have the spam through the window, which is so easy to land. But you also have the Viper util to also help you out. A nice little brute force coming out right here. Anderson finding a huge kill onto Node as well. The Hunter's Fury comes out. Nothing to be found. The follow through for Fly gets punished, and now it's Oops isolated, alone. And Pigeons have flocked and taken over the C site in what is now a 5v3.
The patience from Zamal too, knowing that somebody should be swinging out through a Hunter's Fury so they could try to get some kills through the chaos. But again, the chaos is always thrive by the side of the Pigeons. We've seen that so many times over on that Lotus Battle of Rubble in that previous map. And now they're actually trying to go for this for QoR. Why not? You've won a couple of rounds. I mean, Derek doesn't have the best in terms of economy, neither is Moose, but they are investing to try to retake this site.
Only thing that worries me is they don't really have a controller alive. They can't even really smoke the spike. It's gonna have to be just a straight raw mechanical resolution happening right here.
And that's probably the only thing they're going to be able to get.
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah. I think at this point, they've held to the ults, those 4 ults for the past like 5 rounds or something like that. And they're like, oh, I might as well use one.
Yeah, I think so too.
It almost could have been one of those rounds, Roy, where because they have held on to these ults for so long, why didn't we try to pit somewhere early in the past couple of rounds too? So it's interesting how we're approaching this into the last few rounds of the half for QoR.
I mean, even Garage, right? Like you're already playing there. You see the presence coming in. Just rip it.
Yep.
What could go wrong besides you getting dashed on by a shorty and completely destroyed?
Exactly that. They did try at least though with the Hunter's Fury to kick things off, but then outside of that, couldn't really do some sort of big hero plays behind the Hunter's Fury. So I respect it. They tried to go for something, didn't work out. You had to play an early 3 versus 5 because of that, and it is what it is.
It is what it is, and I think Anderson kind of brute forcing with the Omen TP as well, kind of put that small additional pressure to break that choke point, make things a little bit awkward. Now it seems like a slow pivot. It's still towards the mid, but this time it's not garage, just straight up walk up towards C. No, but immediate backpedal. They're backpedaling away. Odin spams ripping away, still applying that bit of pressure. So far, nothing gained here for the Pigeons.
They're trying to close the gap too with a stinger. So hopefully the op shot comes in from long. Now here's a TP on the back of Hell. Here's a stinger close range, and it's cleared. The
He's isolated now.
Yeah, the overswing in the very beginning. The Viper wall, he's just trying to get his one. Nice little shot there coming out from Goof. Gets the hat out and the information on the last 3 players. So now you can start speeding into the A site for a plant. Remember, Fly still has this pit to work with. And oh, did you wish he still had the lockdown to work with in this round?
I like this. I really like this. I think this gives him a little bit more room to work with. It's a little bit awkward. The spray goes through, though. That's Fly down. That's the pit down. And
I don't like it anymore.
Yeah. I take back my opinion.
Well,
yeah, I mean, now it's just a choke point hold. What can you do?
Yeah. Pretty good night of Valor we're having so far here, Roy. A lot of these games going to the 6-6 mark. Quite evened up here until it comes down to so many rounds being played up. Being like, okay, well, sometimes we just need to fight firepower with firepower. And so far, Pigeons were able to change that tempo a little bit more.
Yeah.
Even though they were like having a slow start at the very beginning of that last round, they still really went fast when it came down to getting the first contact into the A side.
And I think one thing's for certain, for at least for the Pigeon side, is they now at least have an identity. Like before, it kind of was, it felt like a little tough to see that, you know, what they were doing, what their game plan was, what their game idea was. But now it feels like they found an identity that worked for them. The double duelist with Zamal with Cuz at the helm feels like it's working quite well. It's opening up a lot of their options. It's allowing Anderson to find value. It's allowing Kohlberg to have options in the mid round, something that felt kind of missing before in the previous versions of Pigeons. And whereas for QoR as well, obviously with the addition of Derek, they've had to make changes to the playstyle. An early aggression coming out right here from Pigeons, just straight up running it down mid.
People are getting dinged through boxes, though. Things are going to continue to go back and forth. Zamal continues his reign on this map of Haven, though. Already 3 kills to his name and his pistol. The spike is down out in the open. Moose has to try to re-clear with Derek. Thankfully, Sheriff, one-shotable as Anderson out in the open. Another ace, though, comes out for Zamal.
Have we seen a double ace in one map before in VCL, the split? It has to be the first, right?
Did I feel like Moose has done it?
2 aces in one map?
Oh, I'm thinking of Mata.
Okay. I mean, hey, there's an M in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Wow, impressive,
Moose,
man.
Mata, Canadian.
Yep.
Both handsome.
Both handsome.
But no, very nice plays by Zamal so far.
I mean, 16 and 8, he's having a heater. He's already almost at his ult second round. That's insanity.
That
at this point.
on defensive side too. He's getting even closer.
Yeah, just let him have it. Give him a third ace. That would be really fun, huh?
Don't listen to Roy, Core. Don't listen to Roy. Down mid. What are you doing? Stop giving your lives away to Zamal. He's going for it. And still lands a perfect shot right in the dome of Moose. I know this is still an anti-eco, but dude, you have to be on point with these taps. And the reaction when you're trying to swing 3 players to try to take that line, you still can't get across it because you have somebody that's on point. That's just very alert on the shot.
And I think just like the life force for Pigeons has returned like very clearly in the way that they're playing, right? Like since they got those 4 rounds in a row towards round 6, you see that on the timeline. It feels like they've been completely different. It's a whole different team. They're playing with confidence. They're being aggressive. Even in that pistol round that we watched 2 rounds ago, they were so relentless in the mid pursuit, just on the gas the entire time. And it's going to be a little bit dangerous because the Pigeons are not a team you want to be confident, because the more confident they get, the more chaotic and erratic they get. They get very shifty. And that's where things get a little bit weird if you're core and you're very macro heavy team.
This is so interesting how Anderson's positioned. He's just trying to get a flash for any contact coming out from Zamal. And at any moment in the last 30 seconds, if I just walked through, that was a free kill. And now Goof watches that line. And they're getting ready for that hit. There's a shot dart to start. Zamal's getting ready here with the Bucky. Overdrive as well, and there's Fire with that timing.
Nice timing. Yeah, that pretty much seals the deal.
Last player standing.
He tried.
Cause he didn't hit those Amal shots.
I mean,
he did try.
Yeah, you peek long, you see Neon jumping through it, 3 people holding you, like, bro, it's cooked. And you know Viper's flanking you too. Like, there's so much pressure. Oh man, nice timing by Fly though. That really sealed it.
Exactly. I think that was the biggest thing too. After the old dry gets popped by Zamal right in the corner of that C cubby, it's like, okay, well, we're gonna have to try to support him because he's pretty much left for dead. And as they turn around and try to support him, then that's where Flyer finds his timing. And I don't really think they started running in the first place, right? So that's punishing.
I do like the idea though. I think Pigeons had a pretty kind of neat, very niche type of round, right, where they have the Omen flash towards Garage, looking for the extra paranoia utility to try to support the Neon from far away. Not something that you see a lot with this composition, I feel like.
Yeah, it had to be off the camera too, right? That's why Goof kept tapping that camera as well, because I mean, how does a paranoia reach into that big area of the C cubby, right? So the camera comes through, you flash, then you get the stun, and then hopefully get an overdrive, and you're taking some bodies down. But as QoR went for the walk contact play, then the shock dart was really what caught him off guard because Goof wasn't in his camp.
So we got to break that turret. There it is. He went back for it. He's like, nah, I'm not leaving until that's broken. Oh, I love it. Now the speed up here for QoR, immediately onto the C split.
One player in the back of the site though. Stun to stall just for a bit, the slide out, isolating everybody towards that left side, but looks like Goof just got caught off before the smoke bloomed on the defensive side. And now as the cage dissipates, Amal gets caught. Just all the timing's not working out in the favor of the Pigeons. And QoR are in an excellent spot now to even tie things up. You look at how you're backpedaling for the last 2 players. Across the map, north side and south side. It is definitely a round forfeited for Pigeons.
It's got to be frustrating if you're Koof too. Like you feel like you didn't even really make a mistake in that round. You had the right read. You're trying to turtle the back side. The utility's there, and then boom, you just get spammed through the smoke. That took away so much of the control that Pigeons were hoping for on that fast flood. Completely took away the crossfire, completely eliminated the backside pressure, and allowed QoR to just utilize the composition, utilize Kumi's movement around the back of the site. And I feel like with smoke on QoR as well, like he got overshadowed for so long, it feels like. But now that he's sort of back in the solo, you know, a lot of the solo duelist roles, and we're getting to see him on the Waylay, we're getting to see him on the Neon, like it's kind of a reminder to, I mean, me and I'm sure a lot of people that watch this team, that this guy's actually super cracked. Like he's actually an insanely cracked duelist player. I'm glad that he's like refining his form, and he's refining his identity at the duelist role. It's really nice to see, especially when you're surrounded by such an experienced team and such a strong team overall. Feels like this is a really good environment for him to really display himself as a top duelist in BCL.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to gain a lot of experience going into playing with this roster. And speaking of the experience of at least this map, both of these teams have found a lot of successes into this Garage Patrol. Although a change of tempo, trying to start things off on the A side, and you're seeing that Pigeons are also trying to contest that. Or here's all of that noise. The smoke won't really allow the Pigeons to really push forward through that until Anderson times the smoke, times the owl drone rather, but couldn't TP out on time.
I mean,
oh, just like a shock miss.
They're aware, right? Yeah, I think they're aware.
They're definitely aware. They're trying all of the util to try to take him down. And then you're like, what util do we have left for a site hit? Look at what they have. 1 smoke. Because they're just trying to take down Zamal, who's been a pain point, a thorn in their side throughout this whole map. That might give a small advantage here for the Pigeons into what is still a lower buy that they currently have, but they definitely do have the aim. Players are going to run into their crosshairs here, Roy. They have definitely a chance.
Bucky up close in Garage. Sheriff on B site. Hero rifle in the hands of Coburg.
There's one.
The walking is so bold on this type of round. You know they're on low buys, and that's a superly contended shotgun position. A risky play. The 3v3 though, and Van's time is running out. Their hand is forced. They have to go here.
And there's already 2 players inside this B site too. They know that there's a sheriff at least, but the other ones around the corner. Finally, they TP out after they tap the spike. So they're really trying to push the players outside the A line first and try to just gamble. The flood's about to come through. He's gonna get pinged out on top of that. He's gonna get wall banged at the same time. They're trying with the sheriff.
It's not possible. It's not possible. He's got it down now. It's a 3v3. It's reset. all things are good. It was a sight race for a little bit, but the chokehold is held now. The crossfire is there. Koof breaks through though, and now it's a 2v3. Things are crumbling here for QoR. An important round that could be potentially stolen by the Pigeons.
Both of them play on the right side too, but trying to play hero plays. Moose, it cannot be there. Derek cannot be there to help him out. He was still trying to hold that front line and not good enough. How the hell do you give that up?
Wow. That was so well played by Pigeons. I do feel like the error from Fly to just face check that garage was such a detriment to that whole round. Obviously, there's a lot more at play, but that was such a crucial detail. You know, at the beginning of the round was perfect, right? Just brute force, push them back.
Yeah.
Fight them with weaponry at range. All look good. That the garage walk-in and the pulse plant was so tough with Koo finding that opening kill. I mean, listen, he might not have a lot of kills, but his kills are impactful, and that's all 100%. That matters.
Gives them the round here, allows for them to get in the lead in the second map. The thing is too is with the walk into the B site, you also gave up the A line already by winning what you had at the very beginning on the A site. Or it was very hard for them to pivot back towards the A side, and they just gambled into that one, and they were just caught off position too. That's just unfortunate. Maybe shows the amount of rounds are being played in Valorant so far in this series between these two teams are starting to heat up into their decision making.
Now, Cypher camera was seen towards the C site. The walk down here from Koof is definitely bold. A missed shot by Kumi, though, unable to capitalize, and Koof not punished for being overextended by himself.
Another huge impact frag, and it almost felt though that was right on. And it was the first time too after so many rounds that we've started to open things up on this C site. It's unfortunate here that you couldn't get that kill, and now Koof could play anchored in the back of that C site with both of his trips still to try to delay.
Oh yeah, he's hearing the noise. He's still got the one-way cages as well. He's gonna find out on a random timing. Or does a good job at avoiding it, but he still has the cages to still turtle the site. Oh, I think Flya might have seen that.
30 seconds
wow,
left.
Too good.
I mean, yeah, that is a crazy awareness by Cuz, and a huge frag, and now the ult comes up. Look at the time, Vance. They're really losing a lot right here. The Molly's pushed them out into the open.
My God.
A straight raw mech fight, and it's Koo looking like they're in full control, Vansili. They're looking so good on the defensive side, and that eco, that thrifty, has completely revitalized them, and the confidence is back in full swing for the Pigeons as they gain the 10-8 lead on round 18.
That was just an insane Molly coming out here from Cuz. And also, not only does it burn and flushes the players out, but because Koof got that first pick on Takumi, he could also wide swing with them as well. So that's two players aiming down and trying to spray across there. And they flood on top of that with the space that Cuz is able to get. And finally, a timeout coming out here for the side of QoR, the first one that they're utilizing within this map. And it almost felt like they needed to use it a little bit earlier here to try to figure out how they could open up this defensive line from Pigeons.
Lots to talk about for sure. And if you're in the perspective of QoR, it feels like a lot of the rounds that you did lose were still within your control. That round was a little bit less in your control, I would say. Still had some win conditions with Fly getting the lurk position up.
Yeah.
But I mean, what do you even say if you're QoR? Do you just switch up the game plan completely, even though you feel like there are rounds that you could have won still? Like the macro is not really terrible. It's not like not like they're making a lot of macro errors. They're like they're in the right places, they're ending in the right spots. They're just not able to converge and convert.
Yeah, it's that mid round. I think it's the mid round and post plan that's hurting them. Despite what just happened on that previous round, I think it was just unlucky, and the conversation is not on how you start off the round, because Kumi was in an excellent position to take down Koof. Remember, with the op, it was just a missed shot, and unfortunately, it is what it is at that moment, and it can't really tempo up on that C site when they're trying to lead on that spot. But every time they're getting contested into the HO point, they're able to fight toe to toe. They're able to fight into the garage, but when it comes down to the mid round, they're getting caught off positions right after against the Pigeons here. So are they going to try to go for a second wave, just util dump and go for a hit instead of just trying to go for a walk contact play? Maybe that could be a change of pace, but actually the real change of pace is going for a lot of noise here towards the C site.
Huge
and towards
kill.
Bulwark to peek out.
Yeah, you know this is the solo player right here as well. There's no one else making noise here. A massive kill. It's completely put a wedge in the map, but the only problem is the spike is still extremely far, and they know that I mean, are they still going to try to go A here? Are they going to wait for the Omen out? There's just so many factors at play. Derek finds an important kill. Anderson's position is now known, and it's down to the 4v2 QoR in a good spot right here, Vents.
Yeah, there's no way Anderson can make it out too. The biggest thing though was that kill onto Derek, but we'll hold that thought. Oof is trying to go for more impact frags. Gets that first one to Flya, but now as they identify where the last player is at, they can move in towards the C side. It doesn't matter if you're going to hit trips. You know he's rotating in from the A side too. And now Derek can gain that space while the rest of them are moving inside the C site for a plant.
Found you.
They gave it up. We'll just play as a group and set up the crossfire into the pulse plant instead. Who finally just gave his position, exactly. Missing that spray. And now it should be an easy kill from the one at Logs. There is that contact from Moose. But yeah, again, you just mentioned it. A great opener that you had here to catch Coburg off guard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a huge seaside fake off rip, right? They've recognized that Cypher's been solo by himself towards that part of the map. They're kind of operating blind as soon as the camera goes down. So I think that kind of gap in info is kind of got punished by QoR. I think this was a really good adjustment, pressuring the C side of the map, opening up the lurk kills. It's what we want to see from QoR. You want those options available. That's the power of the double controller with Vipers. You want so many winning conditions in the round. You want the lurk to have threat. You want the QoR to have threat. No pun intended.
Well, QoR are definitely threatening Pigeons right now, being one run away of buying things up, and they're looking for a 5-player hit towards that site. And while they wait for a little bit before the execution, though, I got to say that ult from Anderson on that previous round too just really slowed down QoR on that hit because they were afraid of where the ult could be. And almost gave him a chance here to open things up, and he almost had a chance to open things up himself this round. Now trying to delay with the paranoia, TPing across on the other side, but Zamal was just ready. That's being traded out onto Kumi rather, and then Anderson is still getting a TP for the kill onto Flyer rather. Yeah, we're just continuing to go back and forth pretty much. Yeah, we're playing
I
safe.
like this.
We're
Yeah, I
playing
like
that
this.
safe.
I mean, this is great, right? You don't know where they're coming through garage or if they're coming through spawn. You buy yourself time. It forces them back and it allows you to make a move. That's really the important part. But are they going to expect this passive position from Coburg? They're looking towards it. They've spotted him, and now it's a bit of a brawl here in garage.
Not ready yet.
Trying to encroach them from the other side too, and there's that pincer maneuver, the sandwich in. That's a first player down, so the element of surprise was actually red and ready for the side of the Pigeons. I love that, the dart to break crosshair placement, and it's another beautiful flood retake for the side of the Pigeons. Just not able to get into the right position in a pulse plant.
And just so decisive as well. Like, there's no hesitation in the coup kind of team play, right? They spot the players in garage, they immediately come for the crunch from both sides, punishing the aggression instantly. And on the scale up as well from garage, they get the dart down. They allowed, like, this one right here. This is so clean. Just really good team play coming out of them. And the timing gets taken by Coup from spawn while Moose is getting overwhelmed from multiple directions. I mean, it's beautiful. You love to see that micro coming out from Pigeons this late into the game. And 9-11 now. Pigeons have regained the lead, fans. They're looking good. Their ult cycles, not quite there just yet, but there's a possibility where they might have it towards the end of the game. Now, from the other side of QoR, they're scrambling once again, looking for the answers, and it's a straight up mid brawl.
Yeah, they're trying to fight mid because they know the pit's available here from Flya. Why not go into the B side and try to go for the pit? And they're contesting it, but so far, though, it's being answered back quite well by QoR. Cuz is forced to rotate out, and thankfully he was still healing up because Ori was touching his wall or throwing hot hands on the ground as he was escaping, and Moose had knife in hand, spots to rotate over from Cuz into the garage. They're gonna stall things for a little bit here, and it makes sense because they've lost note. There's no more smokes really to go for the full execution, and thankfully you still have numbers advantage.
Yeah, and they know that Cypher's been C for the most part of this game, so I think they can automatically assume that Cypher's on the C side of the map. They know where the Phoenix is. It's really a question of where the Sova is, and the Viper's pick gets forced down. The spam's gonna come out here from Cuz. Oh, that could have been quite dangerous. The shorty's out though.
One enemy remaining. Removed.
No hard feelings.
Impact frags.
Poor Derek
falls.
Yeah. Just the dirtiest job in the game, trying to plan B and trying to get out alive, man.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's a bad job, man. That is a bad job.
It's okay, you're trying to get your win cons in, trying to get the plan, trying to get the Hunter's Fury up in the next few rounds, because that could be important as we're closing into the later end of this map of Haven. Goof decided to save his weapon going into the next round. That makes sense. Look at the rest of the buy. Despite a stronghold that Pigeons have had so far, as Zamal only has 50 credits left to his name, So Korberg moving in could probably buy for his teammate. Koof could do the same thing as well. They could have still a healthy buy. But good on QoR on that previous round to be able to just continue to match that firepower for the battle in front of that B site.
A part of me is feeling like is about to be either two things that are happening this round for QoR. They're either going to punish the C side and the fact that win, I think. Well, at least they're gonna have the right idea. I'm not sure. Not ignore the result. Ignore the result.
Okay.
And yeah, so I think one, you're gonna try to punish the fact that Cypher's been very much solo towards the C side of the map by either walking up or going for some kind of silent split towards Garage, or you're gonna try to punish the fact that Solvo's been mostly alone towards the A side of the map. And you're gonna try to go fast right here.
Yeah, here's the interesting thing though. As they trade things off, there's still a trip down towards the sewers. So that was a small change from how Pigeons are trying to adapt going into this one as well. But at least it's a 1-for-1, and that's a duelist off the board for the side of QoR and from the side of Pigeons. Execution comes in with a drone and also the Viper Warp towards the spawn. Big snake bite. That was a huge stall though out with the paranoia. Korber's still trying to hold his line down towards the short sewers. Here comes the flank being activated on the side of Koof. Moosting is in range of that Elise, so that there's no value that could be taken from that flank yet, but they're guaranteed knowing where QoR is going to hit.
Oh yeah, they're contained.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no other way to put it. They're absolutely contained. I think this Omenal could make things. Nah, they're not gonna take the bait.
Yeah, I think he might have heard it even from the range that Koof is at too.
Yeah. The concerning part, though, is QoR has no util to work with here. It just really smokes in the dark that just came up right now. So that's all they have to try to brute force this.
Works out for the advantage at least to start, but Derek continues to come in clutch. HP left on the player on sewers, and somehow gets the wall bang into it. That gives that timing for Koof. He was supposed to be at the flank and somehow makes it out towards the A-link to save his teammate and put Pigeons at that point and try to force this onto a third map of Breeze.
Look at the economy for QoR. It's absolutely in shambles. Vans are resorting to shotguns. They have the Neon ult. That's certainly going to help in the Kumi situation. But Note's down to a Sheriff. He could... no, he's pretty much cooked. He's down to a Sheriff. Could get a Stinger, I guess, if he really wants from Kumi. But ultimately, it's a few rifles in hand. 3. I think the key is going to be the Neon ult and the Hunter's Fury as well in Derek's hands.
Put it on defense, dude, on the side in the hands of Cuz. Oh, they're going fast. Amount of times here that they're trying to go slow and work their way towards the garage doesn't work out. They want to use the ult to their favor. Kumi's still trying to find that space. Finally gets that pick that recharges now the overdrive. And that Sheriff that you just talked about, got a kill right into the A site. Weapons now being picked up, plant coming down. Still a chance for QoR to fight within the round and also within the map.
5v3 now, one of the hardest sites on this map to retake, fans. Flash, but nothing to follow through. It's really just a waiting game now. It's a brute force.
Yeah, Flash Dart gets no pings. Although, here comes the slice from the wall. Big Flash to stall even more. 3 players down towards Hell, but the last 2 are stuck on top of Heaven, and I think they understand now that it's not a winnable condition here. I think that biggest thing, Roy, was exactly that, trying to find something with the Flash recon that they could spray. But QoR, they're able to find that opening from Kumi, who had like, what, 5% left of the overdrive, and still finds the opening onto Anderson at Graffiti.
Insanity, and just really good patience from Kumi to survive in that corner and not going completely gun-ho, just to draw a lot of attention, draw a lot of that pressure, allow the rest of the team from quarter to roll up. Cavalry arriving. Just beautiful, very well played. Nice pace switch coming out from QoR. I mean, that's one of the win cons, right? Is you want to punish the fact that this A site has started mostly weak for the most part. Really just been 1 or 2 people max. And I think with the weaponry that they had, it made sense for them to switch it up. But now things have kind of swung back into their favor. Obviously, no ults in play for QoR, so the natural advantage here is in Pigeons' hands. With 4 ultimates up, including the Phoenix ult, including the Neon ult, they have a lot to work with to close this map and take us to a map 3, Vance.
This is where the experience here, hoping that it shines, and unfortunately a fumble. The turret was actually facing towards the spawn, so they have to recall it right away. Or he got shot off by some sort of spam, but that's the experience not shining at the beginning of the round here for QoR.
I must wait a moment.
Now there's a deposit, Vance, towards Long C. This makes me think that everything they're going to be doing towards A is merely just a ruse to try to pull attention away. Derek gets spammed through window droning. That is tough, Vance. That's a very key player to lose. They don't have the A reclear anymore. They lost the drone, they lost the information, and they've certainly lost the pressure around the map. Flya making his move up long C, and the rest of the players for COO are scrambling towards mid, desperate for a finish here, and it's looking like a hit towards the B site.
And you're not even throwing a one-way too, so you're making it easy for Phoenix to flash out of the right side smoke. Although Note does get the opener by spraying through smokes. And then the lurk does come into play. The opener towards the left side though, Koof is trying to stay as patient as possible. Finally catches him. Here comes the hat out. The swing towards the back, gets that second kill onto Moose. It might be it right here. We might see the third map. Paranoia then comes out. Here comes that second thing, but Kumi stays alive and saves it for COO. We are once again going into the extra innings.
Switching sides.
Against all odds, Flya's lurk, man, towards the C site, finds the timing, takes the backstab onto Anderson, opens up the site, gives them the confidence. There were moments though where it felt like Pigeons might have ran away with it. Man, you've got to be a little annoyed if that's you, if you're Derek. Got to be a little annoyed to just get spammed from B side like that. No punish.
30 seconds left. One enemy.
And Kumi just comes in for the trade and secures the third player to clutch up the round as well. I mean, that's a huge step up from him coming out. We highlighted him as a key player. He's still showing it. 18 and 11 on round 25, Vans. 11 deaths only. That as a duelist, that is incredible.
Yeah. I mean, you're also seeing the resurgence from both of the players at the bottom of the board too, for both Flya and Koof, finding their value on either extremities. And finding value is Kumi walking down towards this mid side, but they overcommit. Two guys walking one by one like lemmings through the double doors of the garage. Becomes easy kills for Anderson, and the advantage goes back right away to the hands of Pigeons when you have low HP on Kumi and left.
It's really no more smokes. And they don't have the Viper wall, they don't have the Omen stall, they don't, it's it. It has to be a mechanical map control take. You're already seeing Kumi on the pushdown, but he's only got 10 HP. Moose is solo anchored, probably not going to receive any support. Derek's wondering whether he should be pushing towards B. No, I think he's leaning towards A because they have the C space, but I don't imagine Kumi's good for more than one with 10 HP, if he's even good for one, to be honest. Let's see how it's approached here by Pigeons as they pivot back.
About to get tested here. No drone, here's a reload. They're clearing the corner though. There's that first. Fortunately, was looking down towards the ground instead of readjusting his aim, potentially on that second one swinging out. Derek trying to stay alive here. Trying to get some shock guard damage, but there's still too much HP on the side of Pigeons. We're gonna plant, fall back into the C-long and get the hat out. Trying to confirm here where the last two players are at. But as we're spinning through the smoke, the hat's not even needed anymore.
Derek snuck his way out backside though. He actually could catch the timing. He hears the runaway, he catches one. That's a 2v2.
And there's that hat. So it is desperately needed after all. There's that tap on the first spike, but that second ping confirms that we're not fully sticking it yet. Here comes the paranoia. Has to come down to Moose. Has to be huge on the spray. He only taps. And Derek was going back on the top of the spike instead. Missing the comms. That was the opportunity to go for another hero round. But at least he gets the first pick, but there's not enough time. Anderson with 4 kills in the round puts the Pigeons at map point. And dude, that, I don't know what happened. Why did we just go for a 2 bullets burst here, Roy?
Oh, dude, that was tough, man. I mean, first of all, Kumi right here was trying to throw a stunt to try to deny the trade. Gets caught off. Derek, the play from Derek right here was a huge heads up play. Now, obviously, this right here was a little bit cooked, the 1v2, but I think Moose might have misplayed that a little bit. He was hoping that they were going to be just kind of jiggling it out, but they went so wide past his angle and punished Derek almost immediately, and that was pretty much the end of the round right then and there. Anderson, though, that's another player that doesn't really get talked about a lot, and he's so much experience. And now it's a fast play here from COO to give exactly what they did back to the enemy on this mid map. Finds the opening kill against Anderson, 5v4 immediately.
Interesting that we did that, where they have a composition that doesn't really allow for them to flash out with the slide, so they went for the gamble, swinging 2-3 players outside of the neon slide, and they do get the punish on the first kill. But everything still gets stalled out.
Take this. Go, go, go. Spike down mid.
Just a straight up mid brawl. I mean, this is the equalizer. I think that pretty much, I think Pigeons are extremely happy with that option. The solo goes down as well, so they've lost the drone. But it comes out from Flya. Wait, does he take this? Oh, he takes this.
Made it through, but at the same time, this is hard right now for COO to really get some map control because they don't have this drone anymore. I like how deep the trip is, dude. Zamal is going to be able to win this round. Is going to be able to win this map here for Pigeons. It's just unfortunate here. Flya has tremendous work timings, but just finds the wrong moment to peek out in these scenarios, and they're always getting punished. And land up 2 players on top of that. Can the last 2 players save the round now for Core? Moose and Kumi. It's always nice to have Moose on the roster when you're in these punch scenarios, but that flash is going to be too much to handle. Another ace. That's 3 aces in 1 map for Kumi to allow Pigeons to push this onto Breeze. What an insane performance coming out from him.
Oh my God, Zamal's a beast.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if I said Kumi, but I meant to say Zamal, but that was sick. That was
so sick. It was poetic to end it up with an ace as well. I mean, he was having such a good map, and to close it off that way was just insanity. Core getting absolutely tested on both the macro and the micro this game. A really good showing from them. A solid second map, and that just made me even more excited for this third map, Vansili. Wow, I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless.
Yeah, especially when it comes down to those games so far that has gone into overtime. We've seen so many different compositional changes coming out here from the side of the Pigeons. They've been tested on that first map where it was their map picker for Core. They were able to win it and squeak through. But at the same time, even though you're coming out with something quite different on this side too for Pigeons, you were also tested on that side, and Core almost got that. So yeah, I'm excited for this third one too. It could be anybody's game, and we'll find how that concludes after this break.
Ready.
I'm ready. Wait.
Stage. Okay, yeah, I get this.
Oh, stage. Oh my God. Stage. Clove, clone, covered, clove, covered, clove.
Clove, clone. Yeah, go fuck yourself. That's crazy.
It's clove, clone, gecko, stage, pocket, cover, clone, gecko, ace, eco.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, gecko, stage, echo, clove, cover, clone, gecko, ace, raise, eco. Not bad.
Yo, this is actually hella hard, bro. What? That was actually hard.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Rally is just gonna kill the. Oh my God! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. Got
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Oh, a map and a series that is going the distance. Heading into the second map of Haven. We got to see that back and forth between these teams once again. We get another overtime, but in the end, this time it's Pigeons to take the win, 14-12, and send us into Breeze. Marks, looking back at that map, I mean, we had seen the chaos from map number 1. We had set that up going into map 2, and we got to see a little bit more of that with a couple of aces sprinkled on top.
Yeah, you know what? I think that these Pigeons might be actually some like car heads or something, because they just really liked hanging out in the garage for a lot of the map. That was such a key point for their actual offense, was denial of information from core, specifically on garage. And you could see that core had to adjust themselves around that, trying to account for this gap that kind of existed. And it really just allowed Pigeons to kind of find their footing on that offense.
And they kept that foot on the gas pedal the entire time as well. 3v2 situations, man advantage situations, every single time Pigeons just choose to peak and play at their own pace, even at a detriment to their own core values in the post sections of rounds. It's puzzling to watch, but at the same time catches core off guard and they're not ready for it. And they generally look at every single avenue here, Marks, at finding an advantage or pushing one, and they take it bar none.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at Core's style to try and adapt to what the heck was going on, you could tell that they were a little bit more patient. They were trying to play that information game, try to play things smart. You know, I think Roy called it the cookie cutter composition, just hang out and play off of one another. But we didn't really get to see that shine. When they actually played faster, that's usually when we saw them have a bit more success.
And a very scrappy game as well. One of the best answers we did see from core is that operator up in the business. When you have rounds going back and forth, saves not being possible as well, and retakes happening so fast, as you mentioned, Marks, right? The garage focus, the pop focus after the fact on that as well. It's so hard to keep that weapon alive. That being said, I think every single person on the side of Pigeons being locked into this playstyle, even when things are going wrong, you're able to flood in fast, attack fast as well, even if you're on the defensive side of Haven. It's dynamic, fun to watch, and definitely forces core into many mistake type situations.
And it's so funny that you talk about Pigeons really locking it in. I mean, watching Cuz spray things down with the Odin, doing all sorts of fancy things where it really felt like a different story on the other side. A couple of weird, unforced errors on the side of core, and that just kind of led to a lot of these rounds slipping through their fingers. Something that we know that they should be a little bit more capable of, but that just got completely wrecked when it came to that Pigeons chaos.
I'm just remembering back to the beginning of this game, considering that we had that back and forth game on our very first map, and all of a sudden it was a core out of the gate to just quickly get 5 rounds under the belt. It was like, oh no, we're looking at a 2-0 situation, guys. And then to see how Pigeons was able to step up and push core to their limits was amazing. And just across the board, we got to see so much step up. That double duelist 2 shot, I love to be able to see that come to light, especially too when it is something like that Phoenix coming out from Cuz to really so again that chaos.
Yeah, it was sealed away in the very first start of the match, right? 5-0 up for core. Suddenly, momentum is what Pigeons wanted to grab and couldn't get in the first part of things. They let it roll all the way through. I was hopping through a bunch of co-streamers as well. I think Zik said it best in the fact of like, there was no timeout from the side of core in the very beginning of this first half. They let Pigeons get that momentum, take it all the way through. And after that, on the next half, you know, you win the pistol, you get active a bit more, you get to cause the chaos choose when the fight goes on defense, Marks. You run away with everything.
You really do run away with everything. And even taking a look, obviously the duelists being the top squad, I think Roy mentioned it, where we're finally able to see Kumi start to shine a little bit more. But when it just comes down to that head-to-head, like Zamal lit up, had a little bit of a slower map for map number 1, but then this time around, I mean, hey, yeah, 3 aces says more than enough in a map.
Yeah, this guy was just phenomenal. It's just like the biggest where have you been? I know that we haven't gotten to see as much from Pigeons. We haven't talked about them in comparison as much as the other teams, but they're making sure, like, a statement. 3 aces? Like, I just can't get past that.
We'll get to see a little bit of them, I hope, in the next match as well, or right here in his highlight reel too. this guy has so many options to play with, and like a fast lane gets deployed by Neon, you have two walls beside you. He's got Anderson's godlike positioning and paranoia coming in, and the pressure that Cuz causes with the flashes. As the ball kind of runs through them, using that pressure to make his speed even more of a threat, to make these kills even more of a possibility. And the fact that he's chaining them back to back, though, being able to get a pick, dash out a bit, adjust his positioning on the fly like that is talent that you can barely see across the world on Neon.
And I want to pick up on a point that you made there, specifically talking about some of those other players on the team really supporting Zamal, because one of the things that I knew about Zamal's play style was that this duelist likes to play with the team, is such a team player. But then as soon as those things start to shift in favor of Pigeons, you can tell that the rest of Pigeons are like, all right, Zamal, go get him. And Zamal's just flying into the back line and making all of these crazy plays. But it's that kind of shift between the discipline to the flashiness that really was just such a highlight to watch.
I mean, heading into our third map of the series, when you're looking at a small to just dash into this site and get that damage done, not going to be the only one, because Pigeons on Breeze, we get to see the double duelist come to light once again on this decider map. For a core, though, I feel like this is a little bit more of a unknown as to what we can kind of expect here, Shio. So I'm very intrigued to see how they're going to approach it, and then on top of that, be able to approach this Pigeon playstyle once again.
Yeah, I feel like in the previous meta, when watching stage 1 in general, or looking at Breeze in historic fashions, Yoru's always the thing that's played on this map entirely 24/7. Coming into things just outside of even core, but, you know, theory and approach to Breeze, Yoru not being there anymore, or not as much of a prevalent threat with that long gate crash, opens up the entire play box when it comes to what duelist you want to pick. Maybe double Senti to lock it down. Sage is coming back of old. Sky's new prevalence on this map too, which I think was a really good filler agent on Breeze Mark specifically. It's really good to build around on this map, especially if you don't have a playbook for it and want to rock it in like Team Liquid almost from EMEA in a very let's just see what happens, execute, play on the fly fashion.
I mean, if it comes down to that play on the fly fashion, then I think Pigeons are going to be in an excellent position, because it really felt like all of these maps so far, they've just been going and winning out the micro plays, right? And talking more about the potential compositions that could be flying out, we know that Core like to lock in the Jet here, and on the other side, the Neon from Pigeons is probably going to be expected, but there still are a lot of questions as to how you want to now play this, especially with that Yoru just kind of getting yoinked out, and you know he's on vacation somewhere else.
No, actually, yeah. It's just, I feel like duelists right now, not having that Yoru option in the fray, and you still want to rock double, you have to just slot in Sky. If I'm looking at Core's old comps as well, and they're rocking what, a Sova in the business as well, you have to wonder, are you trying to take that dart all the way through, or are you trying to support your duelists with that flash as well? Things can definitely change coming into things here. I want to look at what's happening on Breeze Sierra. Here are the comps.
Oh, we got the double duelists on both sides, and yeah, unless my eyes deceive me, we get the mirror. So going into this, how does this change things, especially to knowing how strong Pigeons can be on the attack?
Yeah, real quick, no flashes just means some of these anchor players are about to go crazy, Marks. I mean, this is all about the defenders, I feel like, on this match.
It absolutely is, but I mean, elephant in the room right now, Derek is on Jet. I don't think that I have seen Derek not play an initiator, period. Especially just always locking in the Sova, always locking in the Fade. But this time we'll be on the duelist. So you know what? My eyes are definitely on him.
I love being able to see this sort of switch up heading into a third decisive map, especially too when it comes down to the mirror compositions. We'll get to see how these two teams differ once again, and if when it comes down to the wire, if Core can outcall this chaos that Pigeons is sowing, or if it's Pigeons going to be cuckooing their way into the dub. Let's head to Breeze and find out with Vans and Roy.
Thank you, Sierra. It almost feels like I'm rolling back the years of looking at 2021, where Nitro from 100 Thieves went from playing so much controller into a Jet, going into champs of 2021 and just dropping numbers. And now it's Derek dropping the bomb here as is Jet. Roy, what do you make of this?
I mean, you're rolling back to years. I think we entered an alternate timeline, dude. We've gone into a different dimension where Derek is on the duelist. But you know what? I kind of dig it. I see the vision. I think Derek's going to surprise a lot of people, man. He's a very strong mechanical player. I think the raw mechanics sometimes are not very obvious on Sova, where you're a lot of the cringe weapons and Odin spamming. But I think overall, mechanically, he is such a strong player. I've seen it on his streams before. It's clean. And obviously, leaning on the other side for Pigeons, Vance, the double duelist identity is very obvious on their end, because Zamal, they've done a phenomenal job for this team. They're really coming into form. The identity is very clear, and it feels like overall this should be a very interesting match. I'm curious to see what QoR is going to be up to with the double duelist between Kumi and Derek, and of course how Pigeons are going to be battling on this mirror comp on this final map between these two teams. It's going to be fun.
It will be an interesting look for sure, because if you're looking at least from the side of Pigeons, they've been playing this over even in the Fun Havers, trying to practice this composition, pulling away from the Yoru that's gotten like a huge nerf, but also still pretty decent on this map. But how they want to patch things is to play the Jet so they could still go for good double dives on the attack. But I also think what's good now and how things should change if you're going into this composition here is you're going to have probably your Jet trying to take forward lines with the operator, just like a Yoru would in the past. But he won't be able to, or they won't be able to TP away or fast rotate, right? So it's going to have to come down to the Sova utility and get into players at least to compensate on the lack of gaps on not having a Yoru in your composition. Because again, a Yoru always allows for you to have 3 players on site no matter what happens, because of for 30 seconds you can just anchor one spot. Now you don't have that anymore, so it then comes down to the information gathering that you want to take right after you set up your Jet at a certain line, so that you could still have the right numbers into your opponent's site hits.
Yeah, and the tricky part is not just getting the line, not just moving around the macro, but it's also you have to figure out a way to get around the double smokes and the fast lanes. Like, there's just so much smokes in the server, right? The Jets clouds, the neon fast lanes, the double controller smokes. So there's just so much to work with on both ends. It really is going to be battle. And another probably kind of a fun factor that we should consider as well is the level of elevation right now with both of these comps, with the Owen being able to get up on top of the B site pillars, the Jet as well. There's always things for like kind of new angles to get cleared and to get checked on both sides. So it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams leverage these factors. And also, I feel like there's also a ton of pressure on the controllers on this map too, right? Where like the fact that there's no sentinel, you're going to be solo defending sites a lot, specifically towards the B site and especially towards the A side as well. Like on both sides, to be honest, sometimes you will be left alone. And I think it's going to require players like Moose, like Note, to really lock it down and find the gaps and figure out ways to turtle against what is a very explosive comp.
Agreed. Especially when you don't have like a Sage Wall, Sage Slows, or Cypher utility. You're almost forcing now the defensive line to be very aggressive too on the defense, and hoping that it works out. So thank you for your patience. It's now time to start this third map. A dart that actually spots Flya on the top at the tunnel, but really no true aggression coming out from the extremities from QoR as of yet. They're still trying to watch the line semi-aggressively with Derek with the Sheriff looking down towards middle. But then for the rest, we're just jiggling across and still having the right numbers towards this B site.
I love it. I think that the triple Sheriffs on one side, the double Sheriffs on the other, they're very clearly looking for those early engagements. That's why it's a little bit slow. But ultimately, they know there's no aggression coming out from the defensive side. After they clear elbow, they should know either the B split's available or the straight up B hit. And it seems like they're all corralled on this side of the map. Going back is not an option, fans. This is an all in here from Pigeons.
Trying to see if Koberg, I was going to say the contact player, you're waiting for the dart to come back out into the later rounds, but instead it's the contact, the burst in. We're playing bandits on the attack side, so they're going to have a little bit of utility, because still gets the opener despite getting pinged out. Here comes the fights for the Sheriffs though, and a rotate across. Derek activates the dash, and here's the rotate back towards the A main. Wall is going to come out too to block the vision.
30 seconds left.
Trying to get some lucky sprays through this Viper wall, but we will be able to move into the site, and we should be able to get this plant down for the Pigeons.
QoR's done such a phenomenal job at maintaining space too. It's just a straight up brawl now. Derek finds one, Derek finds a second, and the retake continues as they find the advantage in what is now a 4v2.
And that second dash activated now and gets the hat trick into the round. Almost maybe into the quad killing. Yes, he will.
Wow.
You asked the questions, they've been answered. Derek is now Mr. Duelist.
A man of many identities. Mr. Clutch, Mr. Duelist. Oh, man. What a time to be alive.
Mr. Derek Ha. You want to go for the whole government name Derek.
Now? Yeah, the full government. love that. Oh, wow. 4-0 to start off the game. I mean, that's got to feel good too if you're Derek, right? A lot of pressure on the duelist debut, starting it off with 4 kills. I mean, beautiful. Nice shot down on the B defenses as well. Great utility coming out and counters from QoR, forcing the pivot back, forcing them in kind of an unusual position. And I liked how QoR was absorbing them on the A defenses, not overstepping, not trying to get too active. And the one-way comes out. Derek looking to contest. Gets scanned, though.
Still doesn't want to forfeit the line, though. Just spraying through and doing a lot of damage. Silver lining is you get the orb up here on the side of the attack for the Pigeons. The rush in now, even half-blinded, rushes over on the other side. Has support from Moose, but the wraparound from the other side is quite good. Numbers are dwindling, but so is the health on the side of the Pigeons. And denying a plant will be very good here. Here's the shotgun from Fire. It lands.
It is done.
Goes up, and it's good. All right, beautiful. I mean, that could have gone a little bit dicey. There was moments for Pigeons to kind of steal away a little bit more damage there at the very least. But the 3 players alive, the rifles maintained, the outlaw still in play. Armors check on the Pigeon side, looking full across the board. So outlaw, we'll probably won't get too much unless it's headshots or clean double tap.
Yeah,
but I am liking the early aggression from QoR. I feel like with the comp, with the lack of sentinel, you almost need to have eyes on a lane. If it's not mid, it's got to be either A main or the B walk down. This time it's the B walk down and the A main simultaneously, mid completely abandoned by QoR.
Ooh. The drone, though, spotted Koof a little bit too late. That played the off angle, a little bit more tucked in. Catches Derek off guard. Aaron's seeing all the crosshair placement just being laser beams. I'm like at a rave right now. I'm in a rave right now. Can we get punished? Wiz trying to go for a 4 positioning, trying to catch some players off guard, but this is still going to be some good holds until now. Why is low HP, but if Goose gets this pick, and now we stopped the bleeding. This could have been a nice little save here after losing Derek early into the round, but looks like Pigeons should be able to convert this round in their bye.
He was spotted on flank, so I think he's trying to go for some kind of cheese play, maybe going for a little bit extra damage, but I think the run shall be heard here soon by Zamal. And yep, they're already eyeing him out. Flank comes in, and go to sleep, my friend. Next round, bonus attempt, not bad. I kind of dig it. I think Kumi was at least in a winnable position towards the B side. Could have gone the jump. The AAA fight makes sense, right? Weak weaponry. You want to try to leverage the disadvantage. But now we move on to the first real round, Vensily. The first gun round of this breeze. It will set the tone for many rounds to come, I think. Oh, the jet knives are in play. It's about the only ult. Kohlberg is actually really close to his ult as well, which is kind of crazy because he has 0 kills.
We got a round 4 op too. So Kumi is going to bring out the op on the Neon. So it's not going to be Jet's responsibility for Derek. He is still trying to fight towards that A main side. The op's walking down here, but that's a beautiful dart into the window. A beautiful trade too towards the end. Tried to scale up on that. It was a nice little attempt here to really punish the top side. But with the instant trade, that will slow down the tempo here for Pigeons that could now take control of top nest.
I think this pivot is actually genius because they know the operators on this side of the map. That puts a wedge in the defenses. Not sure if the A control from QoR was spotted at all. I think if it was, it will have played a massive factor right here. But right now, it's looking like a straight up B hit with a lurk deposit in top nest.
Would have been good here if Kumi kept peeking out here towards middle, because understanding the gaps that they've given up, they have to re-clear it. Okay, he's going for it. So this is good. You're looking at a reposition. Note just has to stay alive in the back of this B site, and Kumi just has to re-clear top nest. Here is that smoke. The execution comes in, and now you're trying to re-clear towards the top. Oh no, the timing right after. As soon as they're about to peek around the corner, but Note at least drops that spike carrier. Here comes the opportunity, though, from that insert on top nest to cut the rotates as they're tapping onto the spike, trying to force some players out. Here comes Anderson on that swing. Misses a couple of shots, misses all the shots. It's up to Koof alone in the tunnel. ADS onto the first kill. Derek falls down. But Moose gets to reposition himself, especially with the paranoia, allowing Note to come out, who's been a key piece to holding that B site on the anchor.
Dude, Noah was isolated on that B site for so long. When that hit was coming in, Zamal was dead in spawn. Excuse me, not Zamal. Kumi was dead in spawn. And the 2 players, Derek Flya, they were all the way. Sorry, Derek and Moose, they were all the way towards A main. Look at the mini map right now. Noah was by himself, solo defending, gets the third to finish up the round. I mean, dude, he did so much work for his team. A really nice play coming in from the mid rotates as well, clearing out Anderson, pinching him away, and now we go back into what has been the pattern here for QoR, putting in that early A pressure, but a brute force coming in from Pigeons.
And it looks like they're committing onto this one too, but Fly's out there with the recon dart. No pings, but a Hunter Sphere on the attack side. The verticality comes into play though on the top of yellow. That's 2 kills for Moose. A little dig through the mid pyramid as Anderson is down to 33. Tries to swing up, but there's 2 players waiting for him. And then another huge stall coming out here from QoR. Almost flawless coming across here as they go for 4 rounds on a defensive out of 5 so far already.
Clinical. I'm liking that everyone on QoR is getting active on different parts of the map as well. Like we're seeing Flya popping off. He's holding it down. Him and Moose, man, the elevation. We talked about that coming into this. It's a small little detail, but it adds just a little bit of the unexpected pressure across the board towards B, towards A, top of yellow. A lot of these random positions that people could just be randomly boosted on. Now the economy here for Pigeons is broken. QoR look at the extender, lead into a 5-1. Some ults in play here for Pigeons. Maybe they invest in Neon ult if things look good. TP across here from Anderson. Derek looking for the opener.
It's being contested here too, and it's a defensive Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to find some information with some pings. Does manage to get onto 1 into the bottom middle. I understand a little bit here, a late mid to A split. I gotta say, the question was also asked at the desk earlier on by Sierra, as QoR doesn't really play this map. What would it look like so far? And I gotta say, despite here the surprise of Derek playing the duelist, we're also seeing some great rotational positions and understanding where their weak side, where they can hold out a little bit better, try to stay alive for the rest of their team to come through. And as I say that though, Moose gets overtaken by the overdrive of Zamal, dropping a gun towards that back, getting that fight down. Watching that bottom mid is Kumi with the Outlaw, taking down Coop, so there's no late lurk. A re-push in, Anderson inside that smoke. It's easy for Fly to get that pick. Yeah, it should be an easier retake across until Zamal catches another player off guard, swings across, a right-click classic onto Derek.
No.
A 1 versus 1 spike has been planted, so it is in favor of the Pigeons so far. Zamal is low on HP, still only has the classic, couldn't really pick up a weapon yet, now finally goes across. Picks it up. Now Note could play the mind games. He decides to stick it onto half. Swings back out, here's a run forward. Goes for another tap. Back with the shorty, close range, does get the kill, and it will be good enough for the kill. It was close.
The mind games. I love it. No, that was so well played by both ends. I feel Zamal was low HP. The comm is very clearly out. Both players know that Zamal's on 1 HP. And I think that played into a huge factor into how Zamal played it. Note though, looking for the timings, eventually finds it. But Zamal, man, almost finding another ace with a classic Fancily on a full against a full gun round. Like that is so insane, dude. My lord. 5-1 now though. The lead extended. Now QoR can really start the high risk plays, right? They have a comfortable lead. They can start to do a lot of the unexpected things.
Oh, nice little peek by Derek. Understanding here that there hasn't been too much pressure on the A side in the earlier rounds, so they throw the one-way smoke for him to peek out of that spot. Punishes Koof on that lurk, so there's no more pit to work with into the round. Although Moose, yeah, I mean, even if he falls down here, it's Derek to try to isolate this fight. There's that wall. Gets baited into it. That's an A site open. An opportunity now for the Pigeons to take this A site for the plant. I love this CP on yellow too. That's a forward position by Anderson.
You still got the paranoia to work with as well. That's going to be playing a factor here. You can tell by the positioning of Pigeons. They're looking for a brawl here, Vance.
They get it. But it's instantly traded out. Spotted the buns from Zamal. Just around the corner, peeks out, but Zamal gets that frag. Always dangerous in these moments. Zamal catches Note, switching out with a weapon. The dig here from the majority! And somehow still switches well enough to get the kill onto Zamal in the end. Another one of those, I'm squeaky bum time onto Zamal in the clutch. But unfortunately, again, just not enough for Pigeons to get these rounds.
I mean, brother, what are these 1v1s between Zamal and Note, man?
It's insane,
I think
bro.
The opener, though, was absolutely clean.
Yeah.
The death on Moose, okay, that one is not bad. Derek trying to equalize it up. Unfortunately, it was a super high risk play. Did not pay off. Gave them the entry to the site. Actually gave Pigeons a chance to come out on top. But now the timeout's coming out. I think this, I probably would have taken this maybe on round 6, the last round, maybe. Just to really get the idea out. Obviously, they're on Thrifty. They probably didn't want to waste it. But here we are. They know the op is in play. They're struggling against it. And they're certainly losing the battles on the front end. So they need to figure out, one, how are we going to reduce the first deaths? Or how can we get on top? And then 2, just converging in the late rounds and making sure that we're keeping ourselves in winnable situations. Because, I mean, they're finding themselves in those situations. They just can't close them out.
Correct. At least, if anything, as well for QoR is they've pushed the extremities on those previous rounds too, from Derek and from Kumi, and they got some nice punishments out of that one. So Pigeons seem to be slow defaulting a lot for the presence on middle. And it did find a little bit of value when they started off that piss round from that recon dart slide onto the top. They could find ways to continue to default into the mid side, but add more util to really try to punish those lines. But if not, or once Pigeons overtake this mid side, they're keeping QoR really turtled up on both extremities of the site. You don't really see them overextend here for QoR to refight back towards mid. So taking that in the early rounds with a little bit more util might give them a chance. And at least it starts this way. They open up the door. They smoke up towards the mid double doors too. They're trying to drone for some information into the B side as well.
A slow round.
It's working it.
Yeah, look at the op here. Just posted up on this B split. This has to be extremely precise. I mean, you're going to instantly lose a player here if you face check it. Jet knives coming in. Hopefully they have... Oh, there's the fast lane. That's going to apply a little bit of the pressure. Note finds the opening kill, and it's a B split, fans.
Huge. It's just too easy for Note on the ladder 2 on the last kill. A half buy that we had here. Cuz does get an opener, though, with his Blade Storm. Sees the shoulder of Kumi and goes for the jump peek. Then back on to Note. Does do a little bit of damage, but it's still Note picking up 4 kills, and he's positioning to support the op on the top of that half wall. It is so hard to break down the defense when Note is playing it so far on this Viper.
I think I speak for... I mean, this is just going off of what I'm seeing, but it would appear to me that Note is a master of the controller role. Yeah. That's what it would appear to me. He's so good, man. Positionally, IQ, awareness, situational, micro, macro, all of it seems to be so on point for this player. Very rarely making mistakes, and if it is, it's usually just whiffing, which is so rare to see on this player as well. And now Pigeons, the slow pace is not working out for them. They're looking to put up the speed here for a B split once again.
There's a util to support this time around too to make sure they get it towards the back of Castle, but Kumi comes down with the overdrive. Already opens up and takes down one of the duelists. Here's Derek to trade off on the second one as well. So Mr. Duelist gets hit down by the paranoia. Note helps to anchor up towards the front B side, and it just leaves Anderson alone. Silver lining, ult still available. So he could try to start picking up a couple of fights here if he can. Oh, it's a DP towards spawn. Interesting.
I
mean, at this point, Derek already rotated back towards the A side, so he should know here that it's not an A side plant. So he's somewhere along the map. And QoR does not want to move.
I think unfortunately for Anderson, they're not really playing in any exposed positions. Even if he peeks out tunnel, he likely won't see Note.
Exactly.
It's a little unfortunate. He'll likely just search around on the site, not find anyone, and then go for the plant. And as soon as they hear the tap, that's when the group up for QoR will begin. For now, though, they're looking quite comfortable in how they're positioned, left. Not moving here at all.
Just finding safe haven so far. And even if you walk contacts back into the tunnel, nobody's going to spot him yet. Smoke towards main. So he's going to try to plant and probably TP into that right after. Give himself a winning condition. Cover going out. Oh no, stays within both smokes. All 3 players grouped build over for QoR. Hearing the footsteps. A recon dart right into the front. His position's now given away. The updraft. I mean, how do you stop that? How do you stop that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the jet just jumping up. It's also fly up, right? They're like the Avengers just busting through that smoke, man. One's going high, one's going to the side, and one's just looking to op up.
All in slow motion, and then they do the superhero pose when they land.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Well done. I like the patience there from QoR, not overdoing. I tend to find a lot of teams just overdo a lot. They feel uneasy with the amount of space they have to cover. They do so much, but not QoR. Just patient, nice and calm, cool, collected. Like the boost up spot from here for Moose. Has a nice little vantage point over towards the A main. Now for pretty much 9 rounds in a row, Vans, we've seen A control coming out from Core. It's been the Omen one way. It's been the Jet through pretty much every single time. This time they're faking it. They're playing a little bit more further back, a little bit more passive, whereas Derek is top nest looking to battle.
Trying to jump spot too, and there was the updraft that he just saw from Cuz on the top of the wall. Just going to try to stall it as much as he can, because his responsibility now is to watch elbow and the jiggles so that the op can start moving forward into tunnel. Cuz is still so focused onto the window side that he might get caught off guard, but at least he gets traded out. Here comes the attempt to brute force their way into the mid split, into the A site. And Flya puts his foot down. Poof now alone with Kohlberg. A plan for Kohlberg will allow the Hunter's Fury to be available, but you're also going to be in a 2 versus 4. I don't think you invest into it. So you're just hoping for some overextension. And here's the first overextension. That's from Note. Confirms now, though, that both players are inside the A site. Util coming in from both ends. Snakebite getting the first kill. And Derek just jumping around so that Note can continue to pick up kills. Hey, give it to Derek. He's going to get the Bladestorm with it. There you go.
Hey, chill, man, chill. They got time. They got time.
I meant the kill. I meant the kill in the first place because Note's been holding on to his Viper's pit the last 2 rounds, but at least they gave him the defuse.
We got that on lock. And man, I don't think I've ever. I'm trying to think of a time that I've seen Core flop in the 4v2s. Like it feels so rare that they give away those kind of rounds. Like the discipline that they have, the way they're approaching it, and when it's time to go, just accelerating, getting the foot on the gas, just seems so well done by Core. Just relentless in their advantages, and I'm really digging the way they're moving their numbers around. They're moving what they're contesting down, constantly keeping Pigeons guessing, keeping them a little bit confused. And as soon as the attackers start slowing down a lot on this map, that's typically when the defenders start to rack up a lot of rounds and find success. And it's an A split here, looking to speed up.
Oh, the wall bang! Just curving all of his bullets and finally lands one through the double doors in the face of Zamal. Hunter's Fury, though, cannot get any kills. Anderson's TP inside the site does get the contact and also catches Boost on the off rotate. Boomy with the Outlaw, understanding that the buy is low on the side of the attack. Desperate measures here for Pigeons. You have a couple of players with no armor at all. Kuv, though, with the late lurk through the mid double doors. Derek Bladestorm! Derek with the 4K!
Oh my god. I think we found a new identity for him, Vance. Mr. 4K.
Yeah.
Let's go. Is it a second one, right?
Yeah, you know what? I'm down for it because unfortunately we haven't seen Mr. Clutch Derek in a very long time since like what? Rise, right? So I love the fact that we can probably see Mr. Duelist here right as we're watching him get these kills with the Vandal, with the Bladestorm. Look at these. Boom, boom. Right click on the last one, not even needed. Put him back in the VCT stage as a Duelist.
I mean, 15-16 on your Duelist debut. I mean, it's clean. It's clean. You gotta give him credit for that.
Chat thought he was gonna end up 4 kills after the pistol.
I mean, fool me once, man.
Yeah. I love it. Although finally here comes again another no change of tempo. They're just trying to brute force their way through this time with behind him for Hunter's Fury. Derek gets caught off guard this time around though, as we have a attack side op for Cuz. And that finally might be a round for the Pigeons. 10-2 potential coming up as Note though does get the first kill onto Anderson. They're smoking out towards these doors. They've also isolated Poof. There's not even a pit that he could play here in the pulse plant.
This is tough.
Tough shot missed too. Who's taking the opportunity to flood forward with the rest of the team after that kill. But Kohlberg answers back with 2 of his own. Moose does know about the lurk though through the mid door, so he's trying to find his timing to wrap around, but it's not good enough. Kohlberg was still 1 step ahead, and they do finally manage to salvage the round for Pigeons and do end the half with 2 rounds.
Let it be known, Pigeons never get 11-1'd. Not on Breeze, baby. A clinical half for Core. I mean, everything was there, right? Like the macro movements, the ideas, the conditioning, the mechanics, the anchoring, the rotations, like the managing information. It was all so well done by Core. Now it's so much pressures on Pigeons, specifically on this first round. I mean, you got to get the pistol, you got to get the thrifties. If you can get a bonus, maybe get up to 10-6, I will regain faith. But right now, it's a huge task, and it has to start right here, Vansily, this pistol.
Show me how you can gain the space right now on the attack side for Derek. And it's Kumi first, answering on down onto Cuz, who, for them, tried to go for a recon dart, walk down towards middle. Everything gets punished. Everything gets traded out in favor of QoR as well. Only 2 players stand, both of them stuck towards middle. Kumi trying to find some information first, forcing out these swings off the contact, and the Sheriff buys on the attack side and also on the defense. Really good for QoR.
Four Sheriffs, fans. I mean, you peek mid, you're cooked. 2 shots to the chest by 1 shot by any player, instantly deleted in the chest even. Headshots galore. Mechanics looking on point right now for QoR. No, 17-3, man. Derek 15-8. Fly, even the IGL stepping up 12-7. I mean, from my perspective, Vans, it feels like QoR could do no wrong on this map. A map they've kept hidden. And now they've shown that they are absolute force. It's looking like a straight up B rush here by QoR with full stingers.
Yeah, desperate times for sure. Because they only have 2 players, maybe not even 3, a little bit too spread across the map. Can't get any value whatsoever into the force.
Spike planted. Last player
Even getting
standing.
caught off guard on the rotates. This is just so unfortunate. QoR's been looking like they've been playing Breeze throughout the whole career as a team here.
I think it's going to be really interesting for other teams to dissect what they're up to on this map. There's so many layers of what's working for them. And you might think that some of the stuff is punishable, but then you look at the names and you're like, okay, well, I could try to punish Note when he's solo anchoring B, but it's Note. Or I could try going A and you have to fight against Derek and Moose, who are moving around the map extremely well. It's tough. Kumi trying to figure out where Kumi's positioned. Zamal. Oh, get in there, Zamal. Yeah. 12-2. Match and series point, Mr. Vans. 12-2. 10 opportunities for Pigeons, or for QoR, excuse me, to close up this map. I mean, it's looking like a formality to cook the Pigeons. Oh, don't do that. They seem too intelligent.
True.
Leave the Pigeons alone.
No, but that said, despite this looking pretty anticlimactic as a third map or very one-sided for the side of QoR, it's still quite fun to really see how QoR, again, looks like they've been playing this map and practicing this map really hard, understanding where they have to fill up these gaps, understanding where they're kind of like weak site, what they have to re-clear, and because they have to re-clear, players have to play a little bit more safe. And by playing more safe, you're still getting more kills. You're still stalling as much as you can. And unfortunately, the stall for the Pigeons on the A side, though, does not work out. It was a Marshall to kick things off. No damage being done. 4 Stingers and a Phantom on the side of the attack. And it's traded out on both ends. They're splitting now into the inside, encroaching into the Bucky. Derek gets another opener there.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, and this should be the nail in the coffin. Might be the best thing for Colbert on this flank, but only has a stinger. So the long-range flank is going to be difficult. Still gets it, though, onto Moose. At 12 HP remaining. That'll have to come down for Goof to go Super Saiyan.
Oh!
There's Super Saiyan 1.
I mean, that was an insane shot. I can't even lie. Now they're corralled in isolated positions. Derek gets 1, and that's all cool. 1v2. Looking like potentially over right here. Movement. Oh, no, don't do it. Oh, Mr. 4K.
Another 4K for Derek to end the series. So what was so poetic on that second map for 3 aces on one side of the Pigeons with Zamal? It's Mr. 4K, 3 occasions in this third map with even less Valorant rounds played for QoR to win this series 2-1. I mean, at this point, questioning now this change when they've lost smoke in the very beginning. I mean, look at that. That is too insane. But again, to talk about this here, Roy, with the fact that they've lost smoke going into SRB, bring Derek, and you think that you've lost firepower because now you're training an initiator for a duelist that had so much impact for the roster in the past.
Yeah.
Well, now it definitely looks like QoR still has that firepower.
Yeah, I mean, Smoke and Derek are just such completely different players, right? So there's a lot of questions with how the identity of Core was going to evolve with the addition of Derek. Were they going to lean into the double initiators? But it seems like they're kind of doing a little bit of everything. They have the duelists, they have the double initiators, and overall, it feels like Core is extremely leveling up. I like the discipline coming out from them. I think the movement, the cohesion that they have across the board when it comes down to the retakes, when it comes down to so many of these scenarios that happen in Valorant, it feels like this team is just on point. They're looking dangerous. Yes, the first two maps were a little bit more back and forth, but that third map, clean.
Yeah, and especially again, looking at the first map where we had a full different compositional change out for the side of the Pigeons and saw some cool value out of the mix coming out for a new agent into the VCL. We had everything going into this series between these two teams, and Core now also showing once again that they have what it takes to be back at the top in this second stage. And with that, they will also add a second win under their belt through the 3 matches that they played so far, and a convincing victory onto the Pigeons on that third map. This is still great looks coming out from this Pigeons team, and we're hoping to see them moving into the playoffs because I love the novelty that they bring. But until then, we'll have to go for a break, and when we come back, we'll have the interview with one of the winners here over at Core and then close out the day. So don't go anywhere.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Relly is just gonna kill the. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
such a close map 1 and map 2 in this series. Wondering heading into Breeze how this one was going to play out with mirror compositions on both sides. But it was going to be a core dominance coming on through 13-2 to take the map and the series. Marks, it was a fantastic run by Pigeons, but unfortunately, Pigeons can't fly forever and they fall on Breeze.
Well, you know what? Yeah, we were kind of expecting this little outcome here, but you know, we didn't expect Pigeons to go down without a scream, but instead just with a little coo as they go quietly into the night, because it's just like, that was a very, very one-sided map coming through from QoR. Like, we didn't even get to see what Pigeons had planned for their entire attacking half, because they didn't simply have, or sorry, their defending half, because they simply just did not have any rounds whatsoever really to demonstrate what their composition could do.
I mean, they didn't even have a chance to show, not even just with rounds, but Shio looking at right away that impact that QoR was able to make in the series. We get to see Derek bringing out the jet, shuts him down with the 4K missile round, and it kind of just spiraled from there.
Yeah, hero rounds past that as well. I think when it came to actually utilizing a lot of this utility on the side of this composition, it was more business as usual for the side of QoR, who have played with the jet a lot more before. Past that as well, you know, Breeze as a map is not one where you can cause as much chaos. Not having the option of getting the hinders in the way and having so much be more of like, you know, impactful 2v2 fights. On the execute, specifically the B side, it just did not get messy enough for Pigeons to clean up. I feel like if there was any other map, even one like Split for the third one, or, you know, their best chaotic map, Fracture, might have seen something very different. But for Breeze, the organized execution of things, the setup, the push-pull, I didn't see enough of that from Pigeons. QoR had it all, and they stopped any aggression the Pigeons tried to fly by.
And they have a better duo than Note and Verticality on that B site, because consistently every single time you saw that Pigeons were going for something a little bit crazy, going for a creative play, Note alone would just kind of shut everybody down. Like, Pigeons did not have an option anytime they went into B just because of Note.
We talked about Note at the very start of the day, and of course he's been one of the most reliable people to look at across all 3 maps so far. I would even just say for this one too, funniest last kill there from Derek. You look at it, right? Like Pigeons still were the ones trying to get active, but again, there's just so much room to breathe on this map of Breeze, and QoR were playing really well in pockets of 2, really well with trades, and had so much more space to be able to play their game of Valorant. There were no interruptions from Pigeons this time. There was no cohesion from them either. And Chaos is so much harder to implement on this map, especially without flashes. I think if Pigeons had flashes, could have been maybe slightly different, but with this composition, just running it down was not enough to take QoR off their high horse today.
Especially too, I think back to the series and the buzzword of the day, which I feel like we've said a million times, has been that chaos, right? But when we see the mirror composition come on by, the most chaotic thing, it seems to be this double duelist, but QoR being able to bring out the same. I feel like Pigeons maybe just a little bit more outmatched their own game. And we got to see that it was a little bit slow for a couple individual child to get online, which at that point, QoR just have such a chokehold on the game that the Pigeons can't really do anything.
Actually, yeah, to be more specific with that chaos too, Pigeons are just really good at breaking crosshairs with their gameplay, with their utility. They're really good at distracting on a site before the hit actually either comes in or while it's happening. Zamal still had a really good showing on average as to what every QoR member was doing, if not very close to what Derek had, if you just take, I guess, 2 of his 4Ks away. But regardless, he was one that was still causing that distraction, still being chaotic, but there wasn't enough to upkeep with the Neon, right? Jet is just not as fast, takes more time to get active on the site, doesn't break as many crosshairs past that dash. And although Zamal was finding a lot of success, it was away from his teammates. QoR had Note in the business, Fly there too, and especially Derek to interrupt at their times, their pacing on defense, and then turn it up on attack as well. It was hard for Pigeons to really get any control. It's a tough matchup towards the very end, but a good series so far.
And I love the way that you kind of set that whole thing up, being the teamwork of QoR, kind of pulling them through and making sure that it was such a dominant victory. And on Pigeon's side, you can see that there are some of those pieces starting to work themselves out. I was very impressed with how Anderson was maneuvering around the map and kind of making all of that space, but it's just not quite there yet. And QoR just looked a little bit better when it just came to the overall game sense of what the heck was going on.
Yeah, I still think COO are super strong though when it comes as a team, even in some of the match losses and round losses before, just a few mistakes. I would expect Breeze to either be a perma ban now for Pigeons moving forward and exploring maybe Pearl a bit more than if they're already banning it as well. And then hopefully that Fracture to come back in future weeks.
I mean, we'll have to see what Pigeons is cooking up in future iterations, because I've loved a couple of these looks that we got to see today. But for now, we have to be celebrating COO. And of course, the man of the hour. We have our Phillips Norelco interview ready. And we have Mr. Duelist Derek on the line. Hello, Mr. Jet. How long has this been in the works?
It's been in the works for, I think, honestly, it was a last minute thing. We had a different comp for Breeze, and it didn't go too well, and we were like, you know what, why don't we just run the old Breeze comp, because they about the core of the core guys said they were really good at Breeze. And I said, you know what, let's just play Jet, and they just put me on Jet.
And then it obviously worked out super well numbers wise and 4K wise and whatever the heck you were doing in that last round with the classic wise. But how did you feel picking up this Jet? Because this is not a look that we really ever get to see from you.
Yeah, I kind of had flashbacks from taking Chamber from Ye. And I was like, man, if I don't have a good debut here, I'm going to get cooked on VLR. So I was like, I had to really lock in there.
I mean, I don't think anything anyone can on VLR can say after that series. I want to take a step back and talk about this series as a whole, though, because map 3 was very different from that map 1 and map number 2. And I would love to know kind of what was your thought seeing how those two maps played out, considering there was overtime and Pigeons were cooking up some crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, their map 1, that comp was actually crazy. Like, we knew they were gonna pick something like ridiculous, but that one was like the fights that they were taking and like all the util that was coming out our way was pretty tough to deal with. I think Haven definitely should have gone our way. There was a bunch of rounds where there was a few whiffs here and there. We weren't playing the man-ups right, and like the fights weren't just going our way. And then like we were just joking about Breeze, like we didn't want to have to go map 3 for the duelist debut, but I guess it had to happen.
It just had to. I'm glad that we got to see it at least. Last but not least, it's really nice seeing you on this team. It seems like things are gelling at this point. I would love to know how it's felt for you, especially too, because we are seeing that we had a duelist leave. You're coming into the roster, so there had to have been a bit of shifting around.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It was a very quick change. Got dropped from M80. Luckily, COO was making changes, and I picked up the spot. I kind of yanked Fly's chain and just stole his role entirely, so he moved on to like our flex player. I'm so sorry, but I mean, I've been welcome like since day one, and it's been a fun ride so far.
I'm so glad to hear, and sorry, Flya, but I'm glad to see you with this team now. Derek, thank you for this Jet match we got to see. That was a lot of fun. And thanks for the chat. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you so much. Back over to the analyst desk for that. I mean, they didn't want to show off the Jet debut quite yet here, but they're gonna have to. And Shao, it worked out so well. What a statement way to be ending off that series coming out from COO.
And it kind of makes everyone wonder what else could we not expect in future days. How many other players have Jets, waylays, maybe even a Yoru after the nerf ready to go? I'm excited to see what is held in the future. Mark's just saying no. You don't want to see these Pigeons fly. You don't want to see people soar, break out their cages, man.
I'm saying if we see a Yoru, unless there's a patch, okay, I gotta hit that with the asterisk right now because you never know, maybe it'll be reversed or something crazy will happen over there. But if we see a Yoru coming out, even if it is Pigeons pulling it out, I would be extremely surprised for the rest of stage 2.
I mean, Pigeons do be cooking. Derek even talked about that first comp that they had, but maybe not so much in that Yoru direction. But looking at our bracket, Pigeons, they might be cooking, but they're gonna have to whip up something good, because now sitting at that 1 and 2, getting a little bit closer and closer to those 4 losses. Looking at that bottom of round 4, though, it's gonna be SRG and Rose that are sitting there so close to that elimination. Shio, this bracket has no mercy
at all. And banger of the week is coming on the mainstream tomorrow. EG versus M80, I believe, is what we're gonna be watching. That's gonna go crazy. I'm not sure about you guys. I feel like that is the best match so far. I know it's not even a 2-0 match. Those teams are scary though, man.
They really are. YFP versus NRGA as well. I mean, YFP being able to see their start to stage 2 has been awesome. And NRGA, I can't help but think of stage 1 and Marks, that run that they had for that first part of the split into then, you know, kind of the turnaround that they needed to have. We're still in early days of this, so it can shift up any sort of way, but I'm really excited.
I think you raise an excellent point by talking about how it can shift up any single way, because even looking at Energy A and, you know, them bringing in a Net, someone who has so much tier 1 experience, has been on so many different teams, and then just starting to meld that together. Already Energy A being one of those stronger teams that we've seen in Challengers in stage 1, and then suddenly kind of getting that little bit of an upgrade as well. There are so many question marks, and it's been so interesting watching all these teams kind of go up against each other now that all of their rosters have more or less locked in, and they're really starting to get a sense how to play off of one another.
Oh, we still have so much Valorant week this week as well to really see what these teams have cooking up over the weekend, and I cannot wait. But that is unfortunately it for us all today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed, and we hope to see you back here tomorrow for our next day of Valorant. Good luck in your ranked games, everyone. I will be insta-locking Jet, because if Derek can do it, surely we can do it as well. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Catch Noya off guard here. She is still once again posted up in an aggressive line, but the TV should be available now. They go on the top of the box. Now, with support from Triple as Mel. Yeah, they're in a perfect spot. Beautiful spray transfer from Mel as they tag team the push beside SRG.
I like the isolation smoke going out from Mel. Completely taking that away. Isolate those kills on site. The double up is huge now. It's 1v2 for Pain.
Pain now at full HP. Mel now gets picked off. But that smoke now adds an extra cover for Pain to play around for. And unfortunately, that throws Alexis for a loop. Pain finds that floor hitters. Have to play inside the site now, with the exception now is Stellar walking away, anticipating some sort of look. So a window is now open for SRG to flood into this A site. Paranoia to try to delay here from Paint at the bottom of Hell. Wall comes up. There's a jump spot. Alexis catches one off guard. Here comes the shorty. No kills though. Oh, unfortunately, all three gets mowed down by Paint and Stellar. What turned up?
Like he's got to be up there with the best players in PCL. He's just always so clean. And another A-roll coming out right here from Core. They're not quite satisfied with their defeats here. They're looking to run it back, fans.
And TV's out to safety with the third advantage in the fight. Beautifully done here to deny that push. Then a door gets open now to get smoked up here, and now it forces the attackers to stall for a bit and cut noise. And that's one thing we have to remember as well too. From that previous round, actually I'll hold that thought. It seems as though we still want to keep tempoing forward. The dog went through the door and inserted a proof with the slogan. But that is again the longest weapon that we have in the game outside of like the operator or like even the chamber bolt. Yeah. So if no one keeps walking forward, you might get an opportunity to re-clear that corner.
There's a misplay there from Fly. I think they're too quiet. There's not a lot of pressure on the site. Now Core is forced to make their moves. So once again finding his value on site, looking to lock it down, and Goose is starting to rethink their positioning their events.
And they're flying to lose fire and stay on the site. No looking for the games at the same time. Because look at it, even if they try to pivot back towards that C-side, the walls are love to play the retake. Now Goldberg is facing a scenario where he has to punch a 1 versus 3. Find at least 6 because he's not affected by the line. The jump bump gives his position away, and now the flash affects him on 1. Isolates a second kill, but it's Milk that comes in with the 5-pack, the ace for Core. Oh, there's Super Saiyan 1.
I mean, that was an insane shot. I can't even buy. Now they're corralled in isolated positions. There it gets 1, and that's all cool. 1v2, looking like potentially over right here. Movement. Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh, Mr. Catch going off.